Announcements none. Papers have been laid. Questions?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister of Energy and Public Utilities, whether in regard to the prevailing dry season, he will, A, for the benefit of the House, obtain from the Central Water Authority information as to the 1 Roman current volume of percentage of water storage in each reservoir, 2, actual percentage of groundwater in each of the 6 supply zones, indicating in each case the water production and water deficit on a daily basis, and 3, number of new boreholes drilled since December 2024 to date, indicating the additional volume of water harnessed therefrom, and B, state the number of families who have benefited from the water tank and rainwater harvesting grant scheme since December 2024 to date.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, Mauritius is experiencing significant challenges to its water resources due to climate change, which is resulting in more frequent and severe droughts. This variability poses a threat to the availability of freshwater resources, impacting daily water consumption. Over the past 5 years, Madam Speaker, the island has witnessed 3 prolonged dry episodes in hydrological years: 2020, 2021, 22, 2023, and 2024, and even this year. The present hydrological year has been worse among those 3. It is to be highlighted that since July 2024, Mauritius has been experiencing several months of deficit rainfall, with July 2024 being the driest in the past 120 years. Rainfall in the month of July to February has been generally below average. With regards to part A1 of the question, I am informed by the Water Resources Commission and the Central Water Authority that the total volume and percentage of water storage in the 7 main reservoirs as at today, 4th March 2025, stand at 37.81 million cubic meters, representing 41.41% percentage. I am tabling the details of each of the 7 reservoirs. Concerning part A2 of the question, as of March 3rd, 2025, water production across the 6 water supply zones shows a reduction in both surface water and groundwater production compared to normal daily values. Overall, total surface water production across all 6 zones decreased by 17.44%, while groundwater production fell by 20.85%. Consequently, the total combined water production dropped from a normal of 1,068,267 meter cube per day to an annual of 865,061 meter cube per day. Madam Speaker, I am tabling the detailed information per zone. With regards to part A3 of the question, The Ministry and CWA undertake borehole drilling campaign every year based on CWA requirement for potable use. For the period of January to November 2024, 5 boreholes have been drilled at Camp-le-Vieux, Goodlands, Rampe-le-Moins, Côte d'Or, and Bird. New borehole has been drilled at Constance-la-Gaîté and Fond-du-Sac from December 2024 to February 2025. Another borehole is currently being drilled at Mapu. Another 5 boreholes are planned to be drilled under existing contract in the coming month. I am informed by the Central Water Authority that additional volume of water harnessed since December 24 stand at 7500 mètres cubes par jour. Madame la Présidente, concernant la partie B de la question, un programme de subvention pour l'achat des réservoirs d'eau a été mis en place en 2011 afin d'aider les familles à faible revenu à acquérir un réservoir d'eau et ainsi atténuer les difficultés causées par une alimentation en eau restreinte. Ce programme est actuellement géré par la DBM et les ménages percevant un revenu mensuel inférieur à 60 000 roupies peuvent bénéficier d'une subvention de 15 000 roupies pour l'achat d'un réservoir d'eau de 1000 litres et d'une pompe à eau et de certains accessoires. La DBM a informé que 310 familles ont bénéficié du programme de subvention pour l'achat des réservoirs d'eau depuis décembre 2024 à ce jour. En outre, la DBM gère actuellement un programme de subvention pour la collecte des eaux de pluie, permettant aux ménages dont les revenus mensuels est inférieur à 60 000 roupies de bénéficier d'une subvention de 10 000 roupies pour l'achat d'un réservoir destiné à la collecte des eaux de pluie. À décembre 2010, le 10 décembre 2010, au 10 décembre 2010, on m'a informé qu'un total de 6 400 demandes avaient été reçues, avec 609 coupons délivrés aux bénéficiaires.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for his reply. He has submitted the actual storage capacity of our reservoirs, which is quite alarming, and the tendency shows that the level is decreasing drastically. Will the Honourable Minister inform the House that in case of a no-flow situation in those reservoirs, when do we expect that those reservoirs will reach their dead storage level?
Madame la Présidente, comme je l'ai dit dans le passé, si éventuellement nous ne recevons pas la pluie d'été qui, chaque année, remplit nos réservoirs, à la fin d'avril de cette année-ci, nous serons dans une situation encore plus catastrophique parce que même si nos réservoirs ont 40% à ce jour, autour de 40% à ce jour, bien en dessous de 15%, nous allons devoir arrêter les pompages parce qu'il y a de la boue un peu plus bas. Donc, pour répondre à la question du leader de l'opposition, fin avril, nous serons dans une situation difficile. Mais entre-temps, je peux dire que nous avons commencé à avoir des drilling, des boreholes, simplement pour limiter la casse. Mais pour répondre à la question du leader de l'opposition, ce sera fin avril, début mai.
Can I, Madam Speaker, or will the Honourable inform the House, Honourable Minister inform the House, whether there is a contingency plan which has been prepared by his ministry for this dry season? If yes, will he table a copy of that contingency plan?
D'abord, je dois préciser, madame, que
Hold your horses, please.
je dois préciser, madame la présidente, que nous gérons cette crise au quotidien. Je préside personnellement une réunion de crise chaque matin à mon ministère et je dois dire que cette réunion de crise, la gestion de l'eau au quotidien me prend presque toute la journée de travail. En ce qui concerne un plan pour gérer la situation et après, je dois dire que d'abord, nous avons malheureusement hérité d'une situation qui nous met aujourd'hui, la population dans son ensemble, dans une situation difficile. Nous avons un plan qui se fait annuellement, pour gérer la situation annuellement. Nous avons aussi un comité de crise qui gère la situation au quotidien. Nous avons aussi pris la décision d'avoir un plan pour après-avril. Ce plan d'après-avril consiste aussi à utiliser à fond les boreholes, à utiliser à fond l'eau de le CEB, les dames des CEB qui se servent pour l'électricité. Nous avons pris aussi la décision de prendre les dames qui appartiennent au secteur privé et cela a été fait dans une coopération patriotique. Pour répondre à la question du leader de l'opposition, je vais déposer le Water Crisis Committee qui gère d'une façon quotidienne ce que nous a été légué par l'ancien gouvernement. Mais je dois aussi dire, puisque la question est venue de l'ancien ministre, je suis obligé malheureusement, Madame la Présidente, de revenir. Comment on est arrivé à cette situation? Comment on est arrivé à cette situation que le leader de l'opposition, qui a été, si je me rappelle bien, l'ancien ministre responsable de ce dossier, me pose la question en 3 mois, comment je vais faire pour gérer les gabegies et les scandales de 10 ans? Permettez-moi, Madame la Présidente, de parler du fameux projet de rivière des Anguilles Dames. Un projet de barrage, puisque vous voulez avoir des renseignements, je vous donne les renseignements. Un projet de barrage de rivière des Anguilles Dames annoncé pour 2015, depuis 2015. Moi, permettez, est-ce que...
You may not have asked specifically. Is that what you're saying? You didn't ask specifically.
Madam Speaker, I've asked a specific question whether there is a contingency plan for the country to face that dry season. The answer is yes or no. And if it is yes, I have requested the Minister to table the contingency plan. Let me get to another question, Madam Speaker. Let me get to another question. If he doesn't have that plan.
No, but he hasn't finished. He hasn't finished.
Yeah, but he's talking about is Rivière des Anguilles the contingency plan?
Madame la Présidente,
Laissez-moi décider. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you may ask a supplementary question. That is your right. But the minister also has the right to reply the way that he thinks he should reply. I don't think he is really out of the subject. So let him finish that part. And then you can put another question.
J'ai pas, Madame la Présidente, encore une fois, ma réponse initiale, Madame la Présidente, vous apprécierez que ma réponse initiale a été très courte pour permettre aux leaders de l'opposition aussi d'avoir des renseignements voulus. J'ai préféré déposer ce plan pour que les leaders de l'opposition puissent avoir le temps de poser des questions. Mais puisque le leader de l'opposition veut que j'énumère les contingency plans, mais laissez-moi donner à la Chambre alors ce que j'ai fait pendant que j'ai pris le poste. Suspension of sugarcane irrigation across the island to give priority to potable use. Cela a été fait, monsieur le leader de l'opposition. Revise hours of water supply across the island as from le 20 janvier 2025. The Central Water Authority has prioritized leak related to complaint attending 5511 repairs since le 20 janvier 2025. 4. Additional resources has been provided to the Central Water Authority to face this situation and reinforce its call center, water tanker services and operation units. 5. A water tanker unit has been set up under the supervision of a chief engineer and is being centrally managed. Je continue puisque le leader de l'opposition veut avoir des renseignements. 6. Installation of 6 water tanks de 9 mètres cubes, mainly in the north, Port-Louis, Plaine-William, the south. 7. Mobilisation of additional water resources in partnership with the private sector, comme je le disais un peu auparavant, namely Medellin, ENL, private owners, abstraction from rivers and private borehole. 8. Utilisation of CIB tailwater, comme je l'ai dit, at réduit hydropower station and Tamarin Fall. 9. Assistance from Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services to extend support for scheduled water supply to some severely affected areas, including public beaches. 10. Je suis obligé de le faire, j'avais déposé. The Central Water Authority Dry Season Regulation.
Let the minister speak.
The Central Water Authority Dry Season Regulation 2025 came into operation with effect from le 17 février 2025, enforcing a ban of the use of treated water or water from a water source through a hose or pressure washer. 4. Washing vehicle, washing pavement, building or part of building, watering edges, lawn and gardens, filling swimming pool, 11, madame, meeting with the Mauritius Police Force to enforce the Central Water Authority Dry Season Regulation 2025, 12, an outreach program in water stress region on water tank grant scheme to encourage eligible households to avail of the scheme, 13, aggressive sensitization campaign on water saving usage.
You're tabling this document?
Yes, of course, j'avais fait ça au départ, mais il ne voulait pas.
Madam Speaker, I requested that that information be tabled.
Yes, but does it hurt? Does it hurt any citizen of the country that he speaks
Then you
about?
have to give me excess time for me
No,
to put
no,
my questions,
no.
Madam Speaker. Can I, all these decisions should have been taken last year, not this year. May I ask the Minister a question then? Does the Minister find it normal that during this very difficult period, he took 2 weeks vacations last year? And if it was not for the Minister replacing him, who drew the attention of the Prime Minister on this situation, the situation would have been much worse than it is today.
No need to
Does it find it normal?
No need to answer that. This is most unfair. This is most unfair. Ministers travel, ministries carry on with their jobs. So don't answer. There's no need to answer that.
My next question.
Yes, you may.
Yes. In APNQ, the Honorable Minister stated with regard to the Cluny Reservoir that the reservoir will be demolished. Will the Minister table the report which has recommended the demolishing of the Cluny Reservoir?
Madame la Présidente, ce sujet est un sujet sérieux. L'eau, c'est la vie. Et je m'attendais à ce qu'il y ait un débat civilisé sur ce sujet d'eau, parce que cela concerne la population dans son ensemble, la population dans les coins et recoins de ce pays. Je voudrais, si vous me permettez, Madame la Présidente, dire franchement à la Chambre que je n'avais pas l'intention de parler du réservoir de Cluny. Surtout la question venant du leader de l'opposition qui a été celui responsable de ce dossier au ministère de l'Énergie et des Utilités publiques. Ne me forcez pas à dire à la Chambre ne me forcez pas à dire à la Chambre, Monsieur le leader de l'opposition, Madame la Présidente, ce que j'ai vu dans les dossiers au sein du ministère. Ah. Puisque vous n'avez pas de problème, Monsieur le leader de l'opposition, je me permettrai de le dire. Il fut un temps, Madame la Présidente, que le General Manager de la Central Water Authority, M. Prakash Mantora, avec cette ardoise de 700 millions de roupies pour le Pipe Replacement Programme. Et ce même General Manager ne répondait même pas à ce ministre de l'Énergie d'antan, qui répondait à la cuisine directement. Et aussi, ce ministre ose me poser la question, et aussi un ministre digne de ce nom, responsable de l'eau et de l'énergie dans ce pays, ne pouvait même pas interpeller le General Manager de la CWA sur les manquements, sur les dilapidations, sur les scandales qui étaient sous son ministère. Et aujourd'hui, il ose me parler de Cluny, qui a pris la photo ensemble avec l'ancien Premier ministre devant le réservoir de Cluny, qui avait ce sourire avec 25 dents dehors. Et aujourd'hui, nous n'avons pas, la population ne rit pas avec 25 dents dehors, avec 25 fissures. 25 fissures sur ce réservoir. Et
Asked about the reservoir of Cluny.
Yeah. Oh, you agree to what he has said, Madam Speaker?
I can't. Let me listen to what
We are not supposed to pass a comment on a person in this House, Madam Speaker.
Et Cluny,
Minister,
oui.
don't make personal attacks.
Oui, bien sûr. Non, je n'ai pas fait référence au ministre, moi. La construction de 2 réservoirs, Madame la Présidente, Cluny et Richelieu, réalisés au coût de 74 millions de roupies en vue d'approvisionner la région du Sud, New Grove, Cluny, Rosebell, a été un fiasco monumental, scandaleux. Et ceux ou celles responsables de ce scandale vont devoir payer tôt ou tard. Un peu plus de 16 mois après leur inauguration par l'ancien Premier ministre et l'ancien ministre responsable de l'eau, 25 fissures, Monsieur le ministre, Madame la Présidente, ont été relevées, rendant ces réservoirs inutilisables à ce jour. 3000 mètres cubes. Nous devons aujourd'hui pomper dans des boreholes qui auraient servi pour d'autres régions pour alimenter le Sud. La population du Sud subit les conséquences. Actuellement, j'ai demandé une enquête sur ces 2 réservoirs. La commission d'enquête fait son travail. Les techniciens, le côté financier, le côté technique, et aussi ceux et celles qui ont été responsables pour après 16 mois, ce réservoir est inutilisable. En temps et lieu, je déposerai à l'Assemblée nationale le rapport technique et financier concernant ces 2 réservoirs.
Merci, Monsieur le ministre.
No, but he has taken a lot
You
of
got a
time.
few minutes.
But may I ask, Minister, sur la base de quoi, de quel rapport il a dit à la Chambre qu'il faut démolir ce réservoir? Sur la base de quoi? Parce qu'il dit que l'enquête est en cours. Mais c'est sur la base de quoi?
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur l'ancien ministre, si je peux me permettre, ou leader de l'opposition actuelle, est sûrement au courant que, avec 25 fissures sur un réservoir, après que le contracteur a essayé de réparer à plusieurs reprises, nous nous retrouvons aujourd'hui, Monsieur le leader de l'opposition, avec un réservoir inutilisable.
Address me, please.
Les renseignements, les rapports préliminaires des techniciens du ministère préliminaires montrent que ce réservoir va devoir être détruit. Si ce réservoir peut être réparé, je serai l'homme le plus heureux du monde pour pouvoir alimenter. Ceci dit, il n'y a pas que, c'est important de le dire, il n'y a pas que ce problème de réservoir, Madame la Présidente. Il y a aussi le programme de le Pipe Replacement Programme, qui a été un échec total. Nous parlons de 700 millions de roupies, 2 fois 350 millions de roupies. Est-ce que, je me pose la question des fois, et j'ai posé la question aux techniciens de mon ministère, est-ce que le ministre responsable en ce temps a posé la question aux responsables de la CWA pour dire si nous investissons 700 millions de roupies pour remplacer les tuyaux, combien de pourcentage en réduction dans la déficit d'eau de 62% dans notre réseau, on va pouvoir réduire? Si on investit un peu d'argent, c'est pouvoir réduire les leakages. Mais aujourd'hui, les 62% remontent à plusieurs années. Et ces 700 millions, il faut bien le dire, l'occasion m'est donnée aujourd'hui de le dire, les 700 millions ont été dilapidés dans une opacité totale. Peut-être le leader de l'opposition, peut-être quand il conduit sa voiture, il ne remarque pas, ou peut-être vous, madame, vous avez remarqué, les tuyaux de la CWA sont installés sur la terre, un peu partout, au risque d'être abîmés. Et la CWA, madame la présidente, a payé pour l'enfouissement de ces tuyaux. L'enfouissement de ces tuyaux. Et si dans le passé, le ministre n'a pas pu, et on a posé, l'ancien leader de l'opposition, l'honorable Arvin Boulel, avait posé la question à ce sujet. L'honorable Bagouane avait posé la question. Le ministre n'avait pas répondu. Ce jour-là, quand on avait posé la question concernant le rapport de l'auditrice en chef de la CWA, l'ancien ministre s'est battu en touche et n'a pas voulu se mouiller. Et aujourd'hui, il veut me mouiller. Non, madame, non. La situation aujourd'hui est due.
You can't talk to me. You stand up and object if you want.
Et la première chose que j'allais, malheureusement, je ne peux pas poser de question, mais la première question qu'il fallait poser, le leader de l'opposition aurait dû me demander quand est-ce qu'on aura le fameux 24/7. C'est ça qu'il fallait me demander. Quand on aura le fameux 24/7. Pour moi, c'est l'escroquerie du siècle du MSM. C'est l'escroquerie du système du MSM, vendu à la population en 2014 par l'ancien ministre Colin Davilou, par l'ancien Premier ministre Pravin Jagnat, par l'ancienne équipe Lepep, vendu un mirage à la population. Aujourd'hui, cette population souffre par la façon de gérer de l'ancien gouvernement, par la façon de gérer, excusez-moi, par l'ancien ministre. Je ne citerai pas son nom ici, mais suivez mon regard, on saura qui c'est. On saura qui c'est. Hein? Qui c'est? Et aujourd'hui, la population paye les pots cassés de ce que 10 ans de mal planification, de scandale et de fiasco.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, we got 1 minute left. Should
Madam
you
Speaker,
open the floodgate? You open the floodgate.
you don't have to put the blame on me. I need to put questions, Madam Speaker. I'll put my questions.
Now time is up. Now time is up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All that he has said, the situation will deteriorate in the coming months.
That's not a question. And time is up.
I again request the Honourable Minister through a question whether he has a contingency plan for the dry season. If he has one, I will request him to table that plan in the House, for the House to see.
No more. This is repeating. No more. You have no more time. I think you've said quite a lot, but no. You have to table. You table. Table whatever document you can. You table. Time is up. I'm sorry. Allez. Yes. Questions? Honourable members, the table has been advised that PQB 91 will be replied by the Honourable Prime Minister, time permitting, along with PQ 74. Have I got it right, Prime Minister? Both these questions you're going to reply. So now I call Honourable Fourth Member for Port-Louis North and Mont-Taillon.
E71.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question. Indeed, there have been numerous abuses of the public procurement system by the previous government. One of the most striking and conspicuous abuse has been during the COVID-19 period for the purchase of medical supplies and equipment. Madam Speaker, that is why the government program of 2025-2029, in that we have announced that the Public Procurement Act will be reviewed. Our aim is to prevent abuse, strengthen accountability, enhance transparency and integrity in the public procurement system. The review will also aim at aligning our procurement system with international best practices. It will enforce better contract execution and supplier performance. With regard to the question of whether consideration would be given to amending Schedule 2 of the Act, I wish to clarify to the House that all the schedules, including second schedule, previously under the Public Procurement Act, were repealed as from 20th of July 2023 and incorporated under the Public Procurement Regulations of 2008. Madam Speaker, clearly the current public procurement system needs to be improved. Some issues need to be addressed urgently. First, the current legislation is based on an outdated 1994 United Nations model law on procurement. Second, there is a lack of oversight over excluded and exempt public entities. Third, there are too many entities dependent on public funds which are not covered by the Public Procurement Act. It appears, Madam Speaker, that a few of them may have been deliberately excluded so that nobody can see what was happening. Fourth, the system is discriminatory. There is no level playing field. I'll give you an example. The housing construction is being undertaken by the National Housing Development Company Limited, NHDC, which is under the PPA. However, there is the new Social Living Development Company Limited, SLLD, which is also responsible for housing construction, but doesn't fall under the PPA. How is that possible? We don't understand. Similarly, the NDU, responsible for drains construction and operates under the PPA, was the Drains Infrastructure Construction Limited, also involved in drains construction, does not. One can only guess, Madam Speaker, why such discriminatory approach. It beggars belief. It is, we know what has happened. We know, we've heard just now how many millions have been, I don't know whether pocketed or wasted or whatever. Madam Speaker, during the review of the public procurement system, consideration will be given to cover as far as possible all entities which involve public funds for their operations and for which government is accountable in Parliament. Unlike the previous government, we will make this accountable. This approach is also in line with our plan to introduce a legal framework for greater fiscal responsibility. To make it clear, unlike the previous regime, this government generally, wherever there are public funds involved, there should be accountability for every rupee and every cent that is spent from public funds. This never was the case before. I can assure the House that government will have an oversight on the procurement by all entities using public funds. Madam Speaker, I wish also to reassure the House that this government is fully committed to ensure that there is a transparent and effective public procurement system in place which promotes value for money, both in terms of monetary value and quality. Very often we forget about quality. The cheapest is not necessarily the best. So monetary value, quality, accountability, integrity, fairness, and efficiency in the use of public funds at all levels. I have no doubt, Madam Speaker, that these reforms will reaffirm public trust in the public procurement system.
Yes.
Speaker, I'm glad to hear from the Prime Minister that he intends to have a level playing field for public procurement wherever funds of government, public funds are involved. But as a matter of urgency, will the Prime Minister consider adding all those SOEs and special purposes vehicles that exist today, that since the legislation was enacted in 2006 by his government, have not been specifically included under the application of the Act? Whether these will be done now as a matter of urgency, notwithstanding future amendments that may be brought.
This is precisely what I said. Wherever there is public money involved, every rupee and every cent spent, public money which is spent, will fall under the new PPA Act.
Yes, your next question. Oh, you have another one? All right.
Same subject. Madam Speaker, it can be brought by way of regulation. The question is very, very direct. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether what is the hold-up for adding all those SPVs and SOEs now under the control of the public procurement?
For 10 years, nobody thought about it. Now what are you doing? You're in a rush to know why? Exactly. When? We will do it when we are ready to do it.
Okay, next question now.
B72.
Madam Speaker, let me state at the very beginning that transparency and accountability will be the core values and actions of this government. We have already announced in the government program of 2025 and 2029 that the Freedom of Information Act will be introduced for the purpose of enhancing transparency in relations to decisions of all public institutions. The House would appreciate that Freedom of Information Acts lay the principle of access to information, but they also embody exceptions, as you rightly pointed out. A perusal of the existing legislation in the United Kingdom the United States, and other democratic countries will show that these acts come with some exceptions. This is universally the practice and is accepted. Exceptions are expressly spelled out in such acts for the purpose of public order, for maintaining stability, for respecting other legal and ethical obligations, and more importantly, for the protection of basic rights of the individual. In Mauritius, as with the legislation pertaining to this matter in other democratic countries, our Data Protection Act lays clearly the universal principle of protection of personal and sensitive data of the individual. Exceptions to this right are also clearly and limitatively laid down in the said Act. When the Freedom of Information Act will be introduced, it will be in conformity with the best practices in other jurisdictions. As the Honourable Member rightly says in his question, it will have to strike a balance between transparency and other interests such as national security, public safety, and defence. The Act will also include exceptions aiming at protecting the fundamental rights of individuals. Madam Speaker, the transactions, whether they involve public funds or not, usually contain confidentiality clauses, though this is not a mandatory requirement of the law of contract. However, confidentiality clauses are inserted in contracts for a wide variety of reasons, and these are universally accepted. Therefore, a blanket ban on the use of confidentiality clauses in transactions, except for matters related to defence and national security, as proposed in the question, whilst desirable, may have to be examined in the broader context of exceptions applicable to such types of legislation, whilst ensuring that the principles of accountability and transparency are not undermined.
Yes?
Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister realizes that with the use of public funds, there has to be accountability. And in the past, whether the last government, I'm coming up, whether the last government or the government before that have used confidentiality clauses with regards to in contracts and therefore have relied on that so as not to allow Parliament to have its function of oversight. Therefore, the question, Madam Speaker, is whether he undertakes that any contract with regards to funds will not use confidentiality clauses, because we have seen in the past that Mauritius has invoked confidentiality clauses, while the other party had no problem in disclosing information. So can he undertake that such use of confidentiality clauses will not be used?
I'm just explaining, I thought, at length what we intend to do. You yourself in your question says, except for matters relating to defense and national security. I did say that also. But there are also some confidentiality clauses in some cases which need to be looked at very properly. This is what I said.
I'll take an example. Let's take the example of Côte d'Or Limited. Of Côte d'Or Limited, where there has been...
You're on slippery ground.
There has been not only...
Okay.
Where there has been, it has been, I can take the example of Jingfai also, where there has been relied...
I want you to put a question.
I am putting the question, Madam Speaker.
No, you're stating...
The question is that wherever public funds are involved, of course, where the matters relate to security is one thing, acceptable. But wherever there is public funds, it should, one, fall under the Public Procurement Act, and it should not be the subject of confidentiality clauses, because the public has the right to know. So therefore, will he contemplate not having any exception other than what we both agree, national security and public order? But for procurement of services, for procurement of machinery and equipment, should not be subject to confidentiality clauses at all.
Exactly what you said. Look what happened during the COVID-19. I just mentioned that in the other question. You know what happened. You still joined the party that was doing it. Then you didn't ask any question. Now you want to ask me questions when we are actually correcting the mistakes that you have made. We are going to be accountable for every rupee and cent that is spent, except for what I said just now.
Okay. Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues, please.
Yes, thank you. B73.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that there is a shortage of personnel within the force itself. The shortage of police officers is not limited to Rodrigues only, but also across the whole Republic. The number of vacancies for which funds are available is 3,381. The main reasons for the shortage of police officers are due to many officers proceeding on retirement on an annual basis, sometimes because of the policy of the previous government, retirement early, because they were being victimized. And then there is also a lack of interest from qualified candidates to join the force. In the last recruitment, which was held in August of last year, some 1,000 police officers were expected to be enlisted, but only 496 eligible candidates were enlisted by the Disciplined Forces Service Commission at the time. And now, out of the 496, 45 have already resigned from the force. There are currently 236 police officers posted at 6 police stations in Rodrigues. The Commissioner of Police considers at the moment that Rodrigues is adequately staffed, taking into consideration the ratio of police officers to the population, which is currently 1 police officer to 188 Rodriguans. As regards Part B of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that out of the 148 Rodrigan police officers who are currently posted in Mauritius, 23 have requested that they be transferred to Rodrigues. The requests are being considered by the Commissioner of Police and will happen after the next passing out exercise, which will be conducted shortly and will be based on operational exigencies.
Just one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the Honourable Prime Minister for his answer. Madam Speaker, with regards to the increase in number of vehicles on our roads in Rodrigues, there's an urgency for the presence of more police officers on our roads. Will the Honourable Prime Minister situate with the Commissioner of Police and the Divisional Commander thereat as a matter of urgency and security to deploy more police officers on our roads, despite, as I said, there is a shortage of police officers thereat?
C'est le miracle.
I cannot order the Commissioner of Police as on the operational exigencies. He will decide, but I will pass on your
Message pass. Okay, now we have Honourable First Member for Port Louis North.
Thank you, Madam. B74.
Madam Speaker, as you rightly said, with your permission, I'll reply to question B74 and B91 together, as they relate to the same subject matter. The Rehabilitation Youth Centre, RYC, falls under the responsibility of the Commissioner of Prisons and operates under the aegis of the Prime Minister's Office. It is governed by the Reforms Institutions Act of 1988. Its purpose is to rehabilitate juvenile offenders who are below the age of 18 whilst ensuring the safeguard of their rights. There are 2 centres for OIC, as the Honourable Member probably knows, one for boys and one for girls, and both centres are located at Barclay, Bobassa, and they can accommodate some 44 residents. However, following the proclamation of the Children's Act 2020 in January 2022 and its subsequent implementation, there have been only 4 admissions at the RYC for the following reasons. 1, children under the age of 14 years are no longer prosecuted. 2, children with serious behavioral concerns are sent to probation home or hostel. C, the law provides for the DPP to advise that the child offender be enrolled on a diversion program. Madam Speaker, over the last years, the number of inmates at the RYC has reduced considerably. And currently, there is no inmate, and the last one was transferred to Bobassa Prison on the 30th of January of this year, because he had reached the age of 18. There are 43 staffs of the RYC, headed by an acting superintendent who is responsible for the management and day-to-day operations and reports to the Commissioner of Prisons. The superintendent RYC is supported by officers in the grade of chief officers, principal officers, senior officers, and other officers. Since there are no inmates, the staffs have become redundant. Following consultations held in February and May of 2024, with the Staff Union and representatives of the Government Services Employees Association the possibility of redeploying the staff to the correctional youth centers or the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family Welfare to provide support in child development unit shelters were discussed. That was in February and May of 2024. However, the representatives of the unions did not agree to the proposals. They instead came up with a counter-proposal, namely that they should be seconded to the Ministry of Education and Human Resource and also to perform the duties at the level of discipline master. However, when the latter ministry was consulted at that time, the proposal was not agreed upon. Similarly, no green light had been given so far by the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family Welfare. In view, Madam Speaker, of the need to redeploy, because we need to redeploy them, the redundant staff of OIC, the representatives of my office met the representatives of the GSEA and representatives of staff on the 31st of January 2025. It has been agreed that some OIC staffs would be temporarily posted to probation home for girls and probation hostel for boys, and some would be redeployed to the correctional youth centers. The acting superintendent of the OIC and other senior staff would, for the time being, remain posted at the OIC for administration purposes and to monitor and organize the other schedules of work. The OIC officer would continue to report to the acting superintendent, OIC, and retain all the benefits and allowances that would continue to perform as per the schemes. However, all of them in time will have to be redeployed. Necessary training will be imparted to enable them to integrate the probation institutions and the correctional youth centers. At the prisons department, they will be providing assistance to the officers of the prison cadre, including some of the welfare unit given their counseling skills. Madam Speaker, the OIC will remain operational in case an inmate is referred by court, which might happen. The acting superintendent will then ensure that the necessary staff will be available to provide all the necessary training, counseling, and support. As regards the future strategy of the OIC, consultations will be held with relevant stakeholders for appropriate legislative amendments.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for your answer. May I kindly draw this attention that since, as you said, 30th of January, there are no inmates in OIC, and that the staff posted there have been transferred to CYC. There is mismatch since one scheme of duties is under the PSC and the other force under the DFSC. Can this be addressed, please? Can this be addressed?
This is being addressed, Madam Speaker. Let me assure the Honourable Member. In fact, this has happened in the past, and this will be addressed.
Yes.
Thank you. Will the Honourable Prime Minister agree that the whole concept of rehabilitation youth centre or correctional youth centre need a complete revamping to fulfill its mission to address juvenile delinquency, and that is there a need for an assessment of a situation to see at the heart of a problem? Thank you.
Yes, we will be doing that. In fact, as I said, the OIC is becoming redundant, but we will look at it globally.
Thank you. Yes. Honourable First Member for Rodrigues, Ms. Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B75, please.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm tabling the information requested by the Honourable Member. It's a long answer. As regarding Part B of the question, prisons and reform institutions in Rodrigues fall under the responsibility of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, as outlined in the Rodrigues Regional Assembly Act. So the question should be addressed to the Assembly.
Yes. Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues.
Yes. B75, 76, sorry.
Madam Speaker, Section 53(1)(a) of the Road Traffic Act stipulates that where a person who is the holder of a driving license or a provisional license in the Republic of Mauritius is disqualified by virtue of a conviction or under Part 4 of the Act, the license shall be retained by the licensing officer so long as the disqualification is in force, and the license shall be suspended from the date of disqualification until the restoration of the license to its holder. With regard to Part A of the question, I have been informed by the Commissioner of Police that since January 2020 to 27th of February 2025, there have been a total of 915 license holders who have been disqualified in Rodrigues. As regards Part B of the question, I'm informed that since January 2020 to December 2024, 322 drivers have enrolled for the mandatory rehabilitation course, out of which 218 licenses were reinstated. The course is currently conducted by the MITD of Rodrigues at the Le Chou Training Center and is held every 3 months.
Yes, Honourable Third Member.
Speaker, B77.
Yes.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, as highlighted in the State of the Economy report, there was a deliberate manipulation of data under the previous government to convey a false sense of a booming economy. It was an illusion, a mirage. GDP at market prices was overstated by around 22 billion rupees for 2023 and more than 36 billion rupees for 2024. The budget deficit was understated in the budget document by 1.8% GDP for fiscal year 2023-24 and by 3.3% of GDP for the fiscal year 2024-2025. We have amply demonstrated that the falsification of data was the only way for the previous government to conceal its economic and fiscal mismanagement and the resulting disastrous situation. But the truth always finally has come out. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, the real culprits and the masterminds behind the falsification of data have already been booted out of office. Game over for them. But we are looking very closely to take further immediate actions if needed. Madam Speaker, we are rebuilding our institutions to ensure that their independence, their good governance and effective functioning is a reality. One example is the Bank of Mauritius, which has regained total independence to carry out its functions and its roles. We will also carry out a fundamental review of the governance structure across key public sector institutions, including the Economic Development Board and Statistics Mauritius. As regards Part B of the question, government has already secured technical assistance from the IMF to review and strengthen our institutions and statistical system so as to prevent the recurrence of this terrible manipulation that has taken place. The IMF will carry out a comprehensive assessment of the extent to which our institutions, including the Ministry of Finance, Statistics Mauritius, and the Bank of Mauritius, are observing international statistical standards and codes while complying and disseminating statistics. The assessment will cover all statistical sectors, namely the national accounts, price indices, monetary and fiscal statistics, government finance statistics, and the balance of payments. At the end of the assessment, the IMF will submit a report on the observance of standards and codes together with the appropriate recommendations. This assessment by the IMF, long overdue, since the last one was carried out in 2002. Madam Speaker, the IMF, as a matter of priority, agreed to devote the first part of the exercise to reviewing the organization structure of Statistics Mauritius and its data collection and dissemination process to prevent, again, such interference in the future. We are acting fast to restore the integrity and quality of our statistics after 10 years of abuse. A steering committee is being set up under the Ministry of Finance to coordinate the assessment of the IMF and ensure effective implementation of its recommendations. Madam Speaker, we will shortly reconstitute the Statistics Board and appoint an independent and fully qualified chairperson, and that board will be given full independence in the exercise of its responsibilities. With the implementation of the recommendations of the IMF, we will ensure that in future no government will be able to manipulate data ever again.
Yes.
Speaker, could the Prime Minister advise if his administration has received any representation in whatever form from the then representatives of the MSM government to defend the figures they had presented to the Mauritians?
I don't think they're able to do that.
Speaker, are we to understand that the,
Brief,
the Director of
time is up.
Statistics, who by law has to be independent, by law, does not take instructions from anyone under the Statistics Act, that there is no disciplinary action being envisaged, let alone taken, against him and others under him for having willfully falsified data, according to what is being said? Is this what the Prime Minister is saying, that there's no action being envisaged, let alone being taken?
No, that's not what I said. I didn't delve into it too much, but there will be action taken.
Honourable
78, please.
Honourable third member for Beaubassin, Petite Rivière. Members, we've got only 1 minute left. Should Mr. Kiran.
78, please.
B78 has been called, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish
Last
to inform
question.
the House that since the 18th of October 2020, on which that date the case was reported to the Mocha police station and transferred to the Central Criminal Investigation Department, 98 persons were interviewed by the police. I must say, if we look back, very few were interviewed at the beginning. When there was a hue and cry, you see more and more people going to the Central CID. And so 98 persons were interviewed, including the former Minister of Commerce and Consumer Protection, Mr. Yogida Sominaden. Thereafter, a judicial inquiry was instituted by the magistrate of the District Court of Mocha to further investigate into the matter, and a report was submitted to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions on the 22nd of November 2021. The report, according to extracts, was a damning indictment of the way the inquiry was conducted by the police and the departments under its responsibility. It was highly critical of the police's new level of incompetence. Never such a level had been reached, and for trying to bury hard facts under layers of official lies. The magistrate in the report was also highly critical of the police medical officer, a certain Dr. Ananda Sanasi. She referred to a scheme mounted around a concocted post-mortem examination that concluded the cause of death was a suicide when it was clearly later found to be a homicide. The Office of the DPP advised the police to carry an in-depth investigation anew, with utmost diligence and professionalism, with a view to exploring avenues as to the possible motives behind the unlawful killing of the late SK. I should say at that time, Madam Speaker, the DPP was requesting this. Don't forget what was happening to the DPP at the time. They were ignoring what the DPP was saying, completely, as if it never existed. Having said that, since the alleged murder was reported, we on the side of this side of the House have been vehemently protesting against the way the investigations were being carried out under the direction of the previous Commissioner of Police. After 4 years now, it is clear that there was no willingness on the part of the previous government to elucidate such an atrocious crime, even though it was an agent of the former Prime Minister. On the contrary, they did a cover-up. They said it was a case of suicide. The former Prime Minister even said, I've done my own inquiry. It is suicide. The citizens of this country, especially the affected family, are still waiting for justice to be done. I've said it before, Madam Speaker, and I'm saying it again today as Prime Minister. I wish to reiterate that I'm not at all satisfied with the way the investigations have been carried out in this case. This case is of utmost priority to the police, and the new Commissioner of Police has set up a dedicated team at the Central CID to conduct an in-depth inquiry with clear-cut instructions to review all the recorded statements, which are being done now, and reports, and seeking fresh and compelling evidence to identify the perpetrators. Madam Speaker, I have further been informed by the Commissioner of Police that a retired police officer with extensive expertise in criminal investigation has been appointed as advisor to the Central CID to look into the whole investigation again. With an extensive background in criminal investigations, he will play a crucial role at the Central CID and assist the department by leveraging his vast experience to elucidate this case. Madam Speaker, I have said it publicly. We will be enlisting the services of inquiry officers from abroad. We think it is essential. We've done this before. I have done this before. I've already initiated actions to enlist the services of foreign investigating bodies to assist the police force in its investigations so that we will ensure that light is shed on this case as well as the other unresolved cases of false claiming to be suicide, jumping from, I don't know what, cliffs or whatever. All this will be investigated into.
Time is up. Time is up for PMQT. I am now announcing that the table has been advised that B81 and B83 have been withdrawn. We can proceed. I call on third member for Maïbo and Plaine Magnan, Mr. Lakiram.
Yes. Madam Speaker, B84, please.
Madam Speaker, I thank the third member for Mayberg and Plaine Magnan for this parliamentary question, which will allow me to delve, albeit briefly, on the prevalence of drugs in our schools. Today, unfortunately, even our schools have not been spared from the insidious tentacles of drug traffickers. These ruthless criminals are even mercilessly exploiting our school children and are using school premises to expand their business. Drug-related cases are categorized as criminal cases and are reported to the police as per the protocol established in schools. I'm informed that between 2015 to 2024, the number of cases reported to my ministry in regard to drug-related incidents is as follows: 1 in primary school, 71 in secondary schools. Madam Speaker, these figures are not taken lightly by my ministry. The fight against the scourge of drug abuse in schools holds a prominent place in my ministry's agenda. That is why, on 30th January 2025, I chaired a high-level multi-sectoral meeting with several stakeholders to address issues related to substance abuse, as well as growing indiscipline in schools. The meeting comprised of representatives of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family Welfare, Ministry of Health and Wellness, the police force, LADSU, SEDEC, managers of private secondary schools, officers of the Rehabilitation Youth Center, among others. The discussions revolve around the effective strategies to combat the proliferation of drugs within and around school premises. Madam Speaker, I would like to inform the House about the preventive measures currently in place to combat drug abuse in our schools. First, regular awareness talks are organized in schools to sensitize students and staff against the risks associated with drugs, especially synthetic drugs. 2, there are 2 drug prevention and education programs known as 1, Rebound, 2, Get Connected programs. These 2 programs are run with the collaboration of the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime as to deter students from surrendering to the temptation of substance abuse. 3, the National Education Counseling Service provides support to vulnerable students and their families so that they navigate the complex issue of substance abuse. Apart from these preventive measures, Madam Speaker, my ministry is fully committed to walk the talk. That is why we have solicited the support of other stakeholders to further enhance preventive measures. In concrete terms, we have initiated the following. 1, targeted crackdown operations with the help of the police department, particularly ADSU and Brigade pour la Protection de la Famille. Second, enhanced surveillance at school level by the school personnel, whom I would like to salute for the good job they are doing, and intelligence-led policing and community involvement by organizing sensitization campaigns and increasing police patrol in high-risk areas. Third, we are also committed to reviewing and tightening relevant legislation to deter students from engaging in criminal activities, including drug use and trafficking, both within and outside school premises. Fourth, I hereby solicit the collaboration of NGOs specialized in drug prevention, the support of student council, school prefects, and PTAs in our quest to prevent substance abuse. I make an appeal to our grandparents to promote human and moral values in order to enhance ethical behavior and standards among our children. Madam Speaker, very often students don't have the necessary skills to deal with those influence them to take drugs. They don't know what to do and how to resist temptation. That is why it is imperative to engage our students in meaningful dialogues and programs which deal principally with prevention. The battle against drugs cannot be confined to the four walls of school premises only. It is a relentless battle that we must fight together as a nation. Every parent, teacher, police officer, citizen, and politician has a key role to play in breaking the stranglehold of drug trafficking. We must all be vigilant, proactive, and unwavering in our commitment to eradicating the scourge of drugs from our schools, our community, and our nation. Madam Speaker, in the Government Programme 2025-2029, on page 28, paragraph 56, we can read the following. The fight against drug trafficking and use will be one of the major priorities of government. Government will adopt bold measures to end the suffering of families and society in general as a result of the significant increases in drug trafficking over the past 10 years and breakdown in law and order. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. Honourable First Member for La Caverne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B85, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to make it clear that the previous government acted in bad faith when managing the procurement of the plastic bins for the Municipal Council of Bakwa Phoenix. Their decision seems to be driven by political interest rather than the real needs of the community. In regard to part A of the question, the Municipal Council of Bakwa Phoenix has provided the following details about the supplier and the procurement process. A national bidding process was launched on 10th of February 2023 through the e-procurement portal for the supply of 39,000 plastic bins, each with a capacity of 70 to 80 liters. The bidding closed on 13 March 2023 with 3 bidders: Plastic Industry Mauritius Limited, Alpha Hygiene Limited, Young Bros Plastics. The contract was awarded to Plastic Industry Mauritius Limited after a price revision negotiation. The contract was finalized on 7 August 2023 for a total cost of 20,989,800 rupees, including of VAT. Regarding Part B, subsection A of the question, the full contract amount of 20,989,800 rupees was paid to the contractor. However, it later became clear that the actual demand for plastic bins was much lower than the number ordered. Regarding Part B, subsection 2 and 3 of the question, as a result, Madam Speaker, only 28,988 bins have been distributed to date, leaving 10,012 bins undistributed due to this malcalculation and mismanagement. These bins are currently stored at various locations. Payot Square, Squash Court, 2,347 bins. Palmerstone Squash Court, 1,562 bins. Hermitage Kindergarten, 1,624 bins. St. Paul Municipal Complex, 3,679 bins. Unoccupied space at Payot Kindergarten, 800 bins. These situations highlights poor planning by the previous administration, leading to unnecessary public expenditure.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Minister whether he's aware that bins are also being kept in the office of the Mayor of the Township of Aqua Phoenix? Are you aware of that? I will request a visit. It is in the office of the Mayor of Aqua Phoenix.
Madam Speaker, I'm
So
not
are you
aware.
aware? Are you
No,
aware?
I know that.
Of course not. Of course he won't be aware. How big is that office?
I will invite a side visit there. Is the Honourable Minister aware that those places where those bins are being kept, these are in breach of the law? It is in breach of the Occupational Safety and Health Act with regard to those bins that are highly flammable, where people are practicing sports and being kept in very poor hygienic conditions with rats, dead rats around. Is the Minister aware of this?
Madam Speaker, I have made several visits around the island concerning market, everything. But now it's make me more to have a visit over this
Now
side.
you're dealing with bins.
Yeah.
Very important for women.
Yeah, this is what I said. Now it's urgent for me to come and have a site visit over there.
Now that you know, you will do the needful,
Yeah.
I'm sure. Mr. Lubin.
One last.
One very last.
Yes. Will the Honourable Minister also engage into an internal inquiry to find out, with regard to those buildings that do not have fire certificates, whether these have been in order with regards to placing those bins there by the Welfare Department of the Municipal Council of Aqua Phoenix?
You will do the needful. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I will do the needful. This is true. It is only after the site visit that I can take actions. So.
I know a lot about bins myself. Okay. The third member, Honourable Third Member for Port Louis North, Mr. Kazian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B86, please.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the following measures are in place at the level of public health institutions to ensure privacy of patients while being attended by doctors in the different outpatient departments, including the casualty and the unsorted one. Number one patient is seen at a time by the treating doctor. 2, the patient is consulted in all privacy of a consultation room by the doctor at all healthcare service points. 3, the couch in each consultation room is shielded by a curtain to create privacy. 4, consultation rooms which are fitted with 2 consultation couches due to lack of space are properly shielded from one another by a curtain or portable screen. 5, male doctors are assisted by a female nursing officer when examining a female patient to ensure patient comfort, safety, and adherence to professional standards.
Thank you. Yes, Doctor.
And also, Honourable Minister, is very much aware there have been 2 recent cases where healthcare personnel have been brutally attacked in the hospital. Will it issue strict guidelines so that there is a fine line between privacy and security of healthcare personnel? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm aware of the incident which occurred, and that's why during my speech today, I'll lengthily speak on that issue, and we will be without any pity against those who have committed such blunders in the hospitals. And secondly, I take note of the note of what you have told me. I'll look into it.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Honourable Third Member for Rodrigues, Mrs. Mano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B87.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Acting Health Director Rodrigues that the establishment of a new modern hospital at Plan Maho near Plan Korai Airport has been envisaged by the Rodrigue Regional Assembly. This initiative aims to enhance access to upgraded healthcare services, addressing the growing demand from both local population who seek higher quality care on their island and the ever-expanding tourism sector. Madam Speaker, in the same breath, the World Health Organization has been consulted to provide technical support for the project. To date, a conclusive assessment as well as pre-feasibility study have been completed. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that the Commission will in the first instance conduct a full feasibility study. This study will be crucial in determining the detailed requirements, cost implications and timelines necessary for the successful establishment of the hospital. The government remains committed to ensuring that healthcare services in Rodrigue are accessible, efficient and aligned with the growing demands.
Yes.
Madam Speaker. I would also like to ask the Honourable Minister whether he is aware of the acute lack of staff in the Rodrigue's health system and if his ministry plans to help in the recruitment of new staff in the meantime until the establishment of this new hospital. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, we have taken note of her request. Even a few weeks ago, request was made to my ministry. I am trying to make arrangements so that there won't be any difficulty as far as the patients are concerned. And we are increasing the number of specialty doctors who are also visiting Rodrigue.
Mr. François, yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether he is aware that there is a comprehensive report by the Hospital Services Consultancy Corporation Limited of India that proposes a state-of-the-art landmark hospital for Rodrigues through redevelopment master plan for the existing Queen Elizabeth Hospital with salient features such as ensuring seamless transition over hindrance and no hindrance in the correct functioning of the hospital with modern infrastructure, more space for additional services, expanding bed capacity from 194 to 442, and planning along with all the latest equipment.
This is almost a statement. Are you aware? Will you talk about it later?
I'm aware of the report. We are working on that, but it all depends on the availability of funds.
Of course. Okay. The Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigues.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B88.
Madame la Présidente, je voudrais, avec votre permission, répondre à la question B88 et B89 en même temps.
Okay.
Madame la Présidente, je suis informé que la Central Electricity Board dispose d'une capacité de production effective totale de 13,7 MW à l'île Rodrigue, comprenant 2 centrales thermiques d'une capacité effective de 11,4 MW, 2 parcs éoliens de 1,22 MW et un parc solaire photovoltaïque de 1 MW. La prévision globale de l'offre et la demande d'électricité pour l'île Rodrigue pour 2025 est de 9,19 MW. Je suis également informé qu'à 19h, le 3 février 2025, une demande maximale historique de 8,97 MW a été enregistrée sur l'île Rodrigue. La CEB a pu répondre à la demande grâce à ses unités de production. Madame la Présidente, en ce qui concerne les coupures de courant rencontrées sur l'île, il convient de noter qu'il existe 2 types de coupures de courant, à savoir les coupures planifiées et les coupures imprévues. Les coupures planifiées permettent au personnel de la CEB d'effectuer des travaux de maintenance. Les coupures imprévues, par contre, en revanche, sont imprévues, bien sûr, et leur durée dépend de la nature du défaut. Le CEB m'a informé qu'un total de 178 pannes ont été enregistrées sur l'île au cours des 12 derniers mois, dont plus de 80% étaient dus à des défauts inévitables de nature transitoire qui ont été résolus en quelques minutes. Les autres coupures de courant plus longues à Rodrigue étaient principalement dues à des pannes générales du réseau à 3 reprises en 2024 et à 2 reprises en février 2025. La première panne du 16 février 2025 est survenue suite à un déclenchement de l'alimentateur d'Ostier B à Rodrigue en raison d'un poteau tombé Et la panne du 22 février 2025 est survenue suite au déclenchement de l'alimentateur de Malautique en raison d'un bras transversal brisé. Dans les deux cas, la protection du générateur s'est déclenchée, entraînant le déclenchement en cascade de tous les groupes électrogènes, provoquant ainsi une panne générale, blackout. Au fait, le 22 février 2025, à 13h15, un défaut de surintensité a provoqué le déclenchement de l'alimentation de Malautique. Lors du rétablissement de l'alimentation de Malautique, à 13h22, 7 minutes après, l'alimentation a été fermée, mais le défaut n'a pas été éliminé. Cela a provoqué le déclenchement des groupes électrogènes à Port-Maturin et à Pointe-Monnier et a ainsi conduit à une situation de panne générale, encore une fois, blackout général. Madame la Présidente, en raison des problèmes fréquents sur le réseau électrique à Rodrigue, j'ai demandé à une équipe de la CEB de se rendre d'urgence à Rodrigue pour faire le point de la situation, examiner les raisons des perturbations fréquentes et de faire des recommandations pour une action rapide. Une équipe composée d'un membre du conseil d'administration, du directeur par intérim de la distribution et d'un technicien unité production thermique. Ils étaient à Rodrigue la semaine dernière, du 24 au 25 février 2025. Ils ont soumis leur rapport qui est actuellement à l'étude par le board du CEB. J'ai les 6 points soulevés dans le rapport. Madame la Présidente, je tiens à souligner que, comme c'est le cas à Maurice, peu ou pas de planification a été faite pour répondre à la demande croissante d'électricité à Rodrigue. Le CEB a été chargé de travailler sur un nouveau plan énergétique qui garantira la sécurité énergétique d'abord, ainsi que la transition vers l'énergie verte sur toute la République. Madame la Présidente, pour répondre à la question en ce qui concerne la partie B du PQ B89, je suis informé que les travaux d'enfouissement du réseau de câbles de 22 kW de Port-Maturin à l'aéroport de Pointe-Corail, via l'hôpital La Ferme, ont été initiés par le CEB en 2019, à la demande de l'Assemblée régionale de Rodrigue. Le projet doit être réalisé en 4 phases, sur la base de partage des coûts. Je suis informé que la phase 1 du projet de la centrale électrique de Port-Maturin à l'usine de dessalement de English Bay est terminée. Le CEB est en contact avec la RRA pour obtenir l'accord que cette dernière pour achever le projet. Concernant la partie C du PQ 89, B89, je suis informé que les 6 unités de la centrale thermique de Port-Maturin, d'une capacité effective de 400 kW chacune, fonctionnent depuis 34 ans, en moyenne, et que leur maintenance est devenue extrêmement difficile et coûteuse. Elles ne sont exploitées qu'en cas d'urgence, lors des pics de production, et malheureusement, très souvent ces temps-ci. Afin de relever ces défis et d'assurer la sécurité énergétique de Rodrigue d'abord, la CEB réfléchit actuellement, je dis bien réfléchit actuellement, à l'utilité d'un nouveau moteur thermique de 2,5 MW à la centrale de Pointe-Monnier, tout en retirant systématiquement les moteurs obsolètes. Ces moteurs pourront être convertis à l'avenir pour fonctionner avec des sources d'énergie plus propres à un stade ultérieur dans le cadre de la décarbonisation du réseau électrique à Rodrigue.
Okay, time is up for the moment, but you will be able, both of you, to put your questions after we come back. So we suspend for 1 hour and a half. We come back at 2:30. Yes. We were on the question of Mr. Edouard, I think. So do you have, yes?
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais demander au ministre s'il y a un plan pour la transition vers les énergies renouvelables pour Rodrigue.
Oui, effectivement, Madame la Présidente, nous avons un plan. On travaille déjà sur un plan avec le AAE et sur la transition énergétique. Mais comme je l'ai dit dans ma réponse initiale, c'est que d'abord et avant tout, nous allons insister sur la sécurité énergétique. La sécurité énergétique veut dire qu'il faudra assurer que les Rodriguais, les Rodriguaises en général, soient pourvus d'électricité au moment voulu. Mais, au même moment de la transition énergétique, la sécurité énergétique vont de pair.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. Monsieur François.
Just one supplementary, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether he is aware if CB Rodrigues is contemplating of recruiting additional human resources for an efficient and effective service there?
Sorry?
Human resource, additional human resource, recruitment.
Ouais. Et le nécessaire sera fait. Mais je veux dire que nous regardons d'une façon holistique l'approche générale. C'est pour cette raison que j'ai demandé à une équipe de Maurice avec plus d'expérience d'aller à l'île Rodrigue pour voir en général ce qui peut être fait. Mais assurez-vous, messieurs et dames, des membres de l'Assemblée nationale, que le nécessaire sera fait pour assurer cette sécurité énergétique.
Thank you very much. Honourable fourth member for Rodrigues, your next question.
Madame Speaker, B90.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited that following a bidding exercise carried out, the contract for dry docking of MV Mauritius Trocasia was allocated to Columbus Shipyard, Public Limited Company, on the 2nd October 2024 for a sum of $1,281,178, equivalent to $60 million. Accordingly, the MV Mauritius Trocasia sailed for Colombo Shipyard, Sri Lanka, on the 28th September 2024 and was dry docked on the 7th October 2024. The dry docking and repair works of the MV Mauritius Trocasia was completed on the 3rd December 2024, and it left Colombo on the 10th December 2024 to reach Port Louis on the 17th December 2024. On the 6th December 2024, the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited has effected payment in US dollar of $613,985, representing 50% of the repair costs, and will settle the 40% in March 2025 and the remaining 10% in June 2025. As regards Part B of the question, I'm informed by the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited that during the last trip of Mauritius Trocasia to Agaliga, the vessel collided with the jetty on the 2nd February 2025 due to inadequate tug assistance, and this has caused underwater hull damage. Moreover, above water hull has also sustained damage due to lack of proper fenders on the jetty. Madam Speaker, regarding Part C of the question, the Shipping Corporation Limited contacted Chantier Naval de l'Océan Indien for dry docking of the vessel. On Wednesday, 19 February 2025, the latter has indicated that no slot is available before December 2025. On the same day, the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited contacted a company, namely Secoren, located in Diego Suarez, Madagascar, for permanent repair of the vessel. On the 24th February 2025, Secoren confirmed that its dry dock would be available as from the 27th February 2025. Necessary clearance has been sought from Bureau Veritas Classification Society located in France and Flag Administration for the vessel to sail to Madagascar. Subject to favorable reply, permanent repairs will be carried out in Madagascar and expected to be completed in a month. Madam Speaker, I'm further informed that Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited will put the MV Trocasia into commercial operation and into Rodrigue and Agaliga until all repairs are carried out. And when I mean repairs, full repairs. As regards voyages to Rodrigue, the Honourable Member can rest assured that MV Perus Banos shall continue with its usual 3 regular voyages per month so as to avoid any disruption in cargo transportation. The Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited is currently liaising with local shipping companies for chartering a vessel to additionally service Rodrigue and Agaliga in the event of unpredictable circumstances.
Thank you, Minister. Yes? The Honourable Third Member for Gambé-Poudre-d'Eau. Yes? B92. Yes, Minister?
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I am advised by the Financial Services Commission that recruitment and promotion exercises are carried out in accordance with Section 80 and Section 81 of the Financial Services Act 2007 and in line with the recruitment and promotion policies of the FSC. And please bear with me, I will read those policies. So the recruitment and promotion policies are laid down in the Terms and Conditions of Employment 2023 of the FSC, which stipulate the following. Firstly, the Commission may employ, on such terms and conditions as it thinks fit, such employees as may be necessary for the proper discharge of its functions. Where the Commission decides to fill any vacancy arising on its establishment for any post, it may resort to any form of advertisement, whether internal or otherwise, and prescribe such qualifications, experience, competencies, skills, and aptitudes for such posts as it deems fit. The recruitment, appointment, and promotion of employees shall be made by the board, which may empower the staff committee or delegate to management on such terms of reference as it considers necessary, including requests to examine, interview, and shortlist candidates. There will be equal opportunities for recruitment, employment, learning and development, advancement, and promotion to all based on merit. And finally, when vacancies arise, the FSC shall give priority to internal candidates first before searching externally should a suitable candidate not be found. Madam Speaker, as to Part B of the question, I am informed by the FSC of the following. First, the manager, Human Resources, was previously appointed on a contractual basis with effect from 1st April 2022 for a period of 2 years. Thereafter, the contract was extended twice up to September 2024. Following an internal advert which was launched on the 2nd May 2024, the incumbent has subsequently been appointed on probation with effect from 1st September 2024 with a view to confirmation on a permanent and pensionable capacity. Second case, the manager, Communications, was initially recruited on a contractual basis as PR and Communications Officer for a period of 2 years with effect from 11 October 2021. The contract was extended for a further period of 1 year. The incumbent has thereafter been appointed as Manager, Communications on probation with effect from 1st October 2024 with a view to confirmation on a permanent and pensionable capacity following an internal advert launched in May 2024. Third, 1 director and 3 assistant directors were serving as permanent employees as senior managers and were appointed on a performance contract on an assignment basis in line with the review report conducted by Mr. Apana in 2016. On 1st September 2024, they were all appointed in substantive capacity. And finally, 1 director and 2 assistant directors were initially appointed on a contractual basis in 2018 and 2019. They were offered a new contract for a period of 2 years with effect from 1st September 2024, renewable subject to satisfactory performance. Madam Speaker, I am further informed by the FSC that 51 employees in different grades were recruited during the period January 2024 to November 2024 up to the elections, out of whom 48 are on a permanent basis and 3 on a contract basis. The board has been requested to look into this recruitment done during the year prior to the election. Madam Speaker, as regards to part C of the question, I am informed that the current head of the AML-CFT Directorate, Mrs. Y.S., joined the FSC on 9 January 2013 as Assistant Manager, formerly known as Chief Examiner, on a permanent and pensionable basis. She was promoted to the post of Manager with effect from 1st September 2018 and has been assigned the responsibilities of Acting Senior Manager in the AML-CFT Directorate with effect from 3rd October 2022. In addition to her salary, she is being paid an acting allowance and other benefits in line with the FSC terms and conditions of employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes?
Madame la Présidente, tout semble indiquer qu'une série de recrutements et de promotions ont été faites juste avant les élections. Et ma question au ministre, c'est si les résultats de l'enquête en cours seront publiés à l'avenir.
Vous avez entendu? Moi, j'ai eu du mal, hein?
Je peux répéter la question.
I will see with the board, but as you know, there's also data protection concerning employees, and there's a contract of employment between the employer and the employee, so there's so much that can be disclosed outside of their contract. Yeah, subject to advice. Thank you.
One moment. One more, and then one behind you, then you.
Par rapport à cette question et aux informations et à la protection des données, on dirait qu'il y a une dissimulation de l'information. Est-ce que vous avez contacté le Law Office pour ne pas donner ces informations?
The Data Protection Act is quite clear. We cannot disclose, we will be in breach of the Data Protection Act if we disclose personal data. And also the employer has an obligation toward the employee not to disclose those information.
Okay, yes?
Madam Speaker, the regulator, considering the fact that the regulator imposes on licensees to carry out due diligence, the more so to check if the applicants are PEPs, politically exposed person, could the minister advise, if she is aware of the recruitments she just mentioned, how many of them were PEPs, and if the FSC is aware to which political people those employees are attached? Thank you.
I will make inquiries and give back the information later.
Yes, yes, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is clear that the FSC had not...
Please speak up. I don't know, is there a problem with the mic? Please speak up, all of you, please.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is clear that the FSC had not adhered to the proper recruitment process on the eve of the election. can you consider to request the board to cancel these appointments?
The board has been made aware of those 51 recruitment done in the year before the election, and I have asked them, the board is mandated with the powers, and I have asked them to look into this, and I'll wait for the outcome.
Yes. Yes, Honourable Third Member for Beaubassin-Petite-Rivière.
B93.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the National Land Transport Authority that some 22 buses of the United Bus Service Limited operate along Route 45, which run between Albion and Rosehill. According to the established timetable, these buses operate at a frequency of 10 to 20 minutes, whereby the first bus from Albion and Rosehill leaves at 5:45 in the morning, while the last bus from Albion and Rosehill leaves at 17:40 and 1900 hours respectively. According to the NLTA, 2 complaints have been filed at its office as at date regarding the lack of buses along Route 45. Moreover, the Honourable Kiran had drawn my attention and my ministry had looked into the matter previously as well. It is to be highlighted that the NLTA Inspectorate has observed that the UBS buses along Route 45 are operating at interval of 20 to 30 minutes instead of 10 to 20 minutes as set out in the established timetable, hence the hue and cry. Madam Speaker, I wish to point out that despite the fact that fewer trips are being carried out by the buses of the UBS, the latter is being paid the same quantum in respect of the free travel compensation by the NLTA, given that the same is a monthly fixed amount calculated based on 80% of the operator's fleet. And this is not normal. I will explain later in the same reply what I intend to do in 5 steps. With regard to the unsatisfactory level of service along Route 45, Madam Speaker, a meeting was held on 19 February 2025 at the level of the NLTA, while the representatives of the UBS, with the representative of the UBS, whereby it was imported that the main cause entailing irregular bus service thereat was the lack of drivers. I wish to point out that the issue of shortage of crew has been highlighted by most bus operators, and my ministry has already initiated consultations with stakeholders, including with the Ministry of Labour and Industrial Relations, with a view to expediting the recruitment of foreign labour in the transport sector while considering the streamlining of procedures thereof. Moreover, like I mentioned in this House during previous sittings, the problem of poor level of bus service is occurring along several routes around the island, and I listed several mitigating measures, which included, number 1, the introduction of a fleet management system. I had explained in great detail previously what it is all about, but this will take some time. But meanwhile, the memorandum, and this is what I meant earlier, the memorandum of understanding relating the payment of free travel compensation, which was signed between the NLTA and the bus operators in 2005, will be reviewed in the interest of the travelling public, subject to a government approval, such that payment will be will be a trip-based system rather than a daily-based one. So this is what I can do in order to pressurize the bus operators to work harder. Number 3, the road service license of operators not providing services as per the conditions of their licenses will be revoked, and Section 77D of the Road Traffic Act will be used to have new players. Number 4, the inspectorate of the NLTA, which is currently devoid of such officers, will be strengthened with management support officers, pending a substantive recruitment exercise of inspectors to ensure that the higher NLTA presence along bus routes to help out. Number 5, consultations are ongoing with bus operators to acquire new buses and avail of the incentive provided under the bus modernization program. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, I have urged the NLTA Inspectorate to ensure close monitoring of the operation of the UBS buses along Route 45.
Thank you, Minister.
Oui.
Yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'honorable ministre est parfaitement au courant de la situation.
Et d'après les informations qui me sont parvenues, et l'honorable ministre dans sa réponse en a fait état, les compagnies qui desservent cette route ne sont pas en mesure de respecter les horaires, ce qui fait que cela cause pas mal de problèmes pour les étudiants le matin, pour ceux qui vont au travail aussi. Donc, je peux comprendre que l'honorable ministre, quelque part, il est coincé, il n'a pas toutes les solutions à ce jour. Mais dans l'immédiat, comment faire, Madame la Présidente, pour donner satisfaction, pour éviter que cette situation continue à dégénérer? Est-ce que l'honorable ministre pourrait, dans un premier temps, nous dire quelles sont les mesures correctives immédiates qui pourraient être prises?
Yes, Minister.
Yes. Like I said in my reply, Madam Speaker, as an interim measure, pending the arrival of the fleet management system, which will put good order in the House, I'm asking the Ministry and the NLTA to review the Memorandum of Understanding that is a de facto payment on a daily basis. This is not normal. So if we have them paid on a trip basis, they will have to work.
Et l'honorable ministre est-il disposé à considérer, je vais lui partager cette proposition des usagers, qui suggèrent que le terminus pour les bus d'Albion-Rosil et Rosil-Albion se fasse à la gare de la place Margéo au lieu de la place d'Arrêt-Salam à Rosil, cela afin de faciliter. J'espère que l'honorable ministre me comprend. Cela afin de faciliter la mobilité des personnes du troisième âge et des usagers en général, et aussi de considérer la possibilité, Madame la Présidente, d'une ligne directe Beaubassin-Albion et vice-versa, car les habitants rencontrent trop de problèmes par rapport aux connexions.
Yes. As regards the first part, the change of location of in the interest of the senior citizens, I can certainly look into. As regards the second proposition, depending on the availability of buses, and I just mentioned, the big challenge is having drivers, which is a rare competence now, it's seemingly. So I will definitely look into and discuss with the member.
Thank you, Minister. C'est bon? Thank you. Now we have the honourable second member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Rosebel. Yes?
Madam Speaker, is question B/94, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the District Council of Grand-Port that a budgetary request of 16 million rupees was submitted for the financial year 2024-2025 to provide lighting facilities for the football pitch in the villages of Grand Sable, Bambou, Bambou-Vieilleux, Bois des Amouettes, and Rivière des Créoles. The estimated cost for each football ground is 4 million rupees. However, the necessary funds were not allocated by the previous government to implement this project. Additionally, I have been advised that the District Council of Grand-Port is currently formulating its project proposals for the upcoming financial year. The installation of lighting facilities for these football pitches will be duly considered as part of the budgetary planning for the 25-26 financial year.
Thank you. Yes?
Madam the Speaker, being given that we have inherited huge social degradation problem, in particular the rising drug problem in these areas from the previous government, would the Honourable Minister consider implementing the lighting facilities project to these football pitches and promote evening sports facilities to combat the drug problem, perhaps consider same in the forthcoming budget?
Madam Speaker, it is indeed regrettable that despite a request from the District Council of Grand-Port for 16 million rupees in the last year budget to provide lighting facilities for these football pitches, the previous government did not consider it on a priority and failed to allocate the necessary funds. But this government recognized the importance of sports facilities infrastructure for community development and sport engagement. I can assure the Honourable Member that the District Council of Grand-Port is actively working on its project proposal for year 2025 and 26 financial year. And the installation of lighting facilities on these football pitches will be given serious consideration during the upcoming budget discussion.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Your next question.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Speaker. Question B/95, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the Dr. James Bertie David Market Fair in Roseville was built and started operating in 2010. It includes 1,067 stalls and has about 490 parking space over an area of 9,490 square meters. Over the years, the number of people visiting the market has increased due to the growth of the surrounding population. As a result, parking has become a major issue. Many visitors struggle to find parking space and are forced to park along nearby roads, causing traffic congestion and serious safety risk. Additionally, crowded parking areas and blocked access routes make it difficult for vendors to operate properly, leading to lower sales and frustration among customers. Madam Speaker, to tackle this issue, I have instructed the Chief Executive of the District Council of Grand Port to take urgent measures to improve this situation. I will personally monitor the progress and conduct surprise visits to ensure action is being taken. Regarding parking solution, I wish to inform the House that we are planning to build additional parking facilities near the new food court with an estimated cost of 12 million rupees, and this project will be included in the next budget for consideration. Recently, 70 additional parking spaces were created by the District Council of Grand Port, but this is clearly not enough to solve the problem. Madam Speaker, the previous government did absolutely nothing to address this parking crisis, despite repeated complaints from the public. They ignored the problem for years, leaving market visitors and vendors to suffer. On 21st of January 2025, I personally visited the Dr. James Bertie David Market Fair, accompanied by my junior ministers and MPs of the constituency. What I found was shocking, Madam Speaker. Not only was parking a major issue, but the entire market was in poor state due to the neglect by the previous administration. The problem include poor maintenance of the market yard, delays in removing waste, leading to unhygienic conditions of the market days, dirty and unsanitary conditions in the poultry and meat section, no fire extinguishers, and no valid fire certificate, creating a serious fire hazard, pigeon droppings on stalls, making the environment unhealthy, exposed electrical cable, posing a major safety risk, narrow walkways, making it difficult for people to move around, especially in an emergency, filthy public toilets with no proper cleanings, report of illegal vendors coming from all over the islands to sell goods on parking and embarking areas without any control, thus causing obstruction and harming legal traders. Madam Speaker, the previous government turned a blind eye to these problems. They had the responsibility to take action, but they failed completely. Now, under this administration, we are taking firm and urgent steps to fix these long-standing issues, and I will personally ensure that the necessary improvements are made, and I will not allow this market to continue suffering from the past neglect.
Madam Speaker, now that the Honourable Minister mentioned that the construction of additional parking near the food court at an estimated cost of 12 million rupees, can he confirm when this project will begin and when it is expected to be completed? And also what measures will be taken to prevent illegal parking on adjacent roads and ensure proper management around the market area?
Madam Speaker, in fact, this project could have been planned long ago, But unfortunately, the previous government failed, I just said, failed to recognize the growing needs for additional parking space. They lack vision and did not allocate funds properly. However, this government, we are ensuring that parking expansion is included in the next budget, and as soon as funds are allocated, work will begin without further delay. And no structures plan was put in place to regulate vehicle flow. So we are now working on with relevant authorities to introduce designated parking zone, proper signage, and traffic enforcement to address this issue.
Yeah, I can't tell you more. Yes. The Honourable Second Member for Maïbourg and Plaine Magnon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B96.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to inform the House that the Barachois found next to the fisheries post in Mayberg is known as Barachois PG Rivière La Chaux, or Barachois La Chaux, and was vested to the Ministry on the 19th April 1961. In 2018, part of the Barachois PG Rivière La Chaux, of an extent of 2 acres out of 83 acres, was allocated by the Ministry to a company, namely One to Go Enterprise Limited, having as director Mr. Krishna Datu, and address Jean-Paul Toulet Street, Beauval, for undertaking mud crab culture as per a set of conditions. Thus, the Barachois was allocated to the promoter and not leased to One to Go Enterprise. Now, there's been undue delay in the implementation of the project, and the matter is being fully investigated.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answer. As the Minister is aware that the said site is in front of Maïbourg Fisheries Post, will the Minister take action for all these illegal damage carried out by the promoters, such as backfilling, cutting of mangroves, and especially closing access for fishermen, which was tolerated by the previous government?
Yeah, I thank my honourable friend for conveying the information to us, and he can rest assured relevant action is being taken, corrective measures being taken, the matter is being addressed in a very forceful and meaningful manner. Be told that even erected a fence to deny access to fishermen to go on the fishing expedition. Okay? Now, he has acted contrary to the spirit and the letter of the law, and the matter will be dealt with accordingly.
Thank you. Yes. The Honourable First Member for Rodrigues.
B97.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that the policy and legislative framework formulated for the Republic of Mauritius applicable to Mauritius, Rodrigues, and the outer islands. Rodrigues has an autonomous status since October 2001, with its own regional assembly and executive council for the framing and implementation of its socio-economic policies. However, Rodrigues is taken on board in all key strategic policy measures pertaining to environment and sustainable development for the Republic of Mauritius. My ministry is thus responsible to oversee effective environmental management across sectors and bears primary responsibility for environmental protection, planning, monitoring, coordination, and awareness raising. To this end, a series of strategies and action plans have been developed in line with the Environment Protection Act of 2004 to help achieve these goals, including the Environment Master Plan 2020-2030, the Roadmap and Action Plan for Circular Economy 2023-2033, the Climate Change Act 2020, the Nationally Determined Contribution 2021, and its Action Plan 2022. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that the Environment Act 2024 has been enacted to safeguard the country's environmental assets and promote sustainable development across the Republic of Mauritius. The holistic integration of environment into key sectors supporting Mauritius' sustainable development agenda is paramount to achieving our sustainability goals. Section 10 of the Environment Act 2024 makes provision for the formulation of a national policy, strategy and action plan on sustainable development, in line with international obligations. The plan should position sustainable consumption and production as a means to achieve sustainable development. Provision is also made for the strategy and action plan to be reviewed every 5 years or at such other time as may be determined. Madam Speaker, moreover, in view of the inherent impacts of climate change, the Climate Change Act 2020 makes provision for the establishment of a legal framework for Mauritius to become a climate change resilient and low emission country. The Act also contributes to sustainable development in Rodrigues, as specific provisions have been made for Rodrigues under Part 6 therein. Section 20 and 21 of the Act makes provision for the Commissioner responsible for the subject of environment in Rodrigues to be responsible for the formulation of a climate change adaptation strategy and action plan and a climate change mitigation strategy and action plan for Rodrigues. As chairperson of the Rodrigues Climate Change Committee, the Commissioner responsible for the subject of environment is also responsible to ensure that climate change measures, including greenhouse gas emission reduction, climate change risk, and vulnerability assessment and adaptation to climate change are effectively and efficiently implemented and monitored in Rodrigues. Madam Speaker, with regard to B of the question, I'm tabling a list of the different initiatives which are being implemented for the Republic of Mauritius, including Rodrigues.
Yes, all right. The Honourable Third Member for Maibou Plaine Magnon.
Madam Speaker, B98, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that there are 5 ambulances which have been put at the disposal of Mayberg Hospital as follows. 3 ambulances with stretchers, out of which 2 ambulances are operational on a 24/7 basis and used to convey patients in lying position. These include dialysis patients, patients requiring immediate transfer to Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital for admission, patients on appointment at outpatient department at Victoria Hospital, SSRN Hospital, Mocha Hospital, G2 Hospital, National Cancer Center, and Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital, and for discharge of patients. The other 1 ambulance which stretcher operates from 8 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon and is used for conveying or lying patients for physiotherapy and dressing. Moreover, 1 ambulance with stretcher is operational on a 24/7 basis at the airport medical post. There is also a 15-seater van which is operational from 8 in the morning till 10 at night and is used for convenience of dialysis patients to Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital. I'm further informed that Mayberg Hospital, being a district hospital, receives support from Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital for emergencies requiring SAMI services. There are 2 SAMI ambulances posted at Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital, and 1 is operational on a 24/7 basis, while the other 1 operates from 8 hours to 16 hours. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A2 of the question, I'm informed that out of the 5 ambulances posted at Mayberg Hospital, only the 1 which is on standby at the airport hospital and the 15-seater van are in good condition, while the other ambulances need replacement due to frequent breakdowns. However, all the ambulances are equipped with oxygen cylinders and a first aid box to help in basic emergencies. Moreover, drivers and attendants servicing ambulances have all received training in first aid. Madam Speaker, concerning Part B of the question, my ministry has prepared a replacement plan for our fleet of vehicles, with priority of consideration being given to replacement of medical vehicles in the first instance. As such, my ministry will be procuring in this financial year 10 medical vehicles, including 1 SAMU ambulance, 5 ambulances, and 4 15-seater vans, which would be distributed among the different health regions for the smooth convenience of our patients.
Thank you. Yes, the Honourable Second Member for Belrose-Quatre-Bornes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B99.
Madam Speaker, I have been informed that the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Service, MFRS, started working on the relocation of the Catbourne Fire Station approximately 6 years ago. Despite this, the project has not yet started. It is concerning that in the financial year 2022-2023 and 2023-2024, a total sum of 9 million rupees was allocated for the project. However, due to the previous government's mismanagement, these funds were not used and the project did not progress. For the financial year 2024-2025, only 500,000 rupees has been allocated for this project. Madam Speaker, a 7,569 meter square plot of land along Tulip Avenue, Catbourne, was acquired and officially transferred to the MRRF on 1st October 2019 for the construction of the new fire station. It is also important to highlight that the government currently pays 100,000 rupees annually to the Municipal Council of Catbourne for renting the existing fire station premises. Additionally, the MFRS headquarters located at Italian Tower, Labourdonnais Street, Port Louis, cost the government 13,386,000 rupees per year, including of VAT. Madam Speaker, this government is committed to ensuring that this project is completed as soon as possible. The new fire station project includes not only a fire station, but also the new MFRS headquarters, a special operation division, a main control room, and a fire safety division. My ministry is closely monitoring this matter. I can inform the House that the preliminary drawings for the new fire station and headquarters are currently being prepared by the Ministry of National Infrastructure. These drawings should be completed by mid-March 2025. Once the MFRS approves the plans, a cost estimate will be finalized before seeking financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, yes. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie également le ministre pour la délocalisation de la caserne des pompiers de Catbourne, une initiative essentielle pour garantir la sécurité des habitants. Can the minister provide a clear timeline for when the construction of a new fire station is expected to begin and to be completed? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the failure of the previous government to follow up on the project has caused significant delays. During a cluster meeting on 17 February 2025, chaired by the Director of Architect, the MFRS raised concerns about the delays in this project and emphasized the need for urgent action. At the Project Steering Committee meeting on 6 February 2025, chaired by the Permanent Secretary of my ministry, the Deputy Director of the Ministry of National Infrastructure, MNI, confirmed that updated preliminary drawings would be ready by the end of February 2025. However, the MNI has now stated that they will be submitted by mid-March 2025. Madam Speaker, this project is a priority for this government. Despite the delay under the previous administration, we are committed to seeing it through. With the completion of the preliminary plans by mid of March 2025 and the necessary financial approvals, we will ensure that the new Catbourne Fire Station and MRRF headquarters are built as soon as possible.
The Honourable Third Member for Rodrigues.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B100.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Joseph Varuk Ravina, Commissioner for Youth
and Sports in Rodrigues, accompanied by his officials, paid a courtesy call on me on 20th February 2025. He expressed his concern on the disastrous effect of synthetic drugs, which has found its way in Rodrigues. During the discussion, the latter stressed on the urgent need to protect the youth, and I sought the help of my ministry in this endeavor. Regarding sports, Mr. Ravina mentioned the revival of the Jeux de Rodrigues. He has expressed the wish for the support of my ministry in this project. He has also pledged for more consideration towards Rodriguez athletes, especially in the composition of national teams. Moreover, the Commissioner has submitted proposal for the drafting of the new Sport Act. Madam Speaker, my ministry will give due consideration to the request of the Commissioner. The vision of the government has been shared with the Commissioner of Youth and Sports, and he was also reassured of the inclination of my ministry to search for youth and sport talents wherever they are, including Rodrigues.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Is the Minister aware that there has been cases during which national sports competition occurring in Mauritius had no participants from Rodrigues due to unavailability of funds to cater for flights and accommodation of participants? Will the Honorable Minister consider measures through his ministry that can help the RRA for a systematic funding of participants, qualified sportspersons from Rodrigues, to participate in high-level competition in all sports disciplines? As many are aware, Rodrigues has many qualified sportspersons who has brought national pride to the Republic.
Madam Speaker, my ministry will provide technical assistance for all games. However, in respect of funds, same are provided by the central government to the Rodrigues Regional Assembly for various sectors as listed in the 4th schedule of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly Act. The 4th schedule lists youth and sport as one of the areas of responsibility to be exercised by the Rodrigues Regional Assembly.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Speaker, with due respect to the autonomy, may I ask the Honourable Minister whether discussion was also held with regards to the creation of a decentralized Comité Régional Olympique et Sportif Rodriguez, representing all regional committees in Rodrigues?
There was not such a discussion.
Il abuse, hein? Bon, allez, the Honourable Second Member for Quartier Militaire Moka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B101, please.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the second member for Quartier Militaire and Moka for this question. I wish to inform the House that the registration of managers for these schools is governed by sections 11A, 12, and 13 of the Education Act, as amended by Act number 12 of 2023. These provisions establish the eligibility criteria and registration requirements for managers, including conditions under which registration may be refused. In line with these regulations, all managers should apply for registration and renewal annually. Circular letter number 41 of 2023, issued by the Private Secondary Education Authority to inform managers of these requirements, and applications were to be submitted by 30th November 2023. As at date, the registration status is as follows for the 108 schools, private granted aided secondary schools. 1, managers have been registered for 91 schools. 2, applications for registration of managers for 13 schools are in process. And 3, no application for registration of manager has been received for 4 schools. On 16 December 2024, after changement, the authority has sought the approval of my ministry for the registration of a few managers in respect of whose applications pertain to 1. Those aged 70 and above. 2. The schools for which no application for registration of manager had been received. And 3. A secondary school, boys, girls, in the eastern region. I'm not naming it. I am informed that the no objection of my ministry has been conveyed thereto. As regards part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that the post of assistant manager does not exist under the Education Act and the Private Secondary Education Act, and schools are under the responsibility of a manager. Thank you.
Yes. The Honourable Fourth Member for Port Louis North and Montailong. Honourable Duval?
Yes, sir. B102.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that for the period 1st November 2024 to 28 February 2025, 190 contraventions have been established with regard to loud noises emanating from modified motorcycle exhaust, loud music from vehicles, from premises and public beaches in breach of 1. Regulation 852, 853 of the road traffic, construction and use of vehicles. Regulation 2010 concerning exhaust silencer system not in good and efficient working order, and alteration of silencer respectively. Regulation 84.3 for using motor vehicle causing excessive noise, and 3. Environment protection, control of noise, Regulation 2022. I'm further informed that out of 180 contraventions, 53 have been established by the Police de l'Environnement, while the remaining 137 contraventions have been established at the level of the Emergency Response Service and the 7 divisions of the Police Department. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'm tabling the breakdown of the contraventions. The House may wish to note that the 190 contraventions, 53 from the Police de l'Environnement and 137 from the Police Department for noise nuisance have been established from November 24 to February 2025, compared to 153 contraventions, 34 from Police de l'Environnement and 119 from Police Department for the 4 previous months, namely July 2024 to October 2024. Madam Speaker, with regard to part B of the question, the Police de l'Environnement is currently manned by 33 police officers and is led by the Inspector of Police. The officers are deployed in 7 divisional environment protection teams to provide service island-wide, and the main office headquarters is based in Port Louis. The staffing positions as follows: Northern Division 4 officers, Eastern Division 3 officers, Western Division 5 officers, Southern Division 3 officers, Central Division 4 officers, Headquarters 5 officers, Port Louis North 3 officers, and Port Louis South 4 officers. The divisions are under the responsibility of 2 sub-inspectors. My ministry is also having discussions with the Commissioner of Police to increase the number of staff posted at the Police de l'Environnement to ensure better enforcement actions. Madam Speaker, with regard to part C of the question, crackdown operations are carried out island-wide by the Police de l'Environnement in relation to noise pollution. Besides, as a preventive measure, awareness sensitization campaigns are being conducted through community policing with the support of neighborhood police. As for noise nuisances caused on public beaches, Police de l'Environnement will identify the presence and will initiate appropriate action in connection with the Coast Guard. My ministry is closely monitoring the situation, and amendments to regulations are being envisaged for tougher penalties. My ministry would consider even the seizure of motor vehicles for repeated offenders. Madam Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to express my thanks to the Commissioner of Police for his active support and the collaboration, and commend the staff posted at the Police de l'Environnement for their commitment and dedication in their performance of the duties.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Minister, 190 contravention,
is nearly not enough, unfortunately, when we see the number of motorcycles nowadays driving all around Mauritius, especially in coastal areas, which is becoming a real hazard for people. The quality of life of people is really being degraded with these, let alone the loud music on public beaches, etc. So 190 contraventions still seems very little for 4 months, even if it is an improvement from before. Can the minister seriously look into setting up task force by the officers of the police de l'environnement together with the local police stations so that we enforce road traffic rules with regards to these motorcycles who are known to local police? Every day they drive their motorcycle, every day they create noise pollution. Safe City also can help. Will the minister look into the matter? Because people are really complaining now. It has become exaggerated, the use of light exhaust.
Madam Speaker, this is not a new phenomenon. It's also in towns, in urban areas, in coastal regions. Since I've taken over the ministry with my young colleague, the Junior Minister, Noel Béranger, we have been working actively on this issue. I don't know what was the performance before of the previous minister. He was busy looking about his notary office. But we are actively working with the Commission of Police, and we are also appealing to the public in general de dénoncer, de participer à cette action collective, et non seulement en informant la police de l'environnement, au niveau des stations de police, et de venir dénoncer. We are in Parliament, we need people to go into the police station, dénoncer, donner les plaques de numéro, d'immatriculation, et je suis sûr que le nouveau commissaire de police, qui, unlike his predecessor, was using the striking team for the things, so the Commissioner of Police is also working, we are working with the new Commissioner of Police to find ways and means, at least to better perform, I can say, within the parameters of the law.
Yes.
It's regrettable that for now the situation has not improved. In fact, these utilizers of motorcycles, those also who go on the public beach, the users, are, like I said, known. But there is a laissez-aller on the part of the police as well, because they know these people and they do not stop them. So why I say a task force? I think it's time, I would suggest that the Honourable Minister sees with the Prime Minister that we use special units to crack down. Stop and enforce these regulations, because local police stations...
I can't hear him. You have the floor.
Madam Speaker, you need to... I mean, how long are we going to go with this? This guy has been shouting at every turn.
I don't appreciate all this going on at all. Honourable Jaman, let him speak. Then you can stand up and speak if you want. Okay? You finish your sentence.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is, local police...
It's a very simple problem.
Local police seems powerless today.
Question.
Question is whether he will look, because with his 33 police officers, it's not nearly enough to enforce. So whether he will look at utilizing other units of the police to make sure that there are crackdowns all over the island.
We got your message. Will you do that, please,
Madame la
Minister?
Présidente, il n'y a plus de laisser-aller. Le laisser-aller, c'est dans le passé, lorsqu'il était dans le gouvernement. Il n'y a plus de laisser-aller. Maintenant, le nouveau commissaire de police, la police de l'environnement, y compris moi-même, le juge, sont en train d'agir.
Les policiers
Il n'y a plus de laisser-aller, madame. Peut-être à son époque, lorsqu'il était au gouvernement, c'était laisser-aller.
C'était comme ça. Not too much. Okay, where am I? Now I have Honourable Third Member for my group, Manyao, Mr. Lakiram. Yes.
Madam Speaker, B103, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the National Land Transport Authority that there is a regular bus service along routes 10A, 137 and 99. 3 routes, so I will go through one by one for the sake of clarity. In fact, there are currently 21 buses of individual operators and 2 from the United Bus Service which operate along route 10A, l'Escalier Plain-Bois to Cupid, at intervals of 20 to 30 minutes, at 20 and 30 minutes during peak and off-peak hours, respectively. The first bus leaves La Sourgine at 5 o'clock in the morning and Cupip at 6 o'clock in the morning, while the last trip from La Sourgine and Yang Palak is at 1820 hours and 1900 hours, respectively. Furthermore, 9 trips are performed both in the morning and in afternoon in respect of school services. However, I am informed that this route has been subject to repeated complaints from commuters in relation to shortage of buses during school times, coupled with some bus operators not adhering to established timeline. However, I am, as confirmed by the NLTA, with the integration of 2 temporary licenses allocated to Lone Star Company Limited and Muspet Company Limited to operate along routes 10A since 21 February 2024 and 13 August 2024, respectively, the service has reasonably been improved. So this solution is supposed to be working, seemingly, according to the NLTA, unless you differ. Now, as regards route 137, Caro Acacia to Cupid via Rosebell and Caro Enouf, 9 buses, that is 3 belonging to the NTC, and 6 from individual operators are licensed to operate thereat. However, it is worth noting that 4 buses belonging to individual operators have ceased operations since October 2028, January 2023, November 2023, and January 2025, respectively, for various reasons, including sale of these buses and non-replacement of the same buses. The 3 buses of the National Transport Company have started operation along that route since May 2021. Moreover, arrangements are ongoing for an additional bus of the NTC to provide its service along the said route. As regards the bus which is off-road, since 2018, my ministry has requested the NLTA to consider the license of the said bus as being lapsed and initiate prompt actions for the licensing of another bus accordingly. Additionally, the NLTA has been urged to convene the bus operators whose buses are off-road since 2023 to press upon them for the replacement thereof. I believe this will provide relief given time, hopefully. Coming to Route 99, Caro Acacia to Mayberg, Madam Speaker, I am informed that there are presently 3 buses of individual operators which are licensed to operate on the said route at intervals of 30 and 45 minutes during peak and off-peak times, respectively. These buses have to operate from 6 o'clock in the morning up to 6 o'clock in the evening. Given that there have been numerous complaints due to only 2 buses operating along this route, an additional license has been granted to 1 operator on a temporary basis since January 2024 to improve service. I hope this is the case. Now, in view of the repeated complaints received on poor level of public bus services along many routes, my ministry is working on several remedial actions, which I had elaborated earlier on in PQ B93 and our sitting of Tuesday, 4 February 2025, in reply to PQ B22. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes?
Thank you, Madame Speaker. Comme vous savez tous, le plus gros problème sur cette ligne, comme vous avez mentionné, il y a beaucoup de permis individuels, mais malheureusement, ces propriétaires de bus, des fois, ils font exprès pour ne pas travailler parce qu'ils disent que ce n'est pas rentable. Est-ce que le ministre peut considérer sur cette route-là de voir avec le National Transport Authority pour donner plus un bon service ou même mener une enquête pour savoir pourquoi les bus individuels refusent de travailler pour manque de revenus. Merci.
Yes. The problems are multi-pronged, actually, I explained before. One is not enough people traveling the buses because now everybody have motorcycles and motorbikes. So buses used to be power packed full once upon a time. This is no longer the case, and this is a big challenge. Unfortunately, their timetable are not adjusted accordingly. So we have to rework on this. And then the other challenge that is being faced by bus operators are the availability of competent drivers. So these are the two issues we are facing island-wide, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Yes, Honourable Second Member for Belrose-Quatre-Bornes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B104.
Madam Speaker, let me at the outset thank the honourable member for putting this question, at which will give me an opportunity to enlighten the House on the way my predecessor was at the material time in notary was functioning as a minister. Madam Speaker, the issue of an application for an EI license by Square Deal Multipurpose Cooperative Society Limited was first raised in this House on 12 June 2024 in a private notification of the then leader opposition, Honourable Arvin Boulel, and was replied, you will know by whom? Then Attorney General, Mr. Gobin. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, Square Deal Multipurpose Cooperative Society made an application for an EI license with regard to a proposed residential commercial morcellement at Queen Victoria to my ministry on 8th May 2024, and informed that the documents submitted were not in order, given that the notary certificate contains a seal of Etude Metkavidas Ramanu, Notary Public, and was not signed by a Notary Public in accordance with Section 18(1)(c)(4) of the Environment Protection Act 2002, but by an unidentified person. On 21st May 2024, the proponent and his consultant were requested to submit a new notary certificate. And you will believe it, Madam Speaker, within 24 hours, that is on the 22nd May 2024, a new certificate was signed by whom? Notary Public, by Notary Public was submitted to the Ministry. The submission of the first document, which was not signed by Notary Public, and the rapidity with which the new notary certificate was produced to my Ministry is a clear indication that there was collusion between the then Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management, Climate Change, and his notarial office, which was at all material time not only functioning but trading. Madam Speaker, I am duty-bound to inform the House that the then Attorney General, in reply to private notification to the then leader of opposition, Honourable Arvin Boulel, did mislead the House on several aspects of the EIA application and was thus party to a cover-up operation to protect his colleague, Mr. Kavidas Ramanu. Madam Speaker, with regard to the case of the EIA application made by Square Deal Multipurpose Cooperative Limited, my Ministry is conducting an internal audit to find out as to whether there have been other cases of collusion between the then Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change and his notarial office. It is clear that there are reasonable grounds to refer the matter to the Financial Crime Commission to elucidate as to whether Mr. Kavidas Ramanu has acted in breach of the existing legislation in respect of conflict of interest and public official using his office for gratification and traffic deference.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente, pour vous dire je suis scandalisée. Je suis scandalisée, révoltée par la réponse de l'honorable ministre Bagwan. Nous sommes face à une affaire d'une gravité absolue.
Question, please. Question, please.
Je note que le ministre prévoit de renvoyer ce dossier à la FCC pour d'éventuelles infractions pénales. Puis-je, Madame la Présidente, puis-je demander à l'honorable ministre s'il compte également saisir la Chambre des notaires afin qu'une enquête approfondie soit menée sur le notaire R pour déterminer s'il a violé le code de déontologie et si tel est le cas, si des sanctions doivent être prises sous le Law Practitioners Act. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, definitely will do everything to elucidate where there have been traffic accidents, what we all know, and not only la Chambre des notaires, but all those qui sont impliqués dans ce scandale.
Honourable third member for Maibou Plaine Magnon, Mr. Lepiram.
Yes, Madam Speaker, B105, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed that a request for financial clearance has been submitted by the District Council of Grand Port on 29 August 2024, amounting to 5.1 million rupees for the construction of a stall and also to undertake lighting works at the Maber Market. Moreover, the then Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development did not accede to that request, and instead the Council was informed that it should consider using the existing metal stall in the upgrading market and to meet expenses amounting to 2.1 million rupees pertaining to lighting works from within its current budget. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that the previous Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development did not consider it important and useful to provide the necessary funding to all the local authorities, including the District Council of Grand Port, with respect to maintenance of their amenities. The outgoing government invested 12 million rupees in the upgrading of external structure of the Maber Market and did not consider it necessary to provide an additional sum of 5 million rupees to construct the new stalls and do some lighting works. The new market was also inaugurated in toute vitesse without any new stalls, lighting and fire certificate, just before the last general election by the former Minister of National Infrastructure and Community Development. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that I effected a site visit on the Maber Market on 21st January 2025, whereby I asked the representative of the District Council of Grand Port to adhere to all fire safety norms as well as to expedite matters for the obtention of a fire certificate, and to conduct a proper survey and submit a detailed breakdown of all the works that need to be carried out at the said market, including associated costs, following which my ministry would seek additional funds from the Ministry of Finance to complete the project. Moreover, I have laid emphasis on the fact that this project will have to be completed at the earliest possible, as it is long overdue.
Yes. Yes.
Merci, Madame Speaker, et merci, l'honorable ministre. Et concernant la deuxième partie du marché qui a été rénovée, comme vous avez si bien dans votre réponse, ils ont fait inauguration avec la télévision, tout ça, mais malheureusement, le lendemain, c'est fermé parce que ce n'est pas complété à 100%. Peut le ministre voir avec la District Council pour débloquer la situation, laisser les maraîchers commencer à travailler avec leur propre table, parce que le seul issue qui n'est pas encore fait, c'est les tables. Donc, et ça cause un gros problème pour le marché de Maibou. Si le ministre peut voir assez rapidement de laisser travailler les maraîchers de Maibou. Merci.
Madam Speaker, as I just said, the new market does not have a fire certificate. So by the time you adhere with a fire certificate, and at the same time we put on new stalls, and where the vendors can sell their commodities in a safe and clean manner.
Thank you. Honourable First Member for Port Louis North.
Merci, Madame B106, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the first member for Portruist North and Montagne Longue for this question. With regard to complaints made by private grant-aided secondary schools against the authority, the main concerns raised by managers relate to various operational and financial matters. In recent times, the key issues brought forward include the need to review the comprehensive grant formula, shortage of educators in private secondary schools, the status of a secondary school, boys and girls, located in the Eastern region, and complaints against another college. The last review of the comprehensive grant formula was conducted in September 2023 for the 2024-2026 period. 2 legal cases were filed against the private secondary education authority concerning the comprehensive grant formula. One challenging the 2020-2023 formula, which was overturned by the Supreme Court, and another against the 2024-2026 formula, which is still under review. An application for conditional leave to appeal to the Supreme Court's judgment of 25th July 2024 to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council made on 19th August 2024. The Supreme Court granted leave on 4th February 2025, but on 18th February 2025, the appeal was withdrawn at the request of the applicant's counsel. Madam Speaker, with a view to addressing concerns regarding the comprehensive grant formula, government has approved the introduction of a new formula for the period 2025-2027. When I say government, it is this government, the present government. A technical working group chaired by the senior chief executive of my ministry and including key stakeholders has been set up to, first, review the grant formula, second, address any shortcomings in validation and disbursement, and third, make recommendations. A first meeting was held on 17th January 2025. Pending this review, the Private Education Secondary Authority has disbursed grants on an interim basis to facilitate the running and upkeep of the private secondary schools. Regarding the shortage of educators in private secondary schools, managers have raised concerns following the implementation of the Education Amendment Number 4, Regulations 2023. This is the legacy we have from the previous government, all right? They messed up with everything, and we are trying to sort out things now, which introduced new qualification requirements for educators, including the requirement to hold a degree in the subject to be taught and a post-certificate in education, PGC, postgraduate certificate in education. This amendment led to a shortage of educators in 2024 in private secondary schools, as many potential candidates did not meet these stringent criteria, though they were graduates, some of University of Mauritius. In response to these concerns, the Education Amendment Regulations 2025 have been introduced, whereby the requirement for a PGC prior to recruitment have been waived. Furthermore, educators will no longer be required to hold a degree in the subject to be taught, but rather a degree related to the subject to be taught. However, they will be encouraged to have their PGC within a reasonable time frame after being recruited. As regards to a school found in the Eastern region, a case has been lodged before the Supreme Court by Mr. V.C.J. in his capacity as trustee against the authority. The case seeks, among others, the disbursement of grants to the schools and the appointment of new managers in compliance with instructions from the trustee. Legal advice is presently being sought on these matters. Madam Speaker, I also wish to inform the House that my ministry remains committed to addressing concerns raised by stakeholders in the private secondary education sector and ensuring that all matters are handled in a fair and transparent manner. This is Chancellor. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madame Speaker. Je remercie l'honorable ministre pour sa réponse. Il y a eu ce cas d'un collège dans l'Est, Monsieur le ministre, contre lequel le psy réclame une enquête pour divers abus Par exemple, les parents doivent payer 2600 roupies, je cite bien, pour la PTA, sinon leurs enfants n'auront pas accès au manuel scolaire distribué gratuitement par le gouvernement aux salles d'examen, en sus de d'autres mal-donnes. L'honorable ministre peut-il demander à ses officiers d'enquêter sur ces abus afin de mettre fin à de telles pratiques? Je cite, à noter que ce collège précis reçoit une compensation du gouvernement 350 000 roupies mensuellement et pour les dépenses administratives et pour la maintenance de l'école, sachant qu'annuellement, ils reçoivent 140 millions de roupies. Merci.
Madam Speaker, I would reassure the honourable member that we, being proactive, we did not wait for the PQ in order to initiate, in order to create an independent committee which is reviewing the mechanism in which this secondary school, which we are not naming, neither nor me, is managing funds. Rest assured, everything is being done in all transparency, and accountability is definitely at the top of the agenda. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Is the Minister aware that last year it was during the month of August and September that a massive recruitment was done by the government, ex-government? So do we have, this created a great problem within private secondary schools? What are some of the measures that the Minister can propose so that in this coming year we don't face the same problem? Thank you.
Minister?
This is something which is ongoing. I understand the sector, just like the honourable member. What happens very often, educators who work in private secondary schools, once PSC advertise for posts in state secondary schools, there is this influx. They move from private, they go to PSC, to state secondary schools, creating a void there in private secondary schools. So that is why we have waived that PGC thing, and we have enlarged this spectrum of recruitment for educators. That is why the subject to be taught, they need a degree related to that subject. And this is going to ease the situation. And fortunately, the public is aware that this year, we didn't have shortage of staff, thankfully, thanks to this government.
Okay. Yes. Ms. Colette, the Honourable First Member for Audrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B107.
Madam Speaker, I am informed that the number of infant mortality for mainland Mauritius stands at 165, 157, and 173 for the year 2022, 2023, and 2024, respectively, while for the island of Rodrigues, it stands at 7, 11, and 11, respectively, for the same period. With regard to the second part of the question for child welfare, for the financial year 2024-2025, a total sum of around 19,500,000 rupees has been earmarked.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Seaburn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is question B/108, please.
Madam Speaker, I thank Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Rosebel. An interesting problem has been raised, and this also links up to the question that was asked around 2 weeks back with regards to the network coverage. You see, this is the legacy, Madam Speaker, of the previous government, and we've seen the digital divide increasing. So the concept of e-inclusion was set onto a secondary plane. I am informed by Mauritius Telecom, Madam Speaker, that it has several telecommunication towers in that region, namely at Vieux-Grand-Port, Anse-Joncé, Bambou-Vieux, Grand Sable, and Pointe-du-Diable. However, due to the winding roads and elevation of the terrain, that is the topology of that region, as well as the natural features of that space, these towers do not provide adequate coverage thereat. Mauritius Telecom has envisaged the deployment of additional towers in the region and has accordingly initiated site search exercises in view of securing new locations. These exercises were, nevertheless, not successful since most of the land identified are state-owned and have already been allocated to particulars. Madam Speaker, my ministry will, in collaboration with the Ministry of Housing and Lands, provide the necessary support to Mauritius Telecom Limited in finding an appropriate site for the setting up of an antenna to enhance telecommunications coverage in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, would the Honourable Minister also consider urging the other network providers such as MTEL and MTML in particular to equally improve their current services so as to have better mobile network coverage in these areas?
Sure. Madam Speaker, the other providers are obviously private companies, and as far as they are in compliance with the provisions of the ICT authority, we are satisfied with their service. However, given the issue with the coverage, we will extend the same collaborative approach to all the operators. I think I should mention as well that Mauritius Telecom does carry out proactive tests in various regions. So I would also encourage other members who do find those challenges to identify and to let us know so that we can enhance the coverage and we can also include we can extend e-inclusion and close the digital divide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes. The Honourable Second Member for Rodrigue.
Thank you. B109.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that presently senior specialists are posted to Rodrigue on a monthly tour of service in the following specialties: anesthesia, general medicine, general surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, orthopedic surgery, pediatrics, radiology. In other specialties, the duration of the tour of service varies depending on the demands from Rodrigue in terms of the number of patients awaiting specialist services. Madam Speaker, I'm also informed that in addition to the monthly visit, senior specialists in the following fields are sent on short visits to Rodrigue at the following frequency: cardiology 8 times yearly, ENT, ophthalmology 6 times yearly, oncology 5 times yearly, gastroenterology, orthodontics, nephrology, physical medicines 4 times yearly, dermatology, neurosurgery, oncology, oral surgery, plastic surgery 2 times yearly, and gastroenterology once yearly. Madam Speaker, I'm further informed that since January 2024 to date, in addition to the short visits, a total of 90 monthly tours of service to Rodrigue have been effected in the fields of anesthesia, general medicine, general surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, orthopedic surgery, pediatrics and radiology. Madam Speaker, sir, I have taken note that in certain fields like dermatology, neurosurgery, oncology, oral surgery, plastic surgery and gastroenterology, the frequency of short visits is inadequate. I wish to assure the House that the frequency of these short visits will be revisited.
Yes. Okay, the Honourable Second Member for Quartier Militaire Boka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B110, please.
Madam Speaker, my ministry has already initiated the necessary actions to review the current procedures of the Child Development Unit, the CDU. A contract for consultancy services for a reform in child services was awarded to the University of Technology Mauritius in December last year. This initiative aims to undertake a comprehensive reform of child services. The objective of the consultancy services is to gain insights into the current structure, policies, procedures, and practices within the CDU, identify gaps, and adopt necessary remedial actions. Madam Speaker, I'm also informed that the consultancy team will submit a final report with recommendations by the end of September 2025. I further wish to inform the House that my ministry organized an Assise de la Femme et de la Famille on December 10th last year, with the collaboration of NGOs and other stakeholders to explore, among other matters, ways and means to enhance our services related to the protection of children in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, to which Mauritius is a signatory. Madam Speaker, regarding part B of the question, as far as ongoing professional training is concerned, I understand that we are already providing such training to new and existing employees of the unit. These trainings are conducted by the psychologists of the ministry, ensuring that child trauma cases are handled professionally and in line with the best international practices. I'm further informed that through interactive sessions, case studies, and practical exercises, some 52 officers of the CDU have gained valuable insights into, inter alia, trauma-informed approach, which is a way of working that considers the impact of trauma on people, including children, groups, and communities, among others. Madam Speaker, with regard to part C of the question, I am informed that during the period 2024-2025, free psychological services have been available for 10 staff members at the CDU to help them overcome any emotional trauma. These psychological services, including psychotherapy and counseling, are provided free of charge upon request.
Yes. Yes, Honourable Second Member for Quartier Militaire. That's okay? Yes. Honourable Third Member for Grand Bay and Poudre d'Or. I'm sorry, one moment. I thought you had another question.
Oh, sorry.
I was right.
You were right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. B 111, please.
Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, the aggregate number of work permits and certificate of exemption, both including renewals in respect of economic sectors and skills categories issued by Ministry, is as follows. For May to October 2024, 15,940. May to October 2023, 14,885. May to October 2022, 17,898. May to October 2021, 12,670. May to October 2020, 5,139. May to October 2019, 14,111. Madam Speaker, a breakdown of this information is quite bulky, is being tabled. The bulk of the migrant workers, more than 80%, relate to the manufacturing sector and the construction sector. Madam Speaker, as regards Part B, I am informed by the Passport and Immigration Office that there are currently 2,285 migrant workers illegally overstaying in Mauritius, whose permit has expired. And in addition, there are 2,542 migrant workers who have been reported missing. Madam Speaker, it is a criminal offence under the Non-Citizen Employment Restriction Act for non-citizens to take up employment without a valid work permit, and it is equally an offence for a person to employ a non-citizen without a valid work permit. Both offences are punishable by a fine between 100,000 and 500,000 rupees and a term of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years. Madam Speaker, once a work permit of a non-citizen expires, the employer either has to repatriate the worker or has to renew the work permit and pay the claim. Unfortunately, many enterprises fail to do so, and this explains the number of migrant workers we are overstaying. Non-compliant companies, Madam Speaker, have been given a delay by my ministry to comply with the provisions of the Non-Citizen Employment Restriction Act or to repatriate the worker. And until they do so, my ministry has decided not to entertain any application for recruitment of migrant workers from these companies.
Yes, that's all right. The Honourable Third Member for Grand Bay Poudre-d'Or, Mr. Etoiria.
Thank you. B112, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I take it for granted that the Honourable Member is referring to the issuance of artisanal fishermen cards. Thank you very much, sir. Now, following the issue of a communiqué dated the 13th of March 2023, inviting potential fishers to apply for a fisherman card, a walk-in exercise was carried out on the 20th and 21st March 2023. Accordingly, 709 fishermen cards were issued in year 2024, out of which 192 were issued in July and 416 in September and 101 in December in relation to an exercise carried out well before October 2024. Madam Speaker, with respect to Part A of the question, the House may note that applicant fishers are eligible for fisher's card as per the following criteria. 1, the applicant fisher shall not be less than 18 years and not more than 50 years old at the time of application. The applicant fisher shall be neither engaged in gainful employment nor be a holder of a trade license or any remunerative license. 3, the applicant fisher shall submit a valid certificate of character. Any applicant fisher involved or convicted in drug dealing is eliminated upon confirmation received from the Commissioner of Police. 4th, the applicant fisher shall submit a recommendation letter from the registered fishers in whose boat he is fishing. 5, the applicant fisher shall be medically fit to work at sea as certified by a government medical officer. 6, the applicant fisher shall pass a swimming assessment, which is conducted by the National Coast Guard in presence of fisheries protection officers of the Ministry. Madam Speaker, once all the above criteria are met, the eligible applicant fishers are required to successfully complete a general fisher course conducted by the Ministry so as to qualify for registration as an artisanal fisher. With respect to Part B, Madam Speaker, of the question, in the light of the information circulated, the exercise was flawed as basic procedures were not followed. This called for an in-depth inquiry, following which corrective measures will be taken.
Honourable members, time is now up for question time. I have been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn: B120, B121, B124, B127, B119, B123, B114, B117, and B113.
Motion.
Speaker, I beg to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provision of the paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Thank you.
I say good.
Seconded by Deputy Prime Minister. The question is that all the business on today's paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by ministers. None. Public bills, first reading.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Finance and Audit Amendment Bill number 2 of 2025 be moved the first time.
Motion seconded. Yes. Yes, Honourable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Bail Amendment Bill number 3 of 2025 be read the first time.
Motion is seconded by Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Motion.
Honourable second member for Beaubassin Petite Rivière. Floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente,
Une
c'est...
petite seconde. J'ai l'impression qu'il fait beaucoup plus froid, non? Parce que tout le monde tousse là. Maybe somebody will do something about it.
Pas couper mon
On
temps.
sent. Allez-y. Que ça ne vous coupe pas la parole.
Ok.
Allez-y.
Pour moi, c'est 10 minutes. Hein. Madame la Présidente, c'est avec émotion que je prends la parole aujourd'hui. Non pas parce que c'est ma première intervention de ce mandat, mais après avoir subi, enduré, dictature, censure, bullying au sein de cette même Assemblée les 5 dernières années durant, c'est une vraie joie et un réel soulagement de pouvoir m'exprimer au sein d'un véritable temple de la démocratie digne de ce nom. Et cela grâce à vous, Madame la Présidente, et à votre adjoint. Et c'est toute la population mauricienne qui aujourd'hui se sent soulagée, libérée et qui respire à nouveau. Madame la Présidente, je profite de cette occasion pour exprimer ma profonde gratitude envers les électeurs de la circonscription numéro 20, Beaubassin Petite Rivière, qui m'ont fait à nouveau confiance. C'est un privilège de pouvoir servir ma circonscription. C'est un privilège de pouvoir servir le peuple mauricien. Je remercie l'honorable Rajesh Bhagwan, figure emblématique de la circonscription numéro 20, qui a été et qui est plus qu'un colistier avec un sens du travail d'équipe hors pair, mais pour moi, un mentor et une figure paternelle. Madame la Présidente, après avoir été au service du pays plus de la moitié de ma vie en tant qu'athlète de haut niveau, je remercie humblement notre Premier ministre, l'honorable Navin Ramgoolam, et notre Premier ministre adjoint, l'honorable Paul Béranger, de m'avoir donné l'opportunité de servir en tant que ministre délégué de la jeunesse et des sports et d'avoir placé leur confiance en la jeunesse et la femme pour faire avancer le pays. Et c'est avec intégrité, humilité et ardeur que je me dévouerai au progrès de la nation mauricienne. Madame la Présidente, j'ai aujourd'hui l'honneur de soutenir le programme gouvernemental qui met l'emphase sur la reconstruction de la démocratie et de la bonne gouvernance et du développement durable, inclusif et responsable. Madame la Présidente, je vais consacrer le temps de parole qui me reste pour parler de la jeunesse. La jeunesse mauricienne, dynamique et innovateur, a toujours été le moteur des transformations sociales et économiques de notre pays. Les jeunes représentent l'avenir du pays. Ce sont eux les bâtisseurs de demain, ce sont eux les décideurs de demain. Cependant, Madame la Présidente, les 10 dernières années, cette jeunesse a été délaissée. Et aujourd'hui, nos jeunes sont confrontés à des défis sans précédent. Un manque de repères, une crise des valeurs, une absence d'opportunités à la hauteur de leurs aspirations. Sous l'Ancien Régime, les jeunes ont eu le sentiment d'être des victimes, de voir leur jeunesse dérobée. Sous l'Ancien Régime, au lieu de bénéficier du développement, les jeunes ont été confrontés à une augmentation des fléaux comme la drogue et la violence. Sous le ciel orange, les efforts investis par les jeunes afin d'obtenir une qualification, les sacrifices des parents investis dans les études de leurs enfants ne servaient à rien, puisque les opportunités allaient uniquement à certains privilégiés et le succès ne dépendait plus du mérite. Des sentiments se sont installés ces dernières années. Un pays où les libertés étaient réduites, un pays qui ne permettait plus à sa jeunesse de rêver. Sous le ciel orange, Nos jeunes ont préféré quitter le pays pour de meilleures opportunités plus justes ailleurs. Et notre gouvernement a la volonté politique et la capacité de changer tout cela, Madame la Présidente. Et ce programme gouvernemental répond précisément à cela. Le programme qui s'intitule A Bridge to the Future, notre pont vers l'avenir, notre gouvernement, ce gouvernement met l'emphase sur l'avenir, tandis que l'ancien régime ne s'est jamais soucié du lendemain, raison pour laquelle aujourd'hui nous avons hérité d'un tel état de notre économie. Nous sommes soucieux de laisser après notre passage un héritage digne à nos enfants. Et ce programme est soucieux de notre jeunesse qui est au cœur même de notre vision pour l'avenir. Nous allons non seulement diversifier notre espace économique, mais aussi créer des moyens pour que nos jeunes puissent s'exprimer et devenir des acteurs véritables de leur avenir. Ce programme marque ainsi une rupture nette entre l'époque où la voix des jeunes était marginalisée. Et l'un des axes majeurs est l'autonomisation des jeunes avec le lancement d'un Youth Empowerment Programme. L'organisation de festivals culturels et artistiques permettront à nos jeunes de s'exprimer librement et de développer leur créativité. Le programme inclut des mesures pour faciliter la transition des jeunes vers le marché du travail et de façon réfléchie, grâce au Skills Master Plan qui pourra mettre fin au mismatch entre les formations et les besoins économiques. Le programme favorise l'accès à des plateformes d'apprentissage numérique, donne les moyens à notre jeunesse de s'engager en leur offrant la possibilité de s'impliquer dans des projets écologiques. Madame la Présidente, l'un des aspects les plus troublants de notre époque est le déclin des valeurs au sein de notre jeunesse. Et ce programme offre une réponse claire et ambitieuse à ce défi en plaçant la famille, l'éducation et le sport au centre de ses priorités, en créant les conditions pour que les familles puissent s'épanouir avec des semaines de 40 heures, le congé parental et le travail flexible après la maternité. Un système éducatif plus inclusif et mieux adapté aux besoins des élèves en ramenant davantage de formation sur les compétences artistiques et sportives. Ce modèle éducatif à visage humain, c'est une éducation qui inspire et prépare à la vie. Le sport, Madame la Présidente, non seulement améliore la santé de la population, mais est aussi vecteur d'inclusion, de cohésion sociale et d'engagement civique. Le sport est un puissant outil de prévention contre les fléaux comme la drogue. Le sport représente la meilleure école de la vie. Il enseigne aux jeunes la valeur du travail acharné, la solidarité, le respect, le dépassement de soi, la persévérance, le fair play, la camaraderie, le sens du devoir. Il enseigne aux jeunes les valeurs et attitudes dont ils ont besoin pour être de bons citoyens. Et l'objectif de notre gouvernement est de mettre le sport au cœur de la vie mauricienne. Madame la Présidente, notre gouvernement apportera le soutien approprié pour que chaque jeune soit en mesure de mener une vie saine et satisfaisante, pour que chaque jeune se sente outillé pour apporter des changements positifs pour lui-même et pour le pays, pour que chaque jeune puisse s'épanouir à son plein potentiel et avoir l'occasion de devenir la meilleure version de lui-même. En conclusion, Madame la Présidente, investir dans notre jeunesse, c'est croire dans l'avenir de notre nation. Donnons à nos jeunes la possibilité de bâtir une île Maurice avec un avenir meilleur, plus fort, plus juste et plus durable. Je vous remercie.
You were well within your time. Well within your time. Yes, Honourable Minister, Mr. Gunya, yes.
Madam Speaker, as Nelson Mandela once said, may your choices reflect your hopes, not your fears. Today, I stand before this august assembly filled with hope for a brighter Mauritius. It is with immense gratitude and humility that I rise to address this House for the first time, committed to serving our nation with integrity and dedication. Before delving into the core of my intervention, allow me to express my profound appreciation. First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to the Honourable Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Chandra Ramgoolam, whose unwavering support has been instrumental in my journey. His trust and resolute leadership have not been shaped our nation's democratic and cultural landscape, but have also guided me in assuming this great responsibility. I am equally grateful to the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Paul Béranger, for his support and confidence in me. To serve as the Minister of Arts and Culture is both an honor and a solemn duty, one that I embrace with commitment. It is my firm resolve to ensure that our artists, cultural workers, and the creative industries finally receive the recognition, respect, and support they have long been denied. To my family, my voters, and my constituents, your support has been the foundation upon which I stand today. I also take a moment to pay tribute to my mentor, the late Dr. James Bertie David, a political giant whose wisdom, vision, and dedication to the people of Mauritius have shaped the person I am today. Madam Speaker, I also extend my heartfelt congratulations to you and the Deputy Speaker on your appointment. Your leadership marks a new dawn for our National Assembly, one of free, vibrant, and fair debate. Madam Speaker, I cannot stand here today without acknowledging the real architects of this historic transformation, the people of Mauritius. On November 10th, 2024, they stood united and made their voices heard. They rejected stagnation, broken promises, and a government that had grown disconnected from their needs. They voted for change. They voted for freedom. They chose a government of action and leadership that listened. The overwhelming victory of the Alliance du Changement is not just a political triumph. It is a victory for democracy, good governance, and the collective aspirations of our people. A UNESCO expert report identified a major flaw obstructing our cultural economy, a lack of institutional commitment. In a section titled A Vicious Circle, the report noted that, and I quote, "The vast majority of those we consulted in cultural industries sectors thought that whatever we wrote in this report would not be implemented or acted upon in any way by the Ministry of Arts and Culture," unquote. Madam Speaker and honorable members, allow me to extrapolate. My observation is not just about arts and culture. It is a symptom of a deeper disconnect between the government and the people of Mauritius. A disconnect that the electorate sought to eliminate in the last general election. A responsibility this government has vowed to uphold. Real change, changement, will only be meaningful if we deliver on it. Madam Speaker, the potential of cultural industries for small island developing states sits
was explicitly recognized at the Mauritius International Meeting for SIDS in 2004. Professor Nurse summarized it best when he stated, and I quote, "The cultural sector plays a dual role as an arena for identity formation and an economic sector with growth potential, including its roles as a key driver of the new digital and intellectual property economy. It is not just a commercial arena, it is an artistic and social space where spiritual values, emotional meaning, and bodily pleasures are displayed, enacted, and represented," unquote. Madam Speaker, this summary is 2 decades old. When the Labour Party left government in 2014, major cultural projects were taking shape following these experts' reports. The past decade, however, has seen stagnation, if not regression, in the fields of arts and culture. It is now my ministry's responsibility to reverse this course with resolve. Cultural policy in Mauritius has historically been viewed as mere expenditure by the government and as a welfare subsidy by the public. Another UNESCO report highlighted that funding has often been allocated based on ethnic religious considerations rather than strategic cultural development. This has led to fragmented policy making and a lack of urgency in fostering a cultural economy. Madam Speaker, this government will change the standard. As outlined in the government program 2025-2029, we will, first, champion the cultural economy as a pillar of sustainable development. This will require interministerial collaboration beyond arts and culture, including business, trade, finance, education, tourism, and sports. Second, conduct an audit of our national heritage and cultural assets. This will evaluate public engagement and infrastructure needs for the cultural economy development. Third, establish a National Arts Open Commission. For the first time, our creative sector will have a structured, transparent, and forward-thinking policy aligned with international standards. Madam Speaker, tourism is evolving. Travelers now seek deeper cultural immersion rather than brief resort experiences. Until now, our tourism model has relied on short cultural showcases like a few minutes of Sega. However, a growing segment of visitors desires authentic, immersive experiences, something achievable only with the right infrastructure. By infrastructure, I mean not just heritage sites, but also the preservation and transmission of cultural traditions, as highlighted by Professor Nurse. While heritage is central to tourism, our sites lack the global recognition like those in Europe, China, or India. To change this, we need a holistic approach, one that integrates folk culture, a thriving creative industry, and community engagement. After all, we cannot share what we do not fully embrace. My ministry will collaborate closely with the Mauritius Tourism Promotion Authority to give our cultural tourism sector a nouveau souffle. This vision also requires a secure, harmonious social environment demanding cross-ministerial cooperation. The previously cited report made a damning statement about our built heritage, and I quote, "Mauritius is neglecting its cultural tourism potential and allowing its built heritage to disappear. Port Louis, once among the 1,000 hemispheres' most magnificent cities, may not retain its heritage for another decade If cultural tourism is to thrive, Port Louis must be seen as a jewel in the crown, not a crime-ridden eyesore. This is a wake-up call. The success of events like the 24/7 Festival, organized in 2009 by the Municipal Council of Port Louis under my administration as Lord Mayor, in collaboration with the Human Resource Development Council, proved that Mauritians have a deep attachment to their capital city. Yet, our public cultural landscape remains insufficient, calling for urgent revitalization to meet the aspiration of our people. Madam Speaker, I need not remind the House that more than 20% of our GDP depends on tourism, a sector that heavily impacts the environment due to its traditional reliance on the sea, sand, and sun model. Developing cultural tourism can help reduce this pressure on ecosystems, and I will seek close collaboration with the Ministry of Environment to ensure a sustainable approach. Madam Speaker, museums, theatres, and cinema were once vibrant cultural hubs in our country. However, the rapid shift in technological infrastructures has significantly contributed to their decline, eroding social interactions and diminishing public engagement. Over the past decade, our public cultural infrastructure has fallen into neglect. Iconic venues like the Sears Constantin Theatre remains inaccessible and in dire need of renovation. The inability of the previous government to revitalize the Mauritius Cultural Centre stands as a glaring failure. This government is resolute in its commitment to restoring and modernizing these spaces, positioning culture as a central pillar of national development. Our vision is to establish Mauritius as a cultural leader in the region, and we will take decisive steps to rekindle our cultural identity. Madam Speaker, this is l'Alliance du Changement. This is our vision. It is high time for the arts and culture sector to get back his lettre de noblesse. Pas comment Rocco tu peux faire avec sa ministère là, que beaucoup de staff tu peux sauver. Madam Speaker, this is not a tribal issue. In a nation historically driven by economic pragmatism to the point of cynicism, arts and culture have been for the past 10 years treated as an afterthought, viewed as a pleasant but not essential pursuit. Yet, arts and culture are the very soul of a nation, and nurturing this soul requires a collective commitment. The rise of digital isolation is eroding human connection, even fostering incivility. I believe artistic and cultural education is key to a thriving nation. Public spaces that encourage cultural engagement are not luxuries, they are necessities. While we have cultural infrastructure, its revitalization demands strategic funding. We must shift from government dependence to self-sustainability, leveraging public-private partnerships. A structured cultural calendar will enhance visibility and accessibility, ensuring the arts become a vital force in our society. Madam Speaker, the audiovisual sector holds immense potential for Mauritius. We must invest in training and education to uplift this industry through close collaboration with the Ministry of Education. Additionally, the Mauritius Film Development Corporation will undergo a dynamic restructuration to address two key priorities: enhancing film literacy and exposure for both Mauritian and international productions, and fully unlocking the industry's potential through targeted training and skill development. As part of the Assises des Artistes initiative, we will introduce measures such as master classes, compulsory internships, digitized training materials, and increased representation of the Ministry of Arts and Culture and MFDC within the Economic Development Board. The rich linguistic diversity of our society remains largely untapped in film production. Script writing and translation present significant economic opportunities that remain underdeveloped. These elements must be integrated into our education system at an early stage. The National Arts Open Commission will be tasked with reviewing the existing framework and implementing necessary reform to meet industry needs. More broadly, media literacy in education is a pressing concern, and we will work with a national curriculum framework to address this gap. A thriving creative industry requires more than talent. It requires education, training, and professional development. Unfortunately, the previous government neglected capacity building initiatives, leaving our artists unprepared for global competition. Under the government program 2025-2029, we will prioritize capacity building by developing specialized training programs in film production, music, digital media, graphic design, and cultural event management. Through international partnership, we will provide mentorship opportunities, world-class expertise, and global exchange program for local artists. This program will foster an investment-driven economy, promote innovation and creativity, and establish arts and culture as a genuine pillar of national development. Madam Speaker, a key measure in the government program 2025-2029 is the expansion of the cultural rebate scheme to encompass all artistic disciplines and the creation of a directory of musical heritage in the Indian Ocean. This initiative will not only support local artists, but also position Mauritius as a vibrant cultural destination on the international stage. Previously, the rebate scheme was limited to film production, leaving other artistic sectors without adequate support. By broadening the scheme, we will ensure that musicians, theatre producers, and visual artists, among others, receive the necessary incentive to sustain their careers. This will open avenues for monetization and professional growth. Madam Speaker, the failure of the past decade are unacceptable. The previous government's policies were poorly designed, ineffective, and failed to deliver tangible results. The so-called Status of the Artist Act 2023 was lauded as a landmark reform, but ultimately amounted to nothing more than a failed promise. This will change. Under the government program 2025-2029, we will introduce legislation that aligns with international standards, such as those established by the United Nations for Cultural Workers. This will provide genuine recognition, legal protection, and financial security to artists, performers, event organizers, and technical professionals. Madam Speaker, one of the most pressing concerns for artists today is the inefficiency of the Mauritius Society of Authors, MASA. This institution was intended to protect intellectual property rights and ensure fair compensation for artists. However, it has failed in its mandate, leaving artists underpaid and frustrated. For years, artists have encountered delays in receiving royalties, faced bureaucratic hurdles, and suffered from a lack of transparency in fund distribution. This government acknowledges that the status quo is unacceptable. We will review MASA to ensure it truly serves artists rather than acting as an administrative burden. Strong enforcement not allow insufficiencies to stifle artistic growth. To conclude, this government program is a bridge to the future, a future where arts and culture drive economic growth, where artists are valued professionals, and where creativity is an engine of progress. This is the government of change. This is government of progress. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we will break for 30 minutes for tea, for those who can take tea.
Honorable Babulal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. It is with profound humility I rise and stand before this august assembly today for my maiden speech. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me firstly congratulate you and Madam Speaker for your nominations in these 8th National Assembly sessions. May I also take this opportunity to congratulate the Prime Minister, Honorable Dr. Navin Ramgoolam, and the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Paul Béranger, who have both led us for this victory where the country can breathe again. Et comme on disait, pour une nouvelle indépendance. Their visionary leadership and commitment to the nation's progress have been instrumental in our collective success. Let me also congratulate all the elected members of Parliament and my two colleagues, Honorable Ramtol and Honorable Samtali, for representing the vibrant and diverse constituency of Montagne Blanche and Grand River South East, our cherished constituency number 10. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my journey to this esteemed chamber has been guided and supported by numerous individuals to whom I am very grateful. I would like to express my gratitude to my leader, to my family, to my parents, who instill in me the values of integrity and perseverance, to my wife, whose encouragement has been a constant source of strength, and to my children, Karishni and Rishan, who inspires me to work towards a brighter future for all the children in this country. I also thank all my friends, and especially the people in number 10, to have believed in me. I also cannot forget my late brother, Barrister Girish Babulal. We were called to the bar in England on the same day, and he has always been an inspiring soul, and I know his blessings are with me. I have also lost during the electoral campaign another brother, José Darden, from Trou-de-Douce, who has worked tirelessly for the Alliance du Changement. And even when he was ill, he came to the polling day to vote, and this was his last visit he paid to Trou-de-Douce. He will always be missed and remembered. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, constituency number 10 holds a unique place in my heart and our country's demography. It is here in the east that Mauritius greets the first light of dawn. My constituency is an area of unparalleled natural beauty where we have the Grand River Southeast waterfall, Île Surf, and the Thakurbari temple. This constituency shines as a beacon of cultural richness and historical significance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am proud to have been born and raised in number 10, home of a tapestry of faith and history, from the sacred chants of Maheshwanath Mandir in Medjin to the timeless wisdom of Arul Migu Kovil in Clemencia, from the holy prayers of Masjid Enurani in Bel Air to the hallowed hymns of Saint-Esprit Church. We are a living testament to Mauritius' pluralism and keep reminding us that unity in diversity is our greatest strength. I thank you, number 10, and I will always devote myself to the best of my ability. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the father of the nation, Sir Siu Sagar Ramgoolam, was also born in number 10. He went to school in Bel Air, where his teacher, Madame Siris, gave him unconditional support. This government will make sure we have our Mauritian dream again for the generations to come. Unity in diversity should be our motto. As we look ahead, the government program 2025-2029 outlines a bold visions for our nation's future. A bridge to the future is a blueprint for justice, equity, and innovation. Key reforms are on the horizon, aimed at enhancing economic resilience, promoting sustainable development, and improving the quality of life of all Mauritians. Today we stand at the threshold of transformation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in the next 25 years, a small island state like our country has to aim to become a global leader in sustainable development and innovation, targeting high value-added services sector alongside a sustainable development and political stability for our youth to be willing to stay in the country and come back home. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, one of the key pillars of our economy is the tourism sector. Preservation of heritage sites as cultural landmarks are engines of sustainable tourism. Our traditional model of tourism sector is likely to be obsolete in the next 25 years. We need to act now with the collaboration of all stakeholders, such that we can ensure that this economic pillar innovates and sustains its development. We will need to leverage our relatively better environment climate to generate returns for our country and our people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we should look also at the education and innovation. Establishing world-class educational institutions and research centers can foster innovation and attract talent from around the globe. This will drive advancement in various sectors, including technology, healthcare, and environmental sciences, including the blue economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we should not forget that our main resource is our people. We have to invest in our people. Nationally, we will need pioneer reforms to combat climate change, empower SMEs, and build a digital economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the recent 60-0 electoral victory is a resounding mandate from the people, reflecting their desire for change and progress. This victory belongs to the unity of our alliance. To Honorable Deputy Prime Minister Paul Béranger, whose decades of wisdom and courage have shaped Mauritius' political conscience. You are our guiding star. To Honorable Prime Minister Navin Ramgoolam, the rassembleur whose ability to unite diverse voices under one banner is unparalleled. You have reignited hope. Together with our other esteemed leaders of Résistance Alternative and Nouveau Démocrate, they have forged a path of inclusivity and shared purpose. The historic 60-0 victory is not merely a number. It is a roar from the people, a rejection of corruption scandals and moral decay that plagued the MSM regime during the last 10 years. The Kisnan murder case, the Silver Bank scandal where public funds were plundered, the MIC's shameless distribution of taxpayers' money to petits copains, copines. These are stains on our democracy. To resume the last regime, I will say, we had a fake speaker, we had a fake prime minister, and we had a fake government. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as stated by the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Paul Béranger, les peuples admirables knew what had to be done. They sent Pinocchio and all his chatois in Zanana's Titanic on a one-way farewell trip. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, now we turn the page. Under this government, accountability will replace impunity. Transparency will replace secrecy. Our government is committed to charting a different course. We pledge to uphold the highest standards of integrity and implement groundbreaking reforms that will restore faith in our institutions. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will stand before you deeply aware of the responsibility entrusted to me by the people of constituency number 10. As the sun rises each morning in our beloved constituency, let us remind us that we are guided by light and that this government will honor the people's trust. Together, we will build a nation where integrity reigns, where every citizen thrives and where freedom is valued. Let Mauritius be Mauritius again, where the Mauritian dream exists. Long live l'Alliance du Changement, long live the Republic of Mauritius. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. May God bless Mauritius.
Thank you, Honorable. You were within your just 10 minutes. Now I call upon the Honorable Minister Sukan. You have the floor.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I stand in this August Assembly to share my thoughts on the government program. First of all, let me thank the Honorable Prime Minister, who in 2012 entrusted me with the establishment of the Open University. And today, he has given me the responsibility of the entire higher education sector. I thank him wholeheartedly. But I know that the trust of a Prime Minister is not a privilege, it is a responsibility. And I can show him that I'm going to dedicate myself to ensure that the sector is taken to greater heights. I wish to thank the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, my senior colleagues in the Cabinet who are always here to support us, all the MLAs for their support and for the great victory. When I look at the government program, it reminds me of what Nelson Mandela had said. Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. And this government program, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, indeed has the ingredients to make Mauritius again. The victory that we had, 60, is, as my colleagues have said, a historic victory. I would like to relate one story. During the campaign, after returning home around 3 a.m., next morning, very early, I get a call. Donc, j'ai bien besoin de parler avec vous. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Non, j'ai bien besoin de parler avec vous. Mais dis-moi, non. Moustache pour un dodile. So I rushed there, and the person who was in front of me, as if he had seen a ghost. I said, what happened? He showed to me a statistics, that of Pulse Analytics, stating that in constituency number 7, 80% MSM is going to obtain 80%. And I started laughing. He looked at me and said, I said, my friend, I have been teaching statistics for 30 years. I have seen very bad statistics, but this one, fiction, scam. Later, I came to know that this scam has come up with a price tag of 45 million, courtesy of the famous, or I must say infamous MIC, where bad planning meets big money. So, as has been said by Abraham Lincoln, you can fool all the people sometime and some of the people all the time, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. I think that this victory is a victory for the people, despite the fact that l'Alliance Les Peuples and MSM have been distributing lenses to distort the vision of the people. We have been supporting the people, and the people, rightly so, decided to change their thought in order to see the truth with clarity. The question that I have often been asked, why join the Labour Party? I must say that each time that the Labour Party has been in government, our education system has been flourishing. Because we believe that education is not simply accumulating knowledge, but it is about igniting the curiosity and the creativity in each one of our students. I myself have been from a family of 5 children. My 4 elder sisters were sent to star schools. I was the little one. Out of pure love, my father said, the little one, he learns, he doesn't learn, doesn't matter. Send him to the primary school of the village, which is, in my constituency, the Plaine Saint-Cloud RCA school. No star school, just a school where I learned that success is not where you start, it's how determined you are to rise. So, if you look at the history, that each time the Labour Party has been there, I take the example 1970. We had the MIE. Despite the financial crunch, at that time it was decided to set up the MIE, the MGI. Even the University of Mauritius was officially inaugurated at that time. In 2012, 2 universities have been established, the Open University and Université de Mascarin. I can tell you that today, Open University, I was there, has the highest enrollment and is nearly financially independent. The world today is focusing on inclusive education. But let me remind the House that already in the 70s, we had the junior secondary school that provided a balance between academic and technical education. So, I'm sure that this government is going to take education to even greater heights. If we look at our tertiary education sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, today we have around 50,000 students enrolled. 60% of them are enrolled in the public universities. 1/4 in private, and the remaining are studying abroad. However, the gross tertiary enrollment ratio has stagnated to around 49% over the last decade. And what is worrying is that many of our public higher educations are in financial turmoil. True is it that we have 43 institutions registered with the Higher Education Commission, with around 2,800 foreign students. But to give you one example, one of the main public universities, if I look at the annual report ending 30th of June 2023, had a deficit of 111 million, making a cumulative deficit of 2.1 billion over the last 10 years. This is unacceptable. We will have to turn around this situation. And here I trust the academics, the non-academics, the researchers, the regulators, and the staff working in this sector to turn around the entire situation in the higher education sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, when we look at what happened in 2013, Mauritius was the first country that welcomed an IIT outside India. The IIT Research Academy was established in 2013. What happened in 2015? The previous government sent them back. Can you imagine? What is more dishonest on the part of the previous government and a shameful act is that on 12 September 2013, the Honorable Dr. Navin Hamgulam inaugurated a plaque at Bel Air campus. In 2015, we were told to remove that plaque. Shameful act, disrespectful, because you never do that. The Bel Air campus remained closed for several years. In 2015, they said to University of Mauritius and Open University closed that. Displaced, there were hundreds of students there. The students had to be displaced. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm not here only to dwell on the past, but to talk about our plans for the future, as stated in the government program. The government program talks about three important aspects. Internationalization. Internationalization has been proven to play a pivotal role in helping universities worldwide. When we talk about internationalization, it takes various forms. First, we are trying to brand the higher education. Mauritius is known for the sand and the sea. We want Mauritius to be known for its higher education. It is peaceful. That's the first thing. Any parent abroad willing to send his child to study would realize that Mauritius is peaceful. That's one of our strengths. We have a good standard of living and a good quality of education. People don't realize that our academics are ranked among the best. Some of the academics, we have academics who are ranked among the best in the world in their field. Only yesterday I was at the University of Mauritius where we had professors from abroad working together with our academics. It is well established that enrolling international students is a financially strategic move for universities worldwide. In this context, what we are doing is to have strategic plan for the higher education sector. Have a strong brand for the higher education for Mauritius and hold a higher education summit. To launch the Study in Mauritius campaign and websites. Forge alliances with leading universities and research centers and facilitate accreditation processes. I must here say that, for example, previously, if you had a top university coming with the program, it had to be submitted to HEC, and HEC would ask that university to review the curriculum, which they wouldn't do. Many universities lost such programs and such partnership because of this. So we are reviewing the accreditation process. We are also enhancing the quality assurance framework for our courses by forging alliances with quality assurance agencies worldwide. We are encouraging higher education institutions to generate funds. We are asking professors, please, there's no harm you are teaching at your one, but we would like you to use your time to start your center, to generate revenue, do consultancy, bring finance, bring income to the university. We are also making an appeal to the industry. Unfortunately, no university in the world can afford to have the equipment that is there in the factories in the industry. Therefore, we are making an appeal to the industry to open the doors so that our students can go there and learn, so that they are eventually ready. We are also encouraging our academics to think beyond publication. Very often our academics are happy, done the research, publish it in a good journal, and we are happy. We are encouraging them to move the horizon, transform it into a business, into a patent. We are also developing partnership and innovation hubs to link academia and industry, both here and abroad, and prioritizing and supporting research for impact in fields such as climate change, food security, AI water resources management. We are promoting incubator system so that we have young talents, right, supported in order to develop their business and employ, create jobs. The future of education is digital, inclusive and lifelong. We are planning to integrate micro-credentials, AI-powered learning, and flexible e-learning pathways. You would realize that most of our public universities don't have a proper LMS, which is the Learning Management System, and a Student Information Management System. So we are trying to ensure that they have the proper equipment to be able to deliver the programs. We are also working to expand technical and vocational education and create clear pathways to higher education. Unlike the previous government, which failed to engage with education leaders on a regular basis, we are taking necessary actions. We are establishing key national committees. First, the National Committee on Research Strategy in order to take research strategy forward. We are inviting researchers. In fact, we had put a bar on it, researchers with high H index, but we have opened it now to welcome researchers who have been publishing in good journals to join in order to take the research strategy forward. We have a committee on internationalization of higher education. It cannot happen overnight. We are late. Even if we start the branding today, it will not happen overnight. But we have started immediately a committee on internationalization to look at all the aspects. A committee to look at the branding and global positioning of our higher education sector. And a national committee on TVET advancement. I'm also working together with Business Mauritius in order to set up a national advisory committee on curriculum development. We have been talking about mismatch between demand and supply of labor. We cannot eliminate that mismatch, but we can reduce it together. So we'll have a national committee on curriculum development together with people from the industry. The question they have to answer is, if tomorrow you have to recruit someone who has followed this course, would you recruit that person, yes or no? If no, how can we amend the curriculum? We will also have a common internship platform to allow students from all the universities to apply on that common platform. On this side of the House, I must say that, inspired by the Honorable Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, we don't want to go where the path may lead. We want to go instead where there is no path and leave a trail, as said by Emerson. So, to conclude, let me express my deepest gratitude to my two colleagues, Honorable Dr. Payag and Honorable Med Pentia, and to all the constituents of my constituency for their support. I would also like to thank my family members, my wife and my sons, and all my supporters, all my friends who keep on providing their support. Together, we can build a future of progress, unity, and transformation. And finally, to my mom and dad who had the vision to see me here, thank you for your blessings. I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I commend the government program to the House.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable François, you have 10 minutes.
13 minutes. 13. 3 minutes for my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. La patience, la résilience, le silence et le discernement sont les maîtres mots que nous avons pu mesurer lors des élections nationales 2024. le choix du changement ici à Maurice et le choix de la correction à Rodrigue nous incombe une grande responsabilité collective pour le pays et dans son peuple souverain. Bâtissez l'unité, nous nations, créolité, nous république, prend aux places. Monsieur le vice-président, ceci dit, je vous félicite pour votre élection au poste de député speaker, ainsi que Madame Speaker. Au nom fraternel du peuple de Rodrigue et de l'OPR, je félicite le Premier ministre, certainement qui m'écoute, les députés Prime Minister, l'honorable Béranger, les leaders de l'opposition, l'honorable Zonga, les leaders, l'honorable Soubron et Duval, l'attorney général, l'honorable Glover, les ministres d'Union ministère et l'ensemble des élus de cette auguste assemblée. Je remercie l'honorable Tanou pour sa motion de remerciement. Je félicite ma colistière, l'honorable Roxana Colette, deuxième femme élue au PR, après feu Gita Jean-Louis en 1987. What can I say? Let us keep the OPR candle burning forever and dare not let it fade. Je remercie mon grand leader honorifique, Louis-Serge Clair, pour la confiance qu'il a placée en moi en tant que nouveau leader de l'OPR. Je remercie toute ma famille pour son soutien inconditionnel. Bon travail par le commissaire électoral, M. Raman et toute son équipe. Monsieur le Président de la Confiance, le peuple de Rodrigue m'a élu pour une 4e fois, un 4e mandat consécutif depuis 2010. J'ai écouté, j'ai entendu, j'ai compris et nous avons tiré des leçons. Quelle victoire historique pour l'OPR face à une alliance gouvernementale instable, un fait sans précédent dans l'histoire politique du Rodrigue autonome. Merci à la force collective du peuple, dirigeants et militants de l'OPR, en particulier, Madame, nous corrige l'Alliance Libération. L'OPR, fidèle à ses principes démocratiques, travaille toujours avec le gouvernement central du jour, dans l'intérêt de la République et de Rodrigue, tout en respectant son autonomie. Peu importe le parti ou l'alliance politique au pouvoir. Je tiens à remercier sincèrement le Premier ministre Angoulam et le vice-premier ministre Béranger pour avoir honoré l'OPR et Rodrigue au sein de ce gouvernement. L'OPR souligne les contributions des différents gouvernements nationaux au développement de Rodrigue. Cependant, de nombreux défis demeurent et des investissements considérables sont indispensables. Mais avec qui à la tête de Rodrigue? Le gouvernement central et Rodrigue autonome, conformément au respect du principe de subsidiarité territoriale, doivent inspirer la confiance mutuelle. Le manifeste électoral 2024 de l'OPR s'engage à faire avancer la République et l'île Rodrigue autonome, affirmer, respecter, car il y a urgence de sauver Rodrigue et son autonomie, redonner espoir au peuple, en particulier à la jeunesse, et rétablir la confiance et la dignité de Rodrigue. Nous souhaitons orienter Rodrigue vers une autonomie fiscale, énergétique, une souveraineté alimentaire, la modernité et l'innovation. L'OPR propose des grands projets nécessitant un engagement ferme du gouvernement central, notamment améliorer la connectivité avec la construction de l'aéroport de Plaine-Corail et la modernisation du port de Pont-Maturin, la construction de 2 barrages à Fonce-Baleine et Pavé-la-Montée, un deuxième câble optique et un projet complet de traitement des eaux usées. Renforcer la complémentarité économique entre Rodrigue et Maurice, par exemple en instaurant un marché préférentiel. Assurer l'inclusion de Rodrigue dans les principaux projets de développement nationaux, notamment la santé et la lutte contre le changement climatique. Réformer la loi sur l'autonomie et le système électoral en adoptant une représentation proportionnelle améliorée pour garantir la stabilité. Présenter 3 candidats pour Rodrigue aux élections législatives. Réduire le coût de la vie et créer de l'égalité. Un ça c'est l'entier pour lui, bizarre même prix à poursuivre ces rivières coco dans Rodrigue. Un projet de loi et un plan spécial d'égalité pour Rodrigue, l'horizon 2050, visant à équilibrer développement économique et progrès social. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, now allow me to comment on a few aspects of the government program that inspire a realistic direction and vision and optimism for our republic. Alongside with special attention to the needs and aspirations of Rodrigues. With the advent of e-politics and e-democracy, I appreciate that the Republic will transition to a people-centric system, e-citizen governance. This could be through a virtuous cycle by eliminating bureaucracy and fully digitalizing services. I commend Honorable Minister Ramtourel's speech in spearheading a new AI strategy and identity to transform our Republic across key sectors based on the principle of e-inclusion and e-democracy. Honorable Tanu also highlighted the need for a system change. I will refer them to the insightful book by a Mauritian scholar in Australia, my friend, Dr. Subiraj Bansal, titled Upgrading Political System with Purposive Technology, a Performing Democracy, 2024 edition. The book suggests that purposive assistive technology can enhance political system, democratizing and upgrading them through productive and collaborative engagement. The framework leverages technology to create e-democracy and e-politics, enhancing the productivity of parliamentarians, we here parliamentarians, the effectiveness of parliamentary decision-making, and promoting democratic sustainability. In 2019, we propose an e-democracy preparedness with an e-politics framework to enhance Rodrigues' political system through a political intelligence application. A prototype of the application has already been developed for a pilot test by NDU and the then Rodrigues Cab Office, recently closed. We propose constitutional amendment and nature rights amendments aligned with our OPR manifesto, as I said, 2024, and the visionary proposals made by Honorable Joanna Béranger and myself during the 2020 climate change bill debate. Since 2022, no major drainage projects have been implemented in Rodrigues, despite approvals by LDA and financial clearances obtained. There is urgency to address this issue. Honorable Ganga Prasad, we are looking forward for the Assises de l'Éducation, as Rodrigues seek an educational reform and model that aligns and adapts with our socio-economic realities. The government should prioritize strengthening Rodrigues public health services by, first of all, redeveloping Queen Elizabeth Hospital existing master plan, providing essential equipment like a CT scan, emphasizing cancer prevention and training for health personnel. And I also urge for a health service and clinical audit for Rodrigues. Honorable Nagali Gam and Honorable Fukyun, our youth, as a driving force of our Republic, should be prioritized and constitutionally institutionalized for all government actions and initiatives in their favor, and also to cultivate a new generation of patriots. What this requires the construction of a new police headquarters and a modern courthouse. Mr. Sam Lotan and Honorable Gelkap Prasad this morning appealed. The rise of synthetic drugs trafficking must also be urgently addressed by all stakeholders to protect Rodrigues. Qu'il tient la mot n'a pas sa place dans Rodrigues. Mr. Deputy Speaker, ni Maurice. Ah, très bien. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, since 2022, water distribution frequencies in Rodrigues have worsened from at least once a month to twice a year. The way forward is water production to substantially produce at least 10,000 meter cube daily rather than just 3,000 meter cube. OPR projected a comprehensive potable water production plan through the 1 billion rupees from MIC. Avant de conclure, permettez-moi d'aborder brièvement la situation politique actuelle de Rodrigues. Je ne vais pas être long. En lien avec son autonomie et le discours programme, en me référant au paragraphe 6-10-39 en matière de confiance, d'éthique, de bonne gouvernance et de liquidation judiciaire du budget. Je partage certaines préoccupations pour Rodrigues, mais je constate la non-cohérence et des contradictions diamétralement opposées entre certains discours et la réalité des actions locales. une médaille à deux faces. Mon peuple souffre gravement, Monsieur le Vice-président. Nous ne pouvons rester silencieux, car cela serait complice de cette souffrance. OPR nous l'est, ce qui est bon et bien pour Rodrigue. Rodrigue va mal. Rodrigue est en déclin. Népotisme, désordre, l'instabilité, boycottage et chantage politique interne, démantèlement et menaces dans les fonctions publiques, dégradation de l'utilisation de la finance publique, contrairement à l'OPR qui a beaucoup accompli avec des ressources limitées. Un audit complet de la gestion des finances est nécessaire. Rodrigue traverse des crises sans précédent, laquée partout, pénurie d'eau, carburant, alimentation animale, l'insécurité de l'emploi, l'injustice sociale. Aucune maison sociale n'ayant construite ces 3 dernières années. Une insulte à l'intelligence du peuple, une autre trahison envers notre autonomie pour laquelle nous avons lutté pour montrer la capacité de Rodrigue. OPR dit non à la voyoucratie politique. Monsieur le Président, le Vice-président, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Monsieur le Vice-premier ministre, en âme et conscience, Bizam est un frein. Gouvernement régional peut crucifier l'avenir de Rodrigue. They have to go. Le peuple de Rodrigue et l'OPR, nous demandons la dissolution de l'Assemblée régionale de Rodrigue le plus vite possible afin de convoquer des élections anticipées pour la confiance, stabilité et la sérénité. Donnons au peuple l'opportunité de corriger ce qui est corrigeable. Correction épisode 2. Le gouvernement central a un rôle protecteur pour garantir l'avenir de Rodrigue. L'OPR assume sa part de responsabilité et fait appel à toute la population. L'espoir pour Rodrigue réside dans un grand retour de l'OPR comme voie de la confiance nécessitant un nouveau pacte d'engagement vers un nouvel horizon. Pour conclure, Monsieur le Président, j'ai dit, dans l'unité, rétablissons la confiance, préservons nos acquis, renforçons notre autonomie pour une Rodrigue autonome, affirmée et respectée. Nous pays, nous peuples, nous destins. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Merci. Can I call upon Honorable Jouman?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie l'honorable Tanou pour la motion. Ça me donne l'occasion cet après-midi de participer au débat. Je vous félicite pour la présentation et for your maiden speech. Je remercie le Premier ministre pour m'avoir témoigné sa confiance, me donner l'occasion de se présenter pour la deuxième fois dans la circonscription numéro 3 comme candidat. Et je dois vous dire, Monsieur le Président, il y a un certain moment, et le PMSD était allié avec nous. Le PMSD voulait à tout prix avoir un ticket au numéro 3, mais le Premier ministre m'a dit pas de question de te bouger du numéro 3. Et s'il fallait, plein à l'alliance. Et je dois remercier le député Premier ministre et le ministre Sucon, le ministre Duval, pour la confiance qu'ils ont placée en moi, me donner l'occasion de représenter l'Alliance du changement dans ma circonscription. Et je dois dire, Monsieur le Président, c'est avec beaucoup de fierté que je m'adresse à la Chambre au nom de la circonscription numéro 3. Et je peux vous dire, Monsieur le Président, sur 10 électeurs qui ont voté aux dernières élections, plus de 8 électeurs ont voté pour moi et mes collègues. Vous réalisez, plus de 8 électeurs ont voté pour l'Alliance du changement, alors que les représentants du gouvernement sortant n'ont pas eu même deux électeurs sur 10 qui ont voté pour eux. C'est un vote du changement massif. Je dois dire que la responsabilité aussi est énorme sur nos épaules. Mais les épaules du Premier ministre et du Premier ministre et tout le monde ensemble, je suis sûr qu'on va atteler au travail et on va réussir. Mais je dois dire aussi, Monsieur le Président, pendant la campagne électorale, on a beaucoup parlé, moi j'ai fait campagne, moi-même j'ai dit, et mes collègues, qu'on souhaitait, parce qu'on sentait qu'il y avait un problème dans le pays. Ici, je vous dis qu'on a voté pour le changement. Le changement, maintenant, ça ça se sent, ça se voit, c'est palpable. Grâce à vous, monsieur le vice-président et madame la présidente, vous avez restauré la démocratie au sein de cette auguste assemblée. C'est ça le plus important. Le changement, ça commence ici et c'est visible. Et aussi, je dois dire que pendant la campagne, j'ai dit qu'on va baisser le prix parce qu'on sentait qu'il y avait un problème. On va baisser le prix de l'essence, le prix diesel. On va faire beaucoup de choses pour alléger, pour soulager la population. Mais malheureusement, monsieur le président, je ne savais pas, nous ne savons pas ce qui nous attendait. On croyait vraiment, sincèrement, moi je disais sur tous les médias, meetings, partout, je disais, on est au bout du précipice. Le pays est au bout du précipice. Mais après le 9, on se retrouve au fond du précipice. Ce n'est pas au bout, c'est au fond du précipice. Non plus au fond du précipice, mais on est recouvert de débris. Non, maintenant, on doit déblayer le débris. On doit sortir du précipice. On ne savait pas ce que nous attendait. Vous réalisez, monsieur le président, 5300 millions de roupies investis pour écouter nos conversations téléphoniques. Vous réalisez 5,3 milliards de roupies rien pour la maintenance de ces équipements. 350 millions de roupies par mois. Est-ce que vous réalisez, monsieur le président, CWA, on a entendu ce matin, pour un contrat d'1 milliard de roupies, on a alloué, on a donné les petits copains de gauche à droite, on a dépensé 1,8 milliard de roupies. Et aujourd'hui, un an après, on n'arrive même pas à payer les contracteurs. On n'arrive même pas à payer les fournisseurs de matériaux, à la hauteur de millions, de centaines de millions de roupies. Et eux, ils posent des questions sur pipe replacement, sur SME, des centaines de milliards de roupies dépensés, pas de compte. Voilà où nous en sommes aujourd'hui. Clooney, l'exemple vivant, 75 millions de roupies. Vous voulez que je continue, monsieur le président? Overtime. Aujourd'hui, overtime au ministère de la Santé. Voilà, le ministre peut nous confirmer. 1,2 milliard de roupies. Des médecins qui ont travaillé pendant Covid. Pendant Covid, les médecins qui ont travaillé, les personnels hospitaliers qui ont travaillé pendant Covid, 6 mois, 1 an, n'ont pas encore eu leur overtime, leur dû. Voilà. Et we expect to give them to give us service. 1 an, 2 ans, 3 ans overtime dû. NPF, NSF. Vous savez, il y a 4 mois de cela, ici, on m'a traîné de force. On a demandé à tous les policiers de venir me retirer de cette chambre. On m'a traité, carry him away. He is dangerous, too dangerous for this house. Carry him away. On m'a humilié. Collect this man. Yes, I was dangerous. I was dangerous for the Prime Minister, the then Prime Minister. I was dangerous for the then Speaker. I told them they all will be swept away very soon. And today, we all know where they are. Hope they are listening to me. Hope they are listening to me. The Prime Minister, he said, d'ici dire, il servit l'argent, les peuples, comment dire, se cassent. Les dépenses cassent, les peuples, comment se cassent. Monsieur le Président, si c'était son argent, est-ce qu'il aurait loué un bâtiment à la hauteur de 4,6 millions de roupies par mois, laissé vide pendant des mois, pendant 6, 7, 8 mois, à M. N.G. Gopi? Si c'était son argent, il aurait fait ça. Si c'était son argent, est-ce que SBM aurait buyback loan from SBM pour Maradiva? Et si c'était son argent, est-ce qu'il aurait donné 1 milliard de roupies de gauche à droite de la MIC? Monsieur le Président, il y a 2-3 semaines de cela, j'ai posé une question à l'honorable ministre, mon collègue, l'honorable ministre Sakil Mohamed. 2 milliards de roupies dus. Des personnes qui ont loué terrain à bail avec l'État. pas géométriques, 2 milliards de roupies qui auraient dû être dans la caisse de l'État aujourd'hui ne sont pas là. Et de ces 2 milliards de roupies, 900 millions de roupies, 900 millions de roupies, du plus de 2 ans. 2 ans. 475 millions de roupies, back and blister. Aujourd'hui, 5 ans après, on n'a ni respirateur, on n'a ni l'argent. Les respirateurs sont stockés en Italie et on est en train de payer des millions de roupies par mois. On est en train de payer des avocats, des hommes pour des frais légaux en Italie. Ni respirateur, ni l'argent. 400 millions de roupies, 300 millions de roupies, médicaments périmés. Voilà, le ministre peut nous confirmer après. 300 millions de roupies, médicaments périmés. 20,2 milliards de roupies manipulés sur les dettes publiques. 20,2 milliards. Aujourd'hui, le dette est arrivé à 608 milliards de roupies. Le Premier ministre nous avait promis 1 trillion économie. 1 trillion économie. Avec eux, c'est 1 trillion dette. Voilà. Ça, c'est la réalité. Je peux continuer. Ça, c'est l'argent. Only two. Ça, c'est l'argent. Monsieur le Président, à l'école Emmanuel Anctil aujourd'hui, à l'école Emmanuel Anctil, l'école gouvernement Emmanuel Anctil à Rochebois, factures de téléphone. Les factures de téléphone n'ont pas été payées depuis 2015. Il aurait fallu que l'honorable Ganga Parsad vienne au poste pour payer. Maintenant, les enfants, là-bas, ils ont Internet, ils ont leur téléphone. Pour réaliser le taux de réussite, à l'école Rochebois est à 15%. Comment? Voilà le crime qu'ils ont commis contre leur peuple. Voilà. On a un grand chantier, Monsieur le Président. On est en train de travailler. Le Premier ministre, le député Prime Minister, la drogue est en train de ravager notre pays. La drogue. Il faut redonner confiance à nos institutions. C'est ça ce qu'on fait aujourd'hui. Il faut redonner confiance à nos institutions. Il faut booster le moral de nos fonctionnaires pour rehausser le niveau de service au sein de notre fonction publique. Pas tous ces gangrénés, Monsieur le Président. On a un gros travail. Mais ce n'est pas impossible. Avec tout le monde, derrière le Premier ministre, le député Prime Minister, derrière nous tous, c'est pas 60-0, c'est pas nous voter, c'est bon, merci la population. Je profite pour dire merci à mon électorat, mais il faut nous faire confiance, il faut nous soutenir, il faut être derrière nous, parce que ce travail, on est en train de jeter les bases, pas pour demain, pas pour 5 ans, pour les prochaines 25, 30 ans. C'est ça, peut-être moi, peut-être beaucoup parmi nous ne seront pas là, mais ce n'est pas ça qui est important. C'est l'avenir de ce pays qui est important. Voilà, on est en train de travailler dans cette direction, et je suis sûr que Dieu nous bénisse, on va réussir. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable David.
Monsieur le vice-président, je me joins naturellement à l'élan de félicitations qui ont entouré votre élection ainsi que celle de la présidente de notre Assemblée nationale. Notre nouvel hémicycle, sous votre présidence, a retrouvé ses lettres de noblesse après que ce temple ait été souillé par un régime autocrate, soutiré par un arbitre arbitraire qui, au lieu d'être le gardien de ce temple, s'était transformé en gardien de but pour protéger le roi Soleil et sa cour. Fort heureusement, Monsieur le vice-président, la monarchie est tombée et la démocratie a été restaurée. Et j'aimerais rappeler à cette Chambre et à celles et ceux qui m'écoutent comment le monarque a été renversé. Le roi Soleil a été détrôné grâce à cette arme, un stylo, une plume. Le 10 novembre dernier, des milliers de Mauriciens se sont rendus dans les 305 centres de vote avec leur propre stylo, dans la poche, dans le sac, parfois autour du cou, au bout d'une chaîne. Et avec ce stylo, ils ont tiré un trait sur le règne MSM. Avec ce stylo, ils ont décidé d'écrire une nouvelle page de notre histoire avec notre alliance du changement. Je comprends enfin et mieux aujourd'hui l'expression « The pen is mightier than the sword ». Et avec le soutien de la population, Monsieur le Vice-président, nous avons brisé la dictature. Briser la dictature. BLD. Nous avons BLD. Et aujourd'hui, Monsieur le Vice-président, alors que je me tiens debout devant vous, dans cette Assemblée, alors que pendant les 5 dernières années, avec mes 24 collègues de l'opposition de l'époque, nous sommes restés assis. J'étais pour ma part assis à la place de l'honorable Apollon. Nous étions assis, mais nos idées et nos valeurs étaient debout. Et aujourd'hui, Monsieur le Vice-président, permettez-moi, en tant que président de l'aile jeune du Parti travailliste, de dire ma joie, de dire ma fierté, de voir 10 membres du Young Labour aujourd'hui devenus membres du Parlement. Et avec les membres de la jeunesse militante, membres de la jeunesse résistante, membres de la nouvelle jeunesse démocrate, nous mesurons la chance qui est la nôtre aujourd'hui que de cheminer aux côtés des géants de la politique, comme le Premier ministre, le Dr Ramgoulam, comme le Premier ministre adjoint, l'honorable Béranger, comme l'honorable Bagouane, comme l'honorable Boulel. Ces grandes figures de la politique ont marqué l'histoire de ce Parlement, alors que plusieurs parmi nous, et moi y compris, nous étions encore sur les bancs de l'école. Et aujourd'hui, expérience et jeunesse cheminent ensemble pour écrire une nouvelle histoire, pour construire un pont vers l'avenir. A bridge to the future. Thème de notre programme gouvernemental sur les 5 prochaines années. Et à vrai dire, Monsieur le Vice-président, il nous reste 56 mois. Mais avant de développer rapidement 1 ou 2 points de notre programme, débattu sur la motion de l'honorable Tanou, que je félicite, permettez-moi, Monsieur le Vice-président, de saluer et de remercier les électeurs de ma circonscription, la première circonscription du pays, la circonscription numéro 1, Port-Louis-Ouest, Grande-Rivière-Nord-Ouest, pour la confiance qu'ils m'ont accordée en faisant de moi, pour la 2e fois consécutive, leur premier député. Et avec humilité, je mesure ce que cela représente comme responsabilité. Et je sais aussi à quel point leurs besoins sont immenses, que leurs attentes sont nombreuses. Et j'ai envie de leur dire à travers la caméra qu'avec mes 2 collègues, la ministre Navarre-Marie, le ministre délégué Parapen, nous avons déjà commencé à travailler ensemble pour changer votre quotidien, pour changer votre environnement, pour changer votre avenir. Monsieur le Vice-président, notre programme gouvernemental, dans son volet « A New Economic Model », précise à la page 11 que notre vision inclut « Better exploring and exploiting the potential of the ocean economy ». Et là, je dois vous dire, Monsieur le Vice-président, que l'ancien régime MSM s'est noyé dans un océan de néant. Alors que le gouvernement travailliste avait déjà en 2013, sous le leadership du Premier ministre de l'époque, le Dr Ramgoulam, qui est à nouveau Premier ministre aujourd'hui, le gouvernement travailliste et ses alliés avaient produit, après plusieurs concertations, après un travail de fond, le gouvernement travailliste avait produit en décembre 2013 ce document The Ocean Economy, a Roadmap for Mauritius. Et dans ce document, les dirigeants de l'époque avaient déjà détaillé, présenté les Ocean Economic Clusters, comme la recherche des minéraux sous-marins, les projets d'aquaculture innovants, les biotechnologies marines, les Deep Ocean Water Applications ou encore les énergies renouvelables de la mer. Le gouvernement MSM aurait très bien pu avoir repris ce document, mettre de l'orange partout, mettre des soleils aux quatre coins, s'approprier le projet et faire comme s'il s'était intéressé à l'économie bleue, à l'économie de notre océan. Mais, Monsieur le Vice-président, même cela, ils n'ont pas été capables de le faire. Et aujourd'hui, après plus de 10 ans de retard accumulé, c'est notre gouvernement du changement qui va développer ce nouveau secteur économique grâce à la vision du Premier ministre, avec la détermination du ministre de l'économie bleue, en collaboration avec d'autres ministères et sur la base de nouvelles concertations avec toutes les parties prenantes, la société civile, les ONG, les partenaires sociaux, le secteur privé, les universitaires, les scientifiques, les experts internationaux, et notamment à travers des assises de l'océan qui seront tenues au cours du deuxième trimestre de cette année. Monsieur le Vice-président, il est impensable aujourd'hui de se dire qu'alors que nous sommes entourés de 2,2 millions de kilomètres carrés de zones économiques exclusives, notre population mauricienne n'a toujours pas un accès équitable et durable aux poissons. Un Mauricien, Monsieur le Vice-président, consomme en moyenne 28 kilos de poissons à l'année, ce qui fait une consommation annuelle pour la population d'environ 30 000 tonnes. Et tenez-vous bien, Monsieur le Vice-président, sur ces 30 000 tonnes, la production locale n'est que de 10 000 tonnes. Nous sommes contraints, alors que nous avons de la mer, un océan, des poissons tout autour de notre pays, nous sommes contraints d'importer 20 000 tonnes de poissons chaque année de la Chine, de l'Indonésie, de la Turquie ou encore du Sri Lanka. Nous ne produisons qu'un tiers de ce que nous consommons, alors que nos bancs de pêche à Saya de Mala, Nazareth ou encore Albatros, parmi tant d'autres, regorgent de plusieurs milliers de tonnes de poissons non exploités. Et aux Seychelles, où je devais me rendre la semaine dernière pour la signature d'un accord sur un plan régional de pêche avec les autres pays de l'océan Indien, jusqu'à ce que Garance en décide autrement, c'est précisément l'inverse. Les Seychelles produisent 2 tiers de ce qu'ils consomment. Et en ligne, Monsieur le Vice-président, avec notre discours-programme, nous allons changer cela, notamment en démocratisant la pêche semi-industrielle et en priorité pour les pêcheurs et les opérateurs mauriciens. Et quant aux bateaux de pêche étrangers qui pêchent dans nos eaux sur une licence mauricienne délivrée par notre ministère de la Pêche, nous allons leur imposer qu'ils débarquent tous leurs poissons à Port-Louis et pas ailleurs. Et comme l'a rappelé le ministre Boulel dans son intervention, le 7 février dernier, nous prévoyons la construction d'un véritable port de pêche et la mise en place d'un grand marché aux enchères des produits de la mer. Monsieur le Vice-président, le temps m'est bientôt compté et je vois le regard pesant et bienveillant de la Chief Whip. Je termine. À travers ce méga ministère de la Terre et de la Mer, Monsieur le Vice-président, avec le ministre Boulel, nous avons la responsabilité des pêcheurs, des planteurs, des éleveurs. Nous nous occupons des fruits de la mer, de la pomme de terre, de l'importation du bétail, de la production de miel, du développement de l'industrie cannière, de la lutte contre la pêche illégale, du carbone bleu des océans, de l'énergie verte, de la biomasse, de la conservation des parcs et forêts, de la problématique des chiens errants et du combat contre la maltraitance animale. Une dernière phrase. Un immense changement nous attend le pays. Ce changement longtemps rêvé par notre nation, aujourd'hui incarné par nous, le gouvernement du changement. Soyons donc les catalyseurs de ce changement, les accompagnateurs de cette transition écologique, énergétique et numérique. Soyons les bâtisseurs de ce pont vers l'avenir, un avenir pour réussir, un avenir pour unir, un avenir pour grandir. J'en ai terminé, Monsieur le Vice-président.
Thank you. Honorable Minister Ganga Prasad.
Thank
20
you,
minutes.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. In a testament of hope, Martin Luther King. In a testament of hope, Martin Luther King said, "You know, my friends, there comes a time when people get tired of being trampled over by iron feet of oppression. There comes a time, my friends, when people get tired of being plunged across the abyss of humiliation, where they experience the bleakness of nagging despair." Prior to 10th November 2024, the country was facing the situation of despair. This country was being trampled over by the iron boot of the MSM government. Whether it was inside this parliament or outside, whether it is in day-to-day life or whether it was on social platform, on Facebook, this MSM government oppressed a population. And then two leaders of this country, they put their heads together, their hearts together, in order to unlock the destiny of this country. I have named the present Prime Minister, Navin Ramgoolam, and the present Deputy Prime Minister. Two stalwarts, two great leaders of this country. But for 5 years, as a member of this assembly, under another speaker, who was a loudspeaker, this man, each time we had a session, literally humiliated us. Leave aside young parliamentarians, new parliamentarians like me, but stalwarts like Paul Raymond Béranger, stalwarts like Rajesh Bhagwan, Arvind Boulay, what they didn't do in this parliament to communalize this country. Sitting accommodation so that on MBC you will see only a few faces. Myself thrown at the back, purposely. Honorable Ritesh Rampal sat somewhere. Honorable Uchit sat somewhere else. Understand what I'm not saying. What picture they wanted to project to this country. They wanted to demonize certain people. What message they were sending outside to this country. Like this Prime Minister often says, Navin Ramgoolam often says, imagine for 1 minute, forget 1 minute, it is too long, 60 seconds. For 1 second, if that government was inside this parliament today, and we were a few again, what would have they done? What they had not done to us to break our morale. And it is important, at this point in time, I read one of the most famous verses of Rabindranath Tagore to this house. Earlier, I wouldn't have done it that much, because there weren't enough people in this parliament during last Monday, so that you could talk about philosophy, about literature, about great minds. Who would listen to you? Laptop éclaté, carrossable, carrossable, savate dodo, Rocco, Sef. You had a prime minister, the previous prime minister, I'm not going to name him, inculte as compared to the present one, cultured man who reads, a man who knows what is international diplomacy, who is constructing a bridge with the world. This is what we want. This is the change we are talking. You just listen to a few orators today Honorable Fabrice David, it was 3rd February 2020. That is not a coincidence. You and me, we had our maiden speeches on that day. And again today, one after the other, like two brothers, destiny bringing us again. Let me read what Rabindranath Tagore wrote in the 35th stanza of his Nobel-winning Gitanjali. You know it. The well-versed of this house will know it, but I'm reading it for the new generation. I want it to be in the Hansard for the future. And let us meditate on what Tagore said. Having been the previous rector of Tagore, this is a book I carry since then, and I don't know how long. Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. Where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into dreary desert sand of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom. My Father, let my country awake. This is what we want for Mauritius. We do not want a Mauritius which is fragmented, which is broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls of communalism. This is what was happening in this country. The way Honorable Eshan Juman, the way Honorable Shakil Mohamed, the way Honorable Patrick Assia Baden were treated or ill-treated, I don't know, by that government. When they were coming and unearthing scandals in this house, it took a communal touch. Just like Honorable Reza Houtim would come and talk about figures, they would give that a touch of communalism. And what they didn't do, to the ladies who were honorable members at that time. 4 days before International Day of Women, which we are going to celebrate, 4 days before, let me congratulate Madam the Speaker for being a lady who has poise and the way she presides over the affairs of this assembly. In absentia, if we could applaud that lady for the way she's handling the affair. With that much said, let me put a comma. And what about the lovely ladies, honorable ladies of this house? Vous êtes la fierté de l'île Maurice. From what hasn't Honorable Stéphanie Antil dared endure? Honorable Naval Marie, Honorable Fouquion, and Honorable Joanna Béranger. What they didn't do to break their morale. I salute you, ladies, because you stood a loudspeaker. You stood oppression. In spite of being trampled over, you resisted and you showed the way. And today, you are here. What they were not saying during their speeches, the different members of that government, they thought at one point they are going to be eternally here. We understand our friends are leaving for iftar. We wish them all the best and pray for all of us, for humanity. And what they were not saying, humiliating, session after session, those who were present, but especially the present Prime Minister. I was named on several times. 13 I have counted. A person like me. I come 7th, I think, in the list after Honorable Bagwan, Honorable Béranger, Honorable Shakil Mohammed, Honorable Patrick Asiavaden. An unruly, uncultured person trying to monitor us. You imagine what it is, all your education goes to the dogs inside this assembly at one moment. What they were teaching the population outside. And somebody today asked me, why can't you be a bit harsher towards the former Minister of Education? The culture I come from, the culture I have come from, the education I have, I know how to respect it. And I will do that. I will do that. Jean Anouilh said something. It is good for those who are involved in domestic violence to note it. Jean Anouilh said, il ne faut pas battre une femme même avec une fleur. I am a disciple of Jean Anouilh. How come this country, this parliament, when the former Prime Minister, Peeping Tom, I don't know what type of pleasure he was getting in order to see what the present Prime Minister had or didn't have. I can't understand. And I was saying he had placed a radar, surveillance camera, opposite the house of my good friend Honorable Osman. Yeah. And you imagine with moustache leaks, he was trying to peep, to hear. I don't know what was happening in this country. And for this posterity, the future will recognize these two leaders who stood against the tide of time, who stood against all adversities, and they rallied their soldiers. And we said, yes, let us get into that journey. And I commend Honorable Richard Duval. He looked at the interests of the country, and he came forward. The interests of the country came before the family ties. I commend the members of Resistance and Alternative. You had to stand the test of time, and you said yes to this alliance. And together, experienced one and young ones, together, we stood as candidates. And in my constituency, the mention was made by Honorable Patrick Asiavad, and in my constituency, one Mr. Prakash Montroua, un petit rafré, he said, nous pouvons détruire le mythe Ganga Parsad. Humbly I'm saying, humbly I'm standing here. Come on, destroy. You are destroyer, we are builders. On est des bâtisseurs. We had, and I said it during the campaign, my two co-candidates in French colistier, my two co-candidates, everywhere I would have political meeting, I said, I have one dream. I have one dream. And that dream is to hold in my right hand the hand of Honorable Nitish Bijan, and on the left, Rametoria. Parole donnée, parole sacrée, et c'est réussi grâce à la circonscription numéro 6. Merci circonscription numéro 6 pour m'avoir élu pour la deuxième fois. Merci circonscription numéro 6 pour avoir fait confiance à 3 enfants circonscription, à des enfants Goodlands et des enfants Pont du Sac. Merci l'île Maurice pour nous avoir fait confiance. And when I'm saying it, definitely, like some of you, I also am missing my father today, my hero figure, who left us 4 days after the elections. Now, this MSM thing, c'est important de comprendre son fonctionnement. Et ça n'a pas terminé. Vous avez écouté la conférence de presse du présent leader de l'opposition, je ne sais pas quel poste il s'occupe du MSM. Qu'est-ce qu'il dit? Qu'est-ce qu'il dit? Nous pouvons, l'étant margos in vini, population accepter mans margos, mais pas pour mans causer, fausse causer MSM. This is what this population wants. This population, c'est une population aguerrie, une population qui a compris que ce gouvernement, l'ancien gouvernement MSM, qu'est-ce que ce gouvernement a fait? You imagine how many people's lives have been destroyed? You imagine how it operates? You imagine how it has toyed, it has played with institutions? You imagine how it has sullied the reputation of people? You have imagined how it has humiliated great professionals? Honorable Faradomier is not here in this assembly. You come and try to attack a professional like him and many others. It is important. It is important for this population not to forget the multiple wounds inflicted on the soul of Mauritians. What we want now is a new Mauritius. What we want is a new tryst with destiny, like Nehru would have said it. What we want is a real change. And the best change comes inside our heart. Whether it is the heart of the MMM, whether it is the heart of Labour Party, whether it is the heart of Nouveau Démocrate, whether the heart of Resistance, or whether the heart of anyone. We want a change. We want humility to be restored in this country. We want to marry artificial intelligence and emotional intelligence. And Aristotle rightly said it. Aristotle rightly said it. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. And that government had had a 1,000 rupee note for every problem of this country. He had different 1,000 rupee notes to distribute in order to quell any resistance you had against it. They were just spreading, they were sharing money everywhere. The real problems were swept under the carpet. And today, each minister, each junior minister, each MP, when we move the carpet, we realize tons of dust that have accumulated. Name the ministry where there is no problem. Name the institution where we don't have problem. And for 10 years, that little diminutive prime minister asking the question, Côte-mon fauté? Côte-ton fauté? History will tell you. I hope he has enough of time to sit back and reflect what harm he has done. 1 week before Independence Day, 57th Independence Day, let us reaffirm, all of us, our faith in our motherland, our brotherhood, those walls that they had built against brothers of different communities. Let us trample those walls. Let us embrace each other in love. And this is what is the new vision of the educational policies of this government. We are not only going to feed or to educate the brain, we are going to look after the heart also. We want children of this country, whether they form the elite or whether they're slow learners, we embrace them as our kids. This is why some people outside are not understanding it. Why we came with this philosophy of free credit. We are not saying go and get free credit. Some of our kids will not be able to get 5 or 6 credit. Some of our children are not endowed. That is why we were so much against the extended program. And what we have brought in its place, foundation program. After 3 years, these kids are going to get a certificate. You imagine how many children have suffered because of the MSM government? Let me tell the population. Over the past 3 years, 5,927 students have failed the extended program and left the system without a PESAC or an NC certificate. Congratulations to this government, to the Prime Minister, to the Deputy Prime Minister, and everyone who has supported this project. Time is give me a few more minutes. Just to mention the figures.
Already
And 5,824 students
1 more minute to conclude.
didn't get the opportunity to get into lower 6, thanks to this government. This year, we have around 2,500 students who are joining lower 6. This is the vision of this government. We have to care for one and all. This government definitely has a lot of challenges. We know outside they want results, but a tree does not bear fruits overnight, especially over a land that has been mercilessly destroyed by the toxicity of that MSM government. But we have faith in this population. We have faith in everyone. And we say thank you to everyone who has supported, and more will join us when they will know that we are genuine in our mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, we are going to break for 1 hour. It's what? Oh. This is what I've been agreed. Thank you.
seated. I think we have the quorum. We can start. So now, Honourable Bechu, Minister, floor is yours.
Madam Speaker, to start me, please let me congratulate you and the Deputy Speaker for having been elected in the House. The late Jagannath's government damaged our economy to such an extent that we were nearly on the verge of bankruptcy and on the verge of obtaining junk credit rating status. The least mistake we commit will lead us towards the slippery slide of economic chaos. Madam Speaker, during the electoral campaign, we were campaigning against the high cost of living. We were campaigning against the depreciation of rupee. We were campaigning against the purchasing power which was going down day by day. We were campaigning against the rupee which was depreciating day by day. From December 2019 onwards, the rupee was depreciated up till 22%, followed by the cumulative inflation rate of 33% from December 2019 to September 2024. That was a massive loss in the purchasing power of the public. And to add to it, the decision of the Bank of Mauritius at that time to print billions of rupees, that also led to the decline of our economic situation. The situation was so bad that today we have to pay for the consequences. Madam Speaker, what did we inherit from the previous government? We have inherited a coffer which is empty. There is practically nothing. We have inherited fraud, corruption, nepotism, and at the same time, oppression at all levels, unlawful arrest. They were looking for all those who were against them. Even if you are not against them, if you are not with them, it means you are against them. So, those were the days when people could not sleep at rest. I still remember those days. We were out of power, we were in the opposition, and we were harassed unnecessarily. There was not a single day that was passed that when we were not, as former members of government, we were not harassed. They didn't spare anybody, whether they were parliamentarians, trade unions, lawyers, Facebookers, or even the internet users. None was spared. To get the favors of the government, we had to crawl down, we had to crawl before them. I still remember there were a few ministers at that time. They were having meetings at night, holding meetings in Katrbon, particularly 3 of them, hitting at blackmailing officers, compelling them to make statements against the former ministers, and they were even blackmailing the service providers. I still remember those difficult days, Madam Speaker, but everything was not lost. Everything was not lost, though we know that was a dangerous moment, a dangerous period. I still remember again those turbulent days, turbulent times when you had no right to speak to any other person. You are scared because if they happen to catch you talking to anybody, they can suspect you and they can make allegations against you. Those were the difficult days, hard days, dangerous days. But everything was not lost because, as we know, there were people who stood against them, and a person of no less a person than the leader of our own party, Navin Ramgoolam, who was then not the Prime Minister. He was in the opposition. He was not even a member of Parliament, but he stood against overwhelming odds. We still remember those difficult days when he had to go to Kazan Central repeatedly. Kazan Central, so many heaps and heaps of allegations were leveled against him, but still he was able to stand against those overwhelming odds. We remember, turbulent times give us at times incredible opportunities in order to prove ourselves. In all adversities, there is in his depths a treasure of spiritual blessing secretly hidden. He did not run away from the responsibilities. He did not hide in his cells. He did not go underground. He did not retreat in bunkers, but he came out forcefully. He strove he sweated, and ultimately he succeeded. Today he's the Prime Minister of this country. And this is an example that we can follow, all of us. That reminds me of Tagore. He says, give me the strength never to disown the poor, nor to bend my head before insolent might. And in fact, he didn't bend his head before insolent might. Madam Speaker, today we have got two leaders in this House. Both of them had gone through difficult times, hard times, and today they are here. And they are the trustee of the national cause. They are the symbol of the nation. And we are proud to have two such persons who are leading this country. And because of this, we are going to prosper. We are going to do very well in the near future. Though we had difficult times, we had hard times, I'll still remember those days, those horrible hours, terrific hours, when even I was being harassed. My parents, my relatives, my own family, the way they were being harassed. I still remember the day when I was almost dragged to Caserne Centrale, not 1, 2, 3, many times. And at times, forcefully, I was compelled to make certain statements in Caserne. I have not yet forgotten. I have not yet forgotten that evening at around 4:50, when I was supposed to be put behind in Mocha Detention Center. But I had told them there is no power on earth that can touch me because I haven't committed any mistake. And by the grace of God, they couldn't touch me. 4 allegations, 4 charges were leveled against me. 4 charges leveled against me. But the DPP struck out the case. The then Commissioner of Police appealed against the decision of DPP to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court struck out the case. Those were the difficult days. And when we go down the memory lane, at times we shudder when we think about those difficult moments. Madam Speaker, it is better, as we say, it is better to be a lion for a day than to become a sheep for whole life. We had a lion, and in fact, Madam Speaker, it's better to die. It is better to die standing rather than you live your whole life on your knees. This is not, Navin Ramgoolam hadn't done that. And for that he deserves all the praise that he merits, because he did it, he worked it, nobody expected. Whenever you talk to people in those days, nobody even dreamt that a day will come when Labour Party will be back to power. And today we are back to power. We have got good leaders. Good leaders are those who lead the country. Bad leaders are those like him who mislead the country. Good leaders are those who guides the people. Bad leaders are those who misguide people. Good leaders are those who serve the nation, and bad leaders are those who make the nation serve them, and who amass wealth, and they fatten themselves. This is what they have done, and that's why they are today out of power. Madam Speaker, 2014 to 2024 was the darkest period of Mauritian history, the darkest period, and darkness, automatically after darkness, the dawn follows. And this is what we have seen today. They have looted the country. That's why they have been booted out. These people, they have used political power to amass wealth, climb the social ladder, and they have fattened themselves. They have built their fortune on the misfortune of the common man. And I can say on this issue that's why we say the lesson that we have learned is politics. Power is poison. It corrupts our conscience. It hardens our heart, and it confounds our understanding. We have to exercise power with vigilance. This is a lesson that we have learned in our life. When we go through memory lane, we think of the 10 years that have passed. This is a lesson that we have learned, that never be so arrogant in life. Never be so arrogant, because one of the days you have to pay the consequences. Madam Speaker, we are free today. The day when we got election results, something strange happened. Everybody felt at that time that we are free. They didn't get anything in return, but they felt the freedom. And that's why I'm going to quote the same that my honorable friend had quoted a few hours ago, when about Tagore, the way he describes in what atmosphere our country should come up. Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come from the depths of truth, where tireless striving strategy turns toward perfection, where the clear stream of reason hasn't lost its way into the dirty desert sands of that time, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, my Father, let my country awake. This is a prayer to the Lord that let our country awake, where there is freedom, there is no restriction. This is what we have given to the nation, and that is why today we are proud that we have got a nation, we have got a country where there is freedom, we can express ourselves. Madam Speaker, we have to say, being given that now we are in power, we must have courage of conviction, we must have superb values. We have to be firm in our conviction, but we have to be friendly. We have to be tough in our work, but we have to be tender towards those people who are laissez-pour-compte, those who deserve our attention and our care. We have to be courageous, but we have to be compassionate towards our countrymen who are in fact passing through difficult economic moments today in our country. We don't believe, we should stop believing. We have passed through difficult days. We should stop believing in failures. We have to believe now in results. We should forget about prejudice. We should learn lessons from them. We should stop talking about problems. We have to look at possibilities, how we are going to help our nation. Let us not be a prisoner of the past. Let's be an architect of the future. That is what I believe. Madam Speaker, we have got a caring government, because I have told we have got two good leaders. Those who have passed difficult moments, and we have learned, as I say, in all adversities, there is in its depths a treasure of spiritual blessing secretly hidden. Let us care for our children. We have to care for our babies. We have to care for our youth. We have to care for our mothers and fathers, our laissez-pour-compte, those who are deprived of the basic necessities of life. And since I have taken over, we have to provide them a clean environment amidst the dangerous viruses which is spreading everywhere, but we have to provide them with a clean environment even amidst difficulties, amidst hardship. Madam Speaker, we are born to serve. We are born to serve and to share, but not to grab and to grieve. That's why we say we have to help each and everybody who deserves it. Since I have taken over as Minister of Health, I have left no stone unturned to help the lowest, those who are the lowest strata of society, those who need our care, those who need our support in health matters. We are not disregarding anybody. You are not disregarding anyone. We are trying to support each and everybody. The last 10 years were the most faithful years in the history of our country, particularly as far as the health problem were concerned, because the legacy that they have left is alarming. The legacy is shocking, horrible, appalling, to say the least. Madam Speaker, we have got a Herculean task to perform. No new doctors were recruited. No new nurses were recruited. No training was provided to our doctors, to our nurses. No activity in the training school. But there was no activity. Still one of their own kith and kin was chosen to sit and to fatten herself in that training center. The relatives are there. 1,500 nurses we lack 1,500 nurses in our hospital. Only a handful were taken in the last 10 years. Today, the legacy, as I told you, is catastrophic. No money was left. They have spent all. They have dilapidated all money which was in the ministry. There is no money even to pay petrol. For petrol, we had no money to pay. We didn't have money to pay for foreign hospitals where our patients are getting treated. Even that we didn't have money to pay. And the then Minister of Finance were talking of economic boom, but he was claiming his foolishness to be wisdom. We don't have practically nothing in the Ministry of Finance. They have left the ministry bankrupt. There was nothing, no change. Yes, we do agree. New buildings were constructed, yes. Foreign funds which were available were mismanaged, yes. Millions of rupees were looted, yes. And improper planning they had made, yes, that is true. New cancer hospital they have given, there was no surgery, nothing was done. And equipments are lying idle, and all the consumables have already expired. The ministry, I can say, the health and medical services is in ICU, intensive care unit. Madam Speaker, on one hand, the public hospitals, they are dwindling, while the private hospitals are flourishing. Because as they say, make hay while the sun shines. Those who are close to the kitchen, they the kitchen, they are constructing one private hospital after the other. Whereas what happened to our public hospitals, deliberately they have been disregarded, they have been weakened, and their attempt was made to push public from the public hospital down to the private sector. This is what we call the betrayal of trust. Madam Speaker, the saga of Molnupiravir and back and blisters is known to everybody. Millions of rupees have been wasted. Now, up till now, 575 million rupees we have to pay for all our vaccination. They have not paid. Nothing they have done. They have destroyed us. They have finished us. They have looted the wealth. And what they have bled the country white. This is what I can tell you, Madam Speaker, the traumatic and horrible experiences of our elders who had gone for dialysis in those days is known to everybody. How can we forget? They were left to die, confined in a place, and they were almost suffocated to death. I just can't understand in what situation they were dying. Nobody cared for them. Nothing was given to them. They were starved to death. Can we forget those traitors, the crime that they have committed? That is what we call broad day murder. These our own kith and kin were murdered by this government. We cannot forget them. We cannot, even in years to come, this will keep on haunting them because these people were killed deliberately, I can say. Because when you go through the reports and you read, you find how those patients were helpless. One couldn't see with his eyes. Another one was crippled, but still he was left in a corner, go and die. Nobody cared for them. That's why I say that they will be punished forever and ever. They can never come back. According to our health indicators, Madam Speaker, if you look at the health indicators, the health statistic report of 2023, the average expectancy life for male and female in 2015 was 74.5 years. 2015, 2023, it has gone down to 73.5. This means we are going down. We are going to die earlier. This is what I mean to say. Secondly, HIV/AIDS should have been zero by 2030. Unfortunately, it is increasing. In 2014, it was 333. In 2023, it is 405. Our target always was 2030. HIV/AIDS should be completely eliminated. Unfortunately, it is coming up. The deaths due to non-communicable disease has gone up by 20%. It's a shame for our country. In 2014, it was 6,809. In 2023, it's 8,129. This could have been avoided. They have practically done nothing. Money was voted, but money was looted. They have robbed us. They have finished the country. Madam Speaker, it's not mere statistics. This is the naked truth of mismanagement, failure of our system as a result of neglect, corruption, and nepotism. Madam Speaker, the health workers in our country, they need our support. They are our assets. You know how many cases of assault has been noted. But one thing I can assure on behalf of the government, I say we have to be pitiless against those rascals who are here hurting our health workers. We have to be without pity, because 2 days back there were 2 cases where our nursing officers, doctors were assaulted. I think that has to stop, and we have to see to this that this doesn't happen over again. Over time, we haven't paid them. Up till now, we are owing. We are not at fault. Now, up till now, we are owing 500 million rupees. I don't know how they have managed. How was it possible for almost 2 billion rupees over time? Now we are left with 500 million rupees, but we have to give guarantee to our workers that we are going to pay them all the overtime, and we have to recruit trained officers in the Ministry of Health. The School of Nursing has to be active over again. We have to have transparency and accountability everywhere. Our focus, Madam Speaker, is on prevention, prevention, and prevention. We have started a nationwide campaign in order to improve the health of our public. For example, non-communicable diseases, communicable diseases, HIV/AIDS, and substance abuse. Here I have to thank the Deputy Prime Minister for the support that he is extending us. Madam Speaker, the Mocha High Hospital is already saturated. Every day you have got at least 400 to 500 people queuing up. That is the reason why we have started decentralizing now in Flag Hospital. We have started one wing, and monthly we are carrying about 300 surgical eye cataract operations. Similar is the case in Suivez. You are going to move towards G2 Hospital as well. We are going to decentralize so that there won't be any need for our people, our patients to travel, and they have to queue up the whole day. This has to stop, because we are now in a modern country. We have to provide them with all amenities. Madam Speaker, the mental department is completely neglected. Nobody cared for the Brown Sequoia Hospital. And it's a shame for me to say in the House that we have got a report that many of the wards are full of bed bugs, and we have to remove all those beds now. We have to provide them with better conditions and new beds. Proper resources will be put, and a new emergency services are going to start, similar to SAMI, but here it will be manned by the psychiatrists. This is what we have promised, because we have to help those people. They need our support because they are desperate. Madam Speaker, overseas treatments, we have to give a fresh look to it to prevent abuse and to ensure sustainability. Strict criteria has to be imposed. As far as cancer hospital is concerned, it is already operational. DEXA-SCAM and PET-SCAM it will be operational soon, in about 2 months or 3 months' time, because we have got certain components we have already ordered from abroad. And we are getting the support of oncological experts from India. We have to thank the Indian authorities for having been providing us with all types of support, particularly a few hospitals of Chennai. They have also decided to provide at least space for our patients to stay in Chennai, because earlier we were having much difficulties. The parents who were accompanying the patients were having difficulties, and I have to thank my friend for the support that he has given me, Rajan Narsinghan. Through him and through our representative in Chennai, we were able to make such an arrangement. Madam Speaker, the diabetes that is devastating our nation, and the Prime Minister himself is personally concerned, and he had contact with Professor Davies Owen, a renowned professor in diabetology, to enlist his support, and I hope that we are going to get his support. And we have already started diabetes centers in all our hospitals, And yesterday I met one Professor Rajesh Kesavan, an expert in diabetic foot from Chennai, and his services we have also retained, and he has accepted to come and to give us free support. Madam Speaker, as far as cardiovascular disease is concerned, our Prime Minister has established contact with Professor Derek Yellow and Professor Malcolm Walker from University College London. An international conference will be held towards the end of this year on diabetes, renal diseases, and cardiovascular. That will be held around October this year. And I'm also pleased to announce that we have also set up a renal transplant unit at Jawaharlal Nehru. For the time being, it's at Victoria, and we have recruited an international expert to set up the unit and to train our staff and also to conduct the renal transplant. We have, and in our program, we have got, in our government program, we have to set up a hospital specialized in obstetrics and gynecology, and one in pediatrics. The Public Health Act dates back to 1925. It has to be reviewed. The Pharmaceutical Board, Pharmaceutical Council, Medical Board, Dental Council, Mauritius Institute of Health, Trust Fund for Specialized Medical Care, all these will be relooked, and we have to give a new look, and we have to reform them. As conclusion, I would like to remind the House of a stark failure that symbolized 10 years of stagnation. That is the E-project, the computerization. I remember when earlier in 2014, so under Labour government, we secured the support of Government of India through the intervention of our Prime Minister, so that they could have helped us in setting up the E-project. Unfortunately, when we were out of power, the new government that came, they rejected that proposal of the Government of India, and they have left everything as it was. But I can assure, because there's a saying, they say they slept they slept beneath the moon, they bathed beneath the sun, and they led a life for going to do, and they died politically without being done. This is what they have done. They promised, they haven't done it. I can assure the House that we are going very fast with it. But let me conclude. In conclusion, I have to quote the father of the nation. I can't do without quoting him because I have the habit. Whenever I deliver speeches, I have the habit of quoting him. Before 1982, I remember his words, and I'm going to quote it as conclusion. I'm quoting it. He said, the Labour Party is not a perfect political party. The Labour Party may not be a perfect political party. For that matter, no party is perfect. Yet we have practiced the virtues of tolerance and patience, of understanding for those who are against us, of reverence for our life, of compassion for the sick and needy, of concern for our youth. We have protected the weak and humbled the pride of enemies of people. We have paid our dues. We have honored our obligations, and we have exerted ourselves for the welfare of our country. We have imparted momentum to economic activities and social programs. That's why Mauritius is held in high regard as a stronghold of democracy in a world where unemployment is endemic, famine is rampant, and misery is widespread. End of quote. Let us make our life sublime and departing leave behind us footprints in the sand of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ganesh, Honorable Minister.
Madam,
Try and keep an eye on the time.
yeah, sure. That's why I put my watch here.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, allow me, first of all, to congratulate you on your election as Speaker of the House, as well as my good friend, Honorable Balamudi, as Deputy Speaker, and to all honorable members who are here, who have been elected in their respective constituency, to the Prime Minister, to the Deputy Prime Minister. So we are here, l'Alliance du Changement, with a 60-0. We must reflect on what happened to our country, why we made this alliance. Before the election, we must remember the last 5 years that the MSM government was in power. And it's good to remind that they were in power with only 37% of le suffrage. Only 37%. Which means the majority of the people were against them. But despite that, what did we see? The arrogance, l'arrogance du pouvoir était là. When you see the Prime Minister, the ex-Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, when he was answering questions, as if you are disturbing him if you ask him a question, he will take a whole 30 minutes to give you an answer. And with all the arrogance that you can imagine. And we know how they were dealing with the affairs of the country. You know, we, the MMM, it's true that they were saying with some of their chatouas and some who left our party, saying that the MMM has been in opposition. The MMM is a party for opposition. Yes, true it is. We have been in opposition for a long time. Myself, I'm here for my 4th mandate after 14 years out of this parliament. I still remember I was there for my first mandate. And I'm proud for my first mandate I was here with the same alliance, Labour Party and MMM in 1995. I was sitting there next to my brother, late Zilpiran. We were 2 brothers. I was in this house. Then I had 3 mandates. Then after 14 years, I'm back here. But what is more important, that we have been in opposition or in government, we, the MMM, we have not deviated from our principles and ideals. our principles and ideals have remained the same, which is, first of all, the consolidation of the national unity. This is one of our principles which we cherish and will never let anybody put in danger the unity of this population. And the previous regime, the MSM government, what we did not hear was Mr. Moustache. Even as if national anthem was reserved for them. Such community cannot use national anthem. They have tried to divide the population into segments. And they have paid this crime because this population, we live like brothers and sisters, different communities. And see the beauty of Mauritius. We just finished Kavadi. We have Mahashivratri. Now we are having the Muslim Ramadan. We'll be having the Christian fasting. This is the beauty of Mauritius. And these people, they try to put this in danger. I say we can get into any problem. The biggest problem that we can have, the day we have national unity in the country, will get out of any problem that we can face any type of problem if we have national unity in this country. And this is one of the principles that the MMM, for which we were born, to consolidate our national unity. Our principle for consolidation of democracy. Every time we have been in power, we did everything to consolidate our democracy. Now, just recently, what they tried to do with DPP, we restored the power of DPP. This is what we do with the 60-0. We'll bring back municipal election soon. We'll put it in the constitution, not like what they were doing with the majority that they had, trying to take all the powers of the DPP, bring the prosecution commission, and when they failed, by the back door when introducing the FCC Act, try to curtail the power of the DPP. This is what they did with the majority. But here, we are in a government with a 60-0, the population can rest assured that on each occasion, the Labour Party and the MMM are two parties with their allies, with the Resistance and Nouveau Démocrate. We are parties who have been born to consolidate democracy. We have been born for the well-being of the population, for better distribution of wealth in the country, to manage the economic affairs of the country with all the rigidity, with all the seriousness that a country deserves in the management of its economic affairs. We are here to bring a balance between development and the nature and the environment. This is what we are for, not like the MSM government was. Madam Speaker, I think that this alliance is a God-sent alliance. Because if we imagine for 1 minute if they had come in power, the MSM regime, what would have been the fate of this country today? We know how they managed the economy. They destroyed the economy. So much so that today we are on the watch list of Moody's. We know now how they dilapidated all the funds, the MIC, what they did with the 80 billion rupees, how they gave to Pechikopin. We know what they did with our economy. Fraud and corruption were as if a la mode. Likak was a whitewashing machine in the hand of the MSM government. We know from when Sobrino was coming in the country. Get lisier dans lisier. This was in Mauritius, get lisier dans lisier sobrino. La main dans pouce. We know what happened in the case of Medpoint. How the director of ICAC, Mr. Bhikari, went to London. No, Bhikari pas joué ça. Bhikari est misérable. Salary 600,000 rupees, went to London, turncoat. Madam Speaker, the population up to now does not know how the evaluation of that Medpoint from 77 million rupees came to 144 million rupees. This the population does not know. He can have turncoat there. But I am sure that in the near future the population will know. Angus Road, how money was paid by cash. Receipt we have seen in the papers. Money coming from London, for which ICAC did not see anything. Stag Party, ICAC did not see anything. These were how ICAC was dealing, because they were under the supervision of La Cuisine. They were taking orders from La Cuisine, and it was La Cuisine which was kitchen cabinet which was managing the affairs of the country. How can a country where you get people democratically elected, but they are taking directives from a kitchen cabinet? This was Mauritius under the MSM regime. And that's good, and it is good that the population, that this country, I always say, Honorable Paul Béranger, Deputy Prime Minister, was right in 1982 when he said, le peuple Maurice, c'est un peuple admirable. And really, this country has a peuple admirable. They know what to do. They will not go on the street. They wait for their time. I have never seen in an election early morning people queuing up with their pen in their hand. At 6 o'clock, when I started for 7 o'clock, at 6 o'clock people were already queuing up. And at that time, I knew that les carottes sont cuits pour MSM. Because people were with their pen, and this is the two messages that we send to the people during the campaign. You go and vote early, or else they will send people to vote in your place and take your pen because we do not trust them. And people went early and went with a pen and did what they had to do at that time. And this is le peuple admirable de l'île Maurice. And I'm proud, as a Mauritian, that our citizens have done what has to be done for this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I come to another topic, which is flash floods. We know that we cannot predict flash floods. But since I took office, I had several meetings with the technical staff of my ministry and carried numerous site visits, because we are very much concerned as a small country with flash floods, and we know what happened in our country. I must say that I have been very much surprised on the extent of works which have not yet been completed or even started. Since 2019, that is 6 years now, projects qualified under emergency and budgeted for an amount of 11.7 billion rupees were not implemented. Despite these projects were considered to be emergency projects. 62 projects listed as priority by the Land Drainage Authority are incomplete or even yet to be started under either they don't have drawings or there is no relief, that is no follow-up have been done to see that the drains are put in place. Madam Speaker, we all know the distress that many people faced during the flooding of 2023-2024. We saw many vehicles were carried away and heavy damages caused to infrastructure, particularly in Port Louis and Vallée des Prés. Any reasonable government would have immediately implemented mitigating measures to prevent the recurrence of such events. Sad to say that this never materialized in reality. For Port Louis, 8 projects were listed as top priority to mitigate the impact of flooding from Ruisseau du Pouce and inside Port Louis, La Poudrière and the other street. 1.9 billion project value funds were earmarked for supposedly emergency projects. None of these have been implemented to date. And yet, you remember what was their motto? At that time, they said, putting people first. I'm sure you can bet who they were putting first. In the same line, Madam Speaker, the Drain Infrastructure Construction Limited was set up. This company was supposed to act faster than other implementing agencies like RDA and UN local authorities. It was created with an envelope of 12 billion rupees. We all know who was chairing the ICL. Projects exceeding cost estimates for which financial clearance were not obtained were being awarded. And today, the ICL is sitting on claims worth millions of rupees to consultants and contractors. Madam Speaker, with a view to ensuring that drainage systems are robust, regularly cleaned and properly managed to minimize the damage caused by flash floods and protecting both lives and property, the Land Drainage Authority has been mandated to spearhead the National Flood Management Program. Cabinet has just set up a technical committee to review the Land Drainage Master Plan, and a report is expected in the shortest delay possible. Madam Speaker, this government has not forgotten roadways. Some 11 drain projects are being considered for implementation in roadways. 4 projects at the level of Central Procurement Board for selection of contractors. A land drainage master plan for roadways will be commissioned by the LDA. This will serve as a basis for attenuating the impact of flooding and achieving an integrated management of flood risks to reduce the vulnerability of the population to heavy rainfall. Madam Speaker, the availability of these infrastructures ensures that communities thrive, businesses operate efficiently, and citizens enjoy a better quality of life. In essence, the development and upkeep of roads, drains, and amenities are integral to a country's growth, stability, and prosperity. Madam Speaker, over the recent years, the Government of India has financed several projects under the G2G agreement. These projects, including the new Flag Hospital, the new Cancer Hospital, and ENT, are of great significance to the people of Mauritius, for which we are deeply grateful to the Government of India. However, I have been informed that the previous government did not involve my ministry at any stage of the project. My ministry is now called upon to provide technical support, because we have to provide the technical support for these assets which Government of India has offered to us. But we have no plan, no design, anything, because the government of Mauritius, in the fold of the previous government of Mauritius, that has not involved the Ministry of National Infrastructure in any stage of the project. Now, we are trying several mitigating strategies at the level of my ministry so that we can follow up. We are trying to conduct a comprehensive building audit for all buildings constructed within the last 2 years under G2G agreement. We are developing a building maintenance manual, including updated layout and system details. We are implementing a preventive maintenance program in close collaboration with the project consultants. As far as construction sector, my ministry will support and empower SMEs by implementing targeted measures to enhance their capabilities and ensure their sustainable growth. We will facilitate access to public contracts for SMEs in the construction sector, ensuring that they have fair opportunities to participate in government projects. Additional support will be given to help small contractors invest in modern equipment and innovative construction technology. One of the critical challenge facing our economy, particularly in the construction sector, is the skill mismatch and labor shortages. To bridge this gap in the construction sector, my ministry and the Construction Industry Authority will work closely with training institutions, technical colleges, and industry stakeholders to develop tailor-made programs that will equip individuals with the skills required in the construction sector. Madam Speaker, with regard to the Road Development Authority, I must point out that since its inception, the RDA has been committed to improving mobility and guiding transport investment in the Republic of Mauritius. My mission is to create a sustainable, resilient, and efficient road network that supports the socio-economic growth of our nation. However, as we face an increasing unpredictable environment, we must adopt a new, dynamic, and holistic approach to transport planning. I have noted that up to now, we have spent 342.8 million, excluding cost of land, on constructing cycle lanes, which unfortunately are not used and left in an abandoned state. I consider it to be a wastage of public funds. No sensitization campaign has been carried out, and a blanket policy decision was taken by the previous government to build bicycle lane on all new roads. Madam Speaker, l'Alliance du Sangma promised to do things differently. We will ensure that money is spent where it is most deserved. We are completely reviewing the policy for provision of cycle lanes to ensure that public money is spent diligently, and the Mauritian public are able to benefit from these infrastructures. In fact, we will look into several possibilities in collaboration with the traffic management and road safety and the police. Some proposals being looked include the extension of existing cycle lane to connect the neighboring villages and towns to promote more ridership. Furthermore, taking into consideration the rising number of accidents involving motorcycles, there is a growing consensus that the traffic flow of two-wheelers should be segregated from other vehicular traffic in a bid to reduce risk of collision and accident. Dedicated lanes will be considered for two-wheelers wherever possible. As a real caring government, we will leave no stone unturned in this endeavor. Let me conclude, Madam Speaker. I'll go directly to the conclusion. Madam Speaker, The future is an ever-shifting landscape, full of both uncertainty and opportunity. Every day we are confronted with new challenges and decisions that shape the path ahead. As we build the bridge to the future, we must remember that it will take time. It will require patience, perseverance, and resilience. We citizens of Mauritius are the architects of this bridge, and it is our responsibility to ensure it is well built, inclusive, and forward-thinking. Madam Speaker, when historians will write of this era, let them say this: when Mauritius faced its darkest hour, its people chose light. They chose justice. They chose to believe once more in democracy, in a new government, de l'Alliance du Changement. Our pledge must be that no child will grow in fear, no grandmother will whisper secrets glancing at the walls, no citizen will doubt that their voice matters. Madam Speaker, the future is not a distant dream. It is something we shape. Together we can lay the first stone of that bridge today and continue to build it for generations to come. The future is for us to shape. The bridge to the future is for us to create, and it begins now. We are Mauritius. We are resilient. We are free. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, I realize that you all have very interesting things to say more, but you will get other occasions to speak. Honorable Duval, Minister.
Thank you, Madame Speaker. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi d'exprimer l'honneur qui est le mien de prendre la parole pour la première fois en tant que ministre et de surcroît à la tête du ministère qui fut autrefois confié à mon père, Sir Gaëtan Duval. Cet honneur est d'autant plus grand, Madame la Présidente, que je me tiens aujourd'hui devant vous dans une chambre qui a retrouvé sa sérénité. Ayant siégé dans cette auguste assemblée de 2019 à 2024, je peux vous assurer qu'il n'y a aucune comparaison avec le calvaire que nous subissions lorsque nous étions dans l'opposition. La démocratie, fort heureusement, après tant d'injustices, de grossièreté, sous le régime Jagnat, a été réinstaurée. Madame la Présidente, je voudrais d'abord féliciter l'honorable Tanou pour sa motion. Je saisis l'occasion pour vous féliciter de votre élection comme présidente de cette Chambre, ainsi que votre adjoint, l'honorable Veda Balamouti. Je tiens également à saluer et à féliciter tous mes collègues élus, mes camarades de cette équipe gouvernementale. Une équipe dirigée par l'honorable Dr Navin Ramgoolam, qui, en bon général, a su rassembler des gens de bonne volonté et galvaniser ses troupes pour les mener vers une écrasante victoire aux côtés de l'infatigable leader du MMM, l'honorable Paul Béranger. Je n'oublie pas mes amis, évidemment, de résistance et alternative, notamment mon ami Ashok Soubon, mes deux camarades de Nouveau Démocrate, Kouchal Lobin, l'honorable Kouchal Lobin, l'honorable Véronique Le Govin, et je tiens à dire un grand merci, enfin, aux habitants de Kirby Midlands qui m'ont fait confiance, ainsi que mes deux colistiers, l'honorable Michael Silkian et l'honorable, mon ami, Adja Ganes. Et je rappelle que la circonscription numéro 17 est la seule à avoir eu 3 ministres. Madame la Présidente, nous avons... Un petit peu ventard. Madame la Présidente, nous avons assisté le 10 novembre dernier à une révolution pacifique et démocratique. aucune effusion de sang, aucun affrontement. Cette révolution s'est faite avec un simple stylo. La victoire de 60 a entraîné dans son sillage un sentiment de liberté, voire une confiance retrouvée au sein de notre population. Mais les chantiers devant nous restent immenses. Madame la Présidente, je veux simplement souligner qu'il n'a jamais été autant on n'a jamais été autant en symbiose avec les vœux et les aspirations de notre peuple. Notre gouvernement n'a pas choisi la facilité. Nous avons choisi de faire les choses en respectant la loi. Et permettez-moi maintenant de parler de mon ministère dont j'ai la responsabilité. Le tourisme, Madame la Présidente, est un pilier essentiel de notre économie. Sa contribution directe et indirectement tournerait, selon les estimations, autour de 21 à 24% de notre produit intérieur brut. Il faut savoir qu'un emploi sur 10 est directement ou indirectement lié au tourisme. Madame la Présidente, comment se porte le secteur? Si l'on croit à certains chiffres, plutôt bien, mais cela, d'après moi, aurait pu être beaucoup mieux en termes d'arrivée, et je peux dire que nous ne sommes qu'à 97 à 98% du niveau de 2019. Mais l'ancien gouvernement se targuait de pouvoir retrouver, voire dépasser ce seuil en avançant les chiffres de 1,4 million de touristes. Quant aux recettes du Gross Tourism Earning, la Banque de Maurice a publié un chiffre de 93 milliards pour 2024. Mais ce que l'histoire ne dit pas, c'est que ce montant est artificiel, gonflé par la dépréciation de la roupie et de l'inflation à Maurice, comme dans la zone du dollar. Et je ne dis pas ça de gaieté de cœur. Comparé à 2019, les recettes touristiques n'ont que légèrement augmenté. Je ne suis pas économiste, mais 93 milliards avec un dollar de 47 roupies et l'inflation que nous subissions aujourd'hui valent peut-être moins de 66 milliards avec un dollar à 36 roupies dans le contexte économique de 2019. Madame la Présidente, je ne peux évoquer le ministère du Tourisme sans parler des scandales qui ont éclaboussé la Mauritius Tourism Promotion Authority sous l'Ancien Régime. C'est du vol, Madame la Présidente. Des centaines de millions de roupies parties en fumée. La liste des malversations, des magouilles est longue. Mais permettez-moi, Madame la Présidente, d'en citer quelques-unes. Tout d'abord, il y a le cas des white parties, Madame la Présidente. White parties organisées par Maradiva, auxquelles la MTPA a contribué. Et là, je parle de l'édition de 2024, à quelques mois des élections fédérales, les services de 4 coco-girls originaires des pays de l'Est ont été sollicités. Madame la Présidente, ces danseuses exotiques ont été présentées comme des journalistes et des influenceuses. Mais qui a payé le déplacement au coût de 450 000 roupies? Mais là, évidemment, la MTPA, bien sûr, autrement dit, l'argent des contribuables. C'est une véritable honte, Madame la Présidente. Et grâce à l'actualité, les photos de ces white parties, ou devrais-je dire des wild parties, ont refait surface avec certains participants pour les moins louches. Après les Pinocchio's parties, les poules parties et les donc parties, Laissez-moi vous parler de l'affaire de Snow Polo que personne ne connaît peut-être. Snow Polo, pas C'est un événement annuel en Suisse auquel la MTPA et Maradiva participent conjointement. Et concernant l'édition de 2024, l'organisateur a servi une mise en demeure à la MTPA, pas plus loin que janvier 2025, il y a quelques semaines, pour des dettes impayées de 2,8 millions, plus les intérêts et la TVA. Il s'avère, Madame la Présidente, que la MTPA avait réservé un espace et n'a finalement pas participé à l'événement. Et plus grave encore, Madame la Présidente, c'est qu'après une enquête interne, il a été découvert que l'ancien directeur aurait signé l'accord avec l'organisateur sans l'aval du board et sans la signature du président. Et ce n'est pas tout, Madame la Présidente. Selon l'enquête, l'ancien directeur a signé l'accord pour le compte de Maradiva et la MTPA. N'est-ce pas, Madame la Présidente, un cas de conflit d'intérêts? Laissez-moi évoquer encore un autre scandale qui a provoqué un tollé parmi les internautes. Il s'agit de deux supposés gentlemen à la prestigieuse course épique de la Royal Ascot. Enfin, la MTPA et Maradiva sont présents à cet événement de 2016 à 2024. Et il faut dire que cette participation a coûté un total, attendez Madame la Présidente, de 8,8 millions à la MTPA, dont 8,1 millions ont été versés directement à Maradiva. Directement à Maradiva. Pire, Madame la Présidente, pour contourner toutes les procédures, certains paiements ont été faits à travers le représentant de la MTPA à Londres. Et je ne serais pas étonné que la MTPA ait financé jusqu'à la redingote et le chapeau haut de forme, appelé chapeau Cancrela, porté par ces deux du jour. Qui sait peut-être aussi que les sous-vêtements de Ton Georges aussi, peut-être, hein, ont été sponsorisés par... Et ce n'est pas terminé, Madame la Présidente. Je dois également évoquer l'affaire des cartes de crédit. Cartes de crédit mises à la disposition de l'ancien directeur de la MTPA de 2018 à 2024. Ce monsieur, Madame la Présidente, aurait dépensé la coquette somme, tenez-vous bien, Madame la Présidente, 14,6 millions en achats personnels. 14,6 millions. Il a dépensé 528 000 en 2018. En 2019, il a dépensé 1,5. En 2020, il a dépensé 1,277. Le montant grimpe encore, Madame la Présidente. 2 361 en 2021. 2 798 en 2022. Puis ça monte encore. 3 487 en 2023. Et enfin, pour terminer, 2 585 000 en 2024. Et je rappelle à la Chambre, Madame la Présidente, que les frontières étaient fermées en grande partie dans les années 2020, en 2020 et 2021. Mais j'insiste, Madame, j'insiste que c'est du vol à grande échelle. Ils n'ont eu aucune, alors là, aucune pitié pour les contribuables de notre pays. Je m'arrête là, Madame la Présidente, car les dépositions ont été consignées par l'officier in charge de la MTPA auprès de la Financial Crime Commission et les enquêtes sont en cours. Mais je peux vous assurer, Madame la Présidente, que nous sommes loin d'avoir découvert tout ce qui s'est passé à la MTPA. Je profite toutefois de cette occasion, Madame la Présidente, pour affirmer haut et fort que cette époque est révolue. La MTPA redeviendra la Mauritius Tourism Promotion Authority et non la Maradiva Promotion Authority. J'adresse également une mise en garde claire et nette, claire et ferme, et que le gouvernement de Navin Ramgoolam, de Dr Navin Ramgoolam, le Premier ministre de ce pays, sera intransigeant envers ceux qui confondent leur poche avec les fonds publics. Madame la Présidente, l'urgence de renforcer notre contrôle sur les opérations des bateaux de plaisance dans nos eaux est plus pressante que jamais. Ces embarcations sont devenues des instruments silencieux du réseau de trafic de drogue, particulièrement entre le corridor entre Maurice et l'île de la Réunion. Et pour faire face à cette situation, nous allons rendre obligatoire l'installation d'un système d'identification automatique EIS sur tous les bateaux de plaisance. Ce dispositif permettra un suivi réel des déplacements des embarcations. J'ai eu l'occasion d'avoir une réunion avec le commissaire de police et j'espère de ne pas commettre d'impair en indiquant qu'il était très enthousiaste à l'idée. Nous allons aussi créer des zones de mouillage dédiées à un système d'attribution de bouées individuelles. Ce projet permettra une surveillance plus efficace avec une détection rapide des activités suspectes. Nous ne voulons pas que des bateaux de couleur bleue quittent le nord pour revenir de couleur orange et chargés à rabord. Si vous voyez où je veux venir. Madame la Présidente, je profite de cette opportunité pour annoncer, avec l'aval du Dr Navin Ramgoolam, que nous allons bientôt nous doter d'un système du PMO, d'un système de reconnaissance qu'on appelle IRIS Recognition System. Fini les longues attentes à l'aéroport, fini les procédures administratives lourdes à l'immigration. Ces Smart Gates permettront d'accélérer le passage des visiteurs au contrôle et soulager le personnel affecté aux différentes procédures aéroportières. Et l'installation de ces portiques intelligents n'est pas qu'une simple question d'infrastructure, mais c'est un impératif stratégique pour notre secteur touristique. De plus, Madame la Présidente, les cas de vol et d'agression contre les touristes constituent un véritable fléau qui mine le secteur et qui porte atteinte à l'image de notre destination. J'ai eu l'occasion de parler au commissaire de police et il m'a assuré que le personnel de police du tourisme sera renforcé dans un avenir proche. Madame la Présidente, le discours programme met un accent particulier sur l'écotourisme et le tourisme durable. Aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas une option, mais c'est une nécessité. Et c'est également ce que souligne le blueprint de 2024 à 2033, élaboré par une mission de conseil de la Banque mondiale. Ce plan directeur, commandité par le ministère du Tourisme, est prêt depuis 2024, Madame la Présidente. Et je m'étonne que mon prédécesseur, que l'ancien ministre n'ait pas trouvé le temps ou alors n'ait pas jugé utile de finaliser et de la publier. C'est tout simplement aberrant, Madame la Présidente. Le plan directeur 2024-2033 rejoint ma philosophie qui est le modèle Sea, Sand and Sun qui a bien servi le pays et qui va continuer à le faire, mais doit aujourd'hui être épaulé et soutenu par d'autres concepts. Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui, de plus en plus les touristes privilégient des expériences authentiques loin des grands complexes hôteliers. Ils veulent rencontrer des Mauriciens, découvrir les facettes de notre culture et de notre histoire et vivre une expérience immersive. Tant mieux, Madame la Présidente, car quel autre pays au monde, malgré sa petite taille, peut se vanter d'être un véritable carrefour de culture, de religion, de tradition et de gastronomie. Nous devrons nous adapter à cette nouvelle réalité. C'est pourquoi, Madame la Présidente, notre nouvelle stratégie mettra l'accent sur le tourisme intérieur. Nous allons aussi valoriser l'identité culturelle, ensemble avec le ministre des Arts et de la Culture, le patrimoine et valoriser l'identité culturelle et le patrimoine unique de l'île Maurice. Et en parallèle, cela va créer des nouvelles opportunités pour les petites entreprises locales et contribuer à une véritable démocratisation de notre économie. Madame la Présidente, notre stratégie de développement touristique s'orientera vers plusieurs segments prometteurs, notamment le tourisme de santé et de bien-être, le tourisme culturel patrimonial enrichi par la création des circuits thématiques, le tourisme sportif, le tourisme médical, le tourisme communautaire favorisant la participation active des habitants. Le secteur MIS, Meeting, Incentive, Conference and Exhibition, qui représente un potentiel considérable pour les marchés accessibles. Et c'est à travers ça, avec l'émergence du dynamique et de l'économie africaine et la montée en puissance de ces grandes entreprises, ce sera une opportunité stratégique qui s'offre à l'île Maurice. Nous sommes idéalement positionnés à seulement 4 à 6 heures de vol pour attirer les Africains en pleine expansion et leur proposer une destination d'excellence pour leurs événements professionnels. Madame la Présidente, le discours programme met à juste valeur l'accent sur un tourisme durable, plus inclusif, participatif, grâce à un engagement accru et davantage d'initiatives communautaires. Aujourd'hui, les voyageurs ne se contentent plus des plages paradisiaques. Ils jugent une destination selon les critères environnementaux, éthiques. Et ce profil de voyageur éco-responsable est en constante augmentation. Et il pourrait représenter 40 à 50% des visiteurs d'ici 2050. Ignorer cette évolution, Madame la Présidente, c'est condamner notre industrie touristique.
Time is up.
I'm finishing. I'm trying. Nous allons obtenir la certification de Green.
Monsieur le ministre, excusez-moi. Je suis sûre que vous avez encore beaucoup de choses intéressantes à dire.
Trop beaucoup.
Mais il faudra trouver d'autres occasions pour nous le dire.
Définitivement. Je vais probablement passer près de la conclusion, Madame la Présidente, en vous disant que c'est autant plus crucial que l'Europe, notre principal marché, traverse actuellement à des difficultés économiques susceptibles de faire augmenter le coût des voyages. L'Allemagne, par exemple, est frappée par une récession, alors que la France vient tout juste, à partir du 1er mars, augmenter la taxe sur les billets d'avion. Nous devrons diversifier nos marchés et étendre notre connectivité aérienne vers des nouvelles destinations. Et autre chose, un autre défi majeur, c'est la basse saison. C'est l'une de mes principales préoccupations depuis mon arrivée au ministère. C'est pour cette raison que j'ai confié ce dossier au junior ministre, l'honorable Sidney Pierre, afin qu'ensemble avec les partenaires, nous puissions prendre des mesures appropriées pour la période creuse de mai à septembre. Madame la Présidente, vite fait, je vais parler de l'école hôtelière Saint-Gaëtan-du-Val.
Monsieur le ministre.
J'ai fini.
Excusez-moi.
Okay. Je conclue, Madame.
Non, Rien ne vous empêche de venir la prochaine fois avec un statement.
Oui, certainement, madame. Ben, je conclus alors. Le travail commencé, nous sommes en train de revoir notre stratégie de marketing, de revitaliser l'identité de Maurice, de cibler les segments spécifiques tels que les amateurs de nature et explorateurs culturels, d'attirer davantage de profils de voyageurs. Et, Madame la Présidente, le secteur du tourisme fait aujourd'hui face à une terrible compétition. Pour survivre, nous devrons arriver à vendre notre pays comme une destination de premier plan attractive et compétitive. Une destination d'excellence, et ça c'est ma vision, et c'est à quoi je m'attelle depuis mon arrivée à ce ministère, mais aucun ministre du tourisme ne peut atteindre de tels objectifs seul. Pour y arriver, il faut la coopération et la collaboration de tous, c'est-à-dire des acteurs du secteur et de la population. Ensemble, madame, relevons ensemble le défi. Vive l'île Maurice, vive la République. Je vous remercie.
Honourable Minister, please keep an eye.
I will try. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I am speaking in front of you because, as rightly stated in the opening sentence of the presidential address, the people have spoken. Indeed, I'm here as a member of the National Assembly and Minister of Social Security, National Solidarity and Social Integration because of the votes of the people of Mauritius, including the people of my constituency, Port-Louis North, Mont Island. So my wholehearted thanks goes first and foremost to the esteemed people and enlightened people of Mauritius, from villages to towns all around Mauritius. Then my special thanks goes to the women, men, workers, poor people, small-scale producers, traders, pensioners of constituency number 4, from Sainte-Croix to Kongoma, from Mont Island to Cité-Laquière, from Vallée des Prêtres to Notre-Dame, from Terre-Rouge to Les Mariannes, from Ristea to Crèvecoeur, from Bois-Marchand to Tigre-Rodrigue, and all other regions. I finally wish to thank Honorable Dr. Navin Ramgoolam, Prime Minister, and Honorable Paul Béranger, Deputy Prime Minister, for having proposed me to stand candidate in constituency number 4, which is a perfect snapshot of Mauritius with its rural and urban characteristics. The people of number 4 are now part of my life and family, as are the workers, the poor, and citizens of Mauritius. Madam Speaker, I am here standing in this honorable house because the people of Mauritius overwhelmingly voted for the Alliance du Changement, in which my party, Résistance et Alternative, is the humble partner, together with the Labour Party, the Mouvement Militant Mauricien, and the Nouveau Démocrate. It is worth detailing for members of this Assembly, for the people of Mauritius, and for the record of history, the genesis of the Alliance du Changement, and the present presidential address being debated by this Assembly, where fundamental constitutional changes are at its core. It was in August 2022 when Résistance et Alternative considered a red line was crossed with the mafiosisation and autocratic characteristic of the previous regime started to unveil by the Kisnan assassination, that our party called for the unification of all parliamentary and all extra-parliamentary forces to form an electoral front, to change the previous government and elect a new transition government to bring both regime change and system change. When the mafiosization expanded its wider tentacles with the sniffing episode of Bédé Jacqueté and the planting operations against political opponents of the regime, we intensified our initiative. Then follows a conversation process of nearly 1.5 years, with resistance and alternative meetings, all opposition forces, for the establishment of the Common Front and the transition government to bring in constitutional changes. Subsequently, a constitutional conference was organized by Résistance et Alternative on the 31st March 2024, in which almost all the opposition parties participated. A consensus towards constitutional reform to decolonize and Mauritianize the constitution emerged. Afterwards, some extra-parliamentary forces decided to pursue separate pathways in the coming elections, opting instead for a free or four-cornered electoral fight. Résistance et Alternative did not share this view, given that we firmly believe that it would matter and would make a difference for the people of Mauritius if the MSM regime not be reconducted to power. The mafiosization and institutional crisis being developed should be stopped. Secondly, our party was of the view that to enable system change, a three-quarter majority would be needed in the National Assembly. Résistance et Alternative continued the unification process, and amid the electoral heat-up, the leader of the Labour Party, now the present Prime Minister, called for a meeting with him and the leader of the MMM, now Vice Prime Minister, after the PMSD separated from the PTP-MMM-PMSD alliance. From this point onwards, some 10 meetings were held at Riverwalk. The core of the constitutional reform in the present government program stemmed from these fruitful deliberations between the Labour Party, led by the Honourable Prime Minister Navin Ramgoolam, the MMM, led by the Deputy Prime Minister Honourable Paul Béranger, and Resistance and Alternative team, and Alternative led by its team of spokespersons. The core of the present government program is a product of, and at the same time complementary to the electoral agreement of PT-MMM, ND, and REA, signed on the 13th of September 2024, and the electoral manifesto rendered public on the 29th of October 2024. Madam Speaker, the last election will be one to be remembered in history. The mafiosization, authoritarianism, and even fascistic characteristics of the previous regime were exposed, vindicated, and confirmed during the last 2 weeks of the electoral campaign by Monsieur Mousta's leaks and Facebook social media banned. The people then decided to act like vigilante of the electoral processes. They supervised ballot boxes process, organized massive vigilante in front of the polling stations. They organized their pens and scrupulously scrutinized the whole electoral process. The people of Mauritius not only ejected the previous government, but also said never again and charted the destiny of a new Mauritius. I must stress that never in the history of Mauritius have such extensive constitutional reforms program obtained such an overwhelming and absolute democratic mandate from the people of this country. Indeed, the opening chapter of the presidential address says, I quote, "Government has received a clear and overwhelming mandate for a drastic change of course. The very first mission of government is to reconstruct our democracy, restore our democracy, and bring constitutional change." The 10th of November 2024 and the unfolding new period are indeed defining and pivotal moment in the history of our country. What we do or not do now will have consequences far beyond the current coming 5 years. We are at the end of several interlinked short and long-term time cycles, both in relation to Mauritius social politics and in relation to the history of humanity, lives of species, and the planet itself. The 2024 general elections mark the end of Juggernaut regime's 10 years cycle. Year 2024 marks the end of post-independence cycle. The operating system, independence inherited at the time of independence, the Constitution, has made its time, and now need to be reviewed. In terms of human society history, we are now facing a crisis of the so-called civilization itself, an existential crisis never known in the history of humankind. A long millennial cycle is ending, and another one is yet to be born. In terms of biological time, the time of life of living species on Earth, we are amid the sixth extinction crisis, threatening various species and many forms of life on the planet. A cycle of millions of years is ending. In terms of geological time, we are in the middle of fundamental change in the time of Earth's system, whereby planet Earth itself is in crisis, in a state of fundamental change due to the climate and crisis of crossing of the limit of ecological boundaries. According to many scientists, Earth is dangerously moving from stable Holocene epoch to enter into new unstable and crisis epoch, which has now been coined Anthropocene. Any person who will look back to Mauritius after 50 years will definitely realize that this country was at a historical, decisive, and defining moment of socio-ecological change in 2025 after the people have spoken and elected a new government in 2024. This defining moment will mark a significant forward leap in history, with a major shift in societal norms, structures, or behaviors driven by the present political actions which we will be taking by adopting the presidential address and Honorable Babita Tanu's motion. The constitutional reform agenda proposed by this government program aim at inter-area and interrelated socio-ecological and democratic transformation. The government program proposes to recognize the right of every citizen to stand candidates in elections as citizens without any compulsory community classification. The government program carries a panoply of democratic reform, from the introduction of the right of recall and electoral reform with the dose of proportional representation to ensure more equitable political and ideological streams, as well as ensuring a better gender representation in the National Assembly. The government program will guarantee local elections within the Constitution. The government program proposes to enshrine the right of nature, coupled with public interest litigation and class action judicial concepts within the Constitution, making Mauritius a vanguard country in terms of socio-ecological sustainability. The government program will enshrine social, economic, cultural rights as recognized by the United Nations within the Constitution, thus promoting a socio-economic right-based society, offering additional constitutional protection against social discrimination in terms of housing, education, healthcare access, employment, social security, as well as languages and cultures. The government program aims at consolidating Section 16 of the Constitution by adding new categories of people to be protected, for example, to protect people with disabilities. The proposition of enshrining the values of peace, justice, and liberty within Section 1 of the Constitution mark a qualitative elevation of fundamental core values of the Republic and its people. The government program recognizes the digital time we are into and proposes to integrate digital rights and protection of citizens against any form of surveillance by the state or corporate entities. Again, placing Mauritius among the pioneers in this domain. The institution of a new mode a new constitutional appointment committee will ensure more independence of our institution. And then, to top it all, is the creation of a constitutional division of the Supreme Court. Madam Speaker, the constitutional reforms will create a new set of socio-ecological and democratic boundaries when compounded with the restoration of civil and political rights, will redefine the boundaries within which social organization and the new economic and the new social order will be organized. I think this precision is very, very of key importance. The first immediate constitutional change in the pipeline is the concretization of the signed electoral agreement between the Labour Party, MMM, ND, and Resistance Alternative. It aims, I quote, at recognizing le droit aux citoyens de la République de se présenter aux élections comme tels, sans aucune obligation faite à ces dernières de se classifier de façon communale. L'Alliance du changement s'engage ainsi, dans les premiers 6 mois au pouvoir, à rendre permanent le mini-amendement constitutionnel temporaire de 2014 ayant permis aux candidats de ne pas se classifier. Ceci en attendant la proposition de réforme électorale en bonne et due forme que présentera l'Alliance du changement. En ce faisant, l'État mauricien sera conforme à l'avis du Comité des droits humains des Nations Unies sur la question. The government program consolidates this agreement and proposes that to promote national unity and nation building, constitutional amendments will be brought to remove the mandatory declaration of community affiliation, thus allowing candidates to stand for the National Assembly elections without being required to make any declaration as to their community. By so doing, government will ensure that all citizens have the right to stand candidates for elections, even if they do not wish to declare their community affiliation. This fundamental amendment to come is beyond electoral system and the rights of citizens to stand candidates. It is the product of a long historical struggles fought by generations on this issue. But more fundamentally, it is at the heart of the making of every child born on this land and every Mauritians. The mini-amendment proposed to be translated in the next 2 months will be the litmus test of the whole constitutional reform program of our government, as it will act as the launching pad of the major constitutional reform program. I am sure the Office of the Attorney General will work hard and present shortly to the Cabinet and the Government an updated version of the 2014 mini-amendment. Our country, Mauritius, we must always remember, is one of the latest boast nations on planet Earth. We are both a nation of immigrants who brought the richness of their traditions, cultures, and beliefs, and a product of colonization, slavery system, and bondage labor. What we are today, through our living together, through our harsh but rich history, through our struggles against oppression in colonial and post-colonial Mauritius, through our moment of joy and tragedy makes us all. All these features defines us. Our common history has forged and shaped our multiple and indivisible identity. It shaped our most precious dynamics commons, our Mauritianism. We are one and all. We are all and one. Our nation-building process, our multiple and indivisible identities of our Mauritianism emerged at a very early stage, when the first child born on this land during Dutch colonization, he was named Simon van der Stel, born from the marriage of the then Dutch governor and his slave-originated wife. The first Mauritian society was born in 1710, when the Dutch left Mauritius and before French colonizers came in 1721. From this moment on, during 300 years our common destiny has been harsh, painful, but a rich one too. For example, the cultural genocide, which slavery system represented, were from the cultural genocide, were born from the children of the time, our common mother tongue, our Creole language, now spoken by more than 95% of the population. Social bonds were built through struggles against oppression. In 1937, 1943, during independence times, in the workers' and youth struggles of the 70s. During colonial time, neighborhood solidarity in villages and urban area to face common poverty and least sharing of the little we had. We understood the lives and the reality of the people of the same social class with our diversities. In moments of joy, like the Jeux des îles de l'océan Indien, or whenever our fellow Mauritians are abroad, we can feel our Mauritianism within our body. In moments of tragedies, such as the flash floods of Canal d'Ayotte of 2013, or more recently, during the ecological tragedy of Wakasho in 2020, our Mauritianism erupted in Maibo and the whole of the country. It was the same Mauritianism which erupted during the recent election. So it is the duty of all of us to bring in this first constitutional amendment and pave the way of the great leap of fundamental constitutional transformation our nation and the new generation aspire. I had a whole section on social security. I will follow your advice. I will skip it and have a statement later in the assembly, and I will conclude.
Yes. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, let me conclude by this quotation. There are decades where nothing happens, and there are months where decades happen. We are exactly in this situation, when history is being accelerated. The government program has captured the profound aspiration of the people. This government, led by three parties, the Labour Party, the MMM, and Resistance Alternative, which originates from emancipatory and enlightenment, have the historical mission and cannot afford to fail. We will fulfill our duty with our partner of the Nouveau Démocrate. Indeed, some conservative forces, some economically powerful forces, the usual profiteers, the cronies, would try to block the great leap forward agenda of the government program. But then, it is our duty to remind them that the people have indeed spoken on the 10th of November 2024 in their Pacific Printemps motion. Change and transformation are conscious acts for the betterment of the many, for life systems of our habitat, for our commons. But change always shakes the privilege of a few. To those forces, I will simply repeat and say a slogan used by the Right Honorable Prime Minister Navin Ramgoolam in 2010, Pagrat Ledo Malaya. Let me also say that forces who tried to block the socio-political emancipation have all failed, from the abolition of slavery to independence time. Madam Speaker, my party is proud to be part of the long historical transformative journey towards a socio-ecological and systemic transformation of Mauritius. Madam Speaker, allow me to raise my fist there to say, let Mauritian be Mauritian forever, with our multiple and indivisible identity. Dans moi et Natou, vive nous Mauritianis, vive Mama la Terre.
Thank you so much for respecting the time. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House, of the debate.
Yes, the question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Friday, the 7th of March, 2025 at 3 p.m.
Yes, seconded. by the Deputy Prime Minister. The question is that the House be now adjourned to Friday, the 7th of March, 2025 at 3 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned. Yes, I understand there is one, I'm sorry, an adjournment time. Yes, one. I will allow one.
My question is addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister. Given the proliferation of drugs over the last 10 years like never before, I'm afraid to say that if we don't act firmly and forcefully, the situation may become irreversible. With all due respect to our police service, without undermining the police service, I would like to ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether the government is contemplating to have foreign expertise to assist us in our fight against drugs and drug trafficking. Thank you.
Yes, question time. Madam Speaker, yes, thank you for reminding us. We all know what is the problem with drugs. We are renaming what was Natreza, as you know. We'll have like a czar in the person of Mr. Sam Lutan, who knows how to deal with this, but we will also have expert advice from abroad. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.